What if the boy who lived never defeated the Dark Lord, but joined him instead? After discovering the devastating truth behind Dumbledore's plan, Harry Potter and Hermione Granger make the one choice no one believed possible. Branded as Death Eaters, hunted by their former friends, and trapped in a world built on fear, they must decide who they really are when every side demands their loyalty. This is what the living choose.
Harry had always thought truth would feel clean, not kind. Not easy. He had learned too young that truth was rarely either of those things. Truth was a cupboard door opening on Dudley's laughter. Truth was a letter addressed to the cupboard under the stairs, proving that somewhere someone had always known where he was. Truth was a graveyard, a wand lifted high, a voice hissing "kill the spare." But he had thought, stupidly, that the final truth would at least have shape. That when it came, it would stand in front of him like a wall or a door. Something solid enough to strike or open or walk through. Instead, Snape's memories moved through him like poison in water. They did not arrive as a single blow. They unfolded. Dumbledore in the office, old and bright-eyed, speaking of Harry's life with the careful calm of a man discussing the placement of a chess piece. Snape's voice, raw with disgust. "You have kept him alive so that he can die at the proper moment," and Dumbledore, not denying it, not stumbling, not ashamed. Harry stood in the headmaster's office with the pensive behind him, the silver surface settling into stillness, and he felt something inside himself go very quiet. Around him, the castle was still fighting. Hogwarts groaned with it. Stone shuddered under distant impacts. Somewhere far below, someone screamed a spell until the final word broke. Portraits were shouting from their frames. Dust drifted from the ceiling in slow, soft flakes, settling on Dumbledore's desk, on the silver instruments, on the cracked arm of the chair where so many plans had been made without him. Without him. That thought should not have mattered. He had known, hadn't he? He had known Dumbledore kept secrets. He had known since last year that the old man had carried half the truth in one hand and half in the other, offering only enough to keep Harry moving. But knowing a knife existed was different from feeling it slide between your ribs. Harry gripped the edge of the desk. His fingers left trails in the dust. The boy must die. No, not even that. That would have been simple. Cruel, yes. Terrible, yes, but simple. The memories had been worse because they had been complete. Snape had not given him a single tragic sentence. He had given him the ledger, the night his parents died, the protection in his blood, the years at Privet Drive, not because no one could reach him, but because Dumbledore had decided the suffering bought safety. The protections renewed by Petunia's reluctant presence. The scar, the connection, the fragment, the way Dumbledore had suspected, then known, then planned. Harry saw it now with a clarity so cold it almost steadied him. Every year of his life had been arranged around a final moment in which he would be expected to walk willingly into death. Not ordered, not forced. That was the cleverness of it. Dumbledore had known him too well for chains. Give Harry enough love, enough guilt, enough dead bodies behind him, and he would walk. Harry had been raised not to live, but to choose dying without needing to be pushed. A laugh escaped him. It was small and wrong. One of the portraits stopped shouting. Harry looked up at Dumbledore's painted face. The portrait was awake now. Of course it was. Calm blue eyes, folded hands, the same expression that had once made Harry feel protected, as if no darkness could survive under that gaze. Now it looked like another locked door. "Harry," the portrait said softly. Harry did not answer. He thought of the cupboard. He thought of the graveyard. He thought of Sirius falling backward through the veil because no one had told Harry enough. Thought of Dumbledore's hand blackened by the ring and the old man still smiling as if pain could be polished into wisdom. Thought of the Horcruxes, the endless hunt, the cold tent, Ron gone. Hermione crying when she thought Harry could not hear. Thought of Fred lying still in a corridor. That was the thought that moved him. Fred, who should have been laughing. Fred, who should have been making a joke too loud for the room. Fred, who had not known that the boy he was fighting beside had been meant to die anyway. Harry stepped back from the desk. "Harry?" Dumbledore's portrait said again, more urgently now. He turned. The office door opened before he reached it. Hermione stood there with soot on her face and blood dried at her hairline. Her wand was clenched so tightly in her hand that her knuckles had gone white. She looked at him once, and Harry knew she had already understood something was wrong. Of course she had. Hermione always read the room before anyone told her there was a room to read. "What happened?" she asked. Harry tried to answer. Nothing came. Her eyes flicked past him to the pensive, then to the portrait, then back to him. "Harry." He hated the way she said his name then, not gently, not carefully, like she was reaching for the edge of a cliff and had found his sleeve instead. He swallowed. "I have to go to the forest." The words sounded like someone else's. Flat, neat, already wrapped and labeled. Hermione's face changed, not surprise, not confusion, fear. No, Harry almost smiled. That was Hermione. The whole castle could be falling, the dead could be lining the corridors, the world could be ending, and she would still argue with the ending if it was wrong. Hermione? No, he had heard that tone from her before. In first year, when she had stood in front of him and run before the trapdoor. In third, when she had slapped Malfoy hard enough to shock an entire corridor into silence. In the tent, when she had refused to let grief turn them stupid. It was the voice she used when reality had made a mistake and she intended to correct it. Harry looked away. "He put a piece of himself in me," he said. The silence that followed was enormous. Behind him, one of the silver instruments clicked once. Hermione did not move. Harry forced the words out because if he stopped, he would never start again. "When he tried to kill me as a baby, that's why I can see into him. That's why the scar." He pressed 2 fingers against his forehead and felt the old lightning shape throb as if it had been listening. "It's been there the whole time." Hermione's breathing had changed, shallow, controlled, too controlled. And Dumbledore knew. Harry's mouth twisted. He suspected, then he knew. Her eyes went to the portrait. The painted Dumbledore looked suddenly very old. "Hermione," the portrait began. She raised her wand, not all the way, not enough to cast, enough. The portrait stopped. Harry stared at her, Hermione Granger, who had defended Dumbledore longer than anyone. Hermione, who had trusted systems until systems proved they could not be trusted. Hermione, who had obeyed rules when rules made sense and broken them when lives mattered more. Her hand trembled. Not from weakness, from restraint. "Tell me," she said to the portrait. "Hermione," Harry said quietly. "No," she did not look at him. "No, Harry, he doesn't get to sit there in paint and wisdom and let you walk out with half an explanation." The portrait's expression tightened. There was no other way. The words landed harder than any curse could have. Hermione flinched as if struck. Harry did not. Something in him had moved beyond flinching. "No other way," Hermione repeated. The phrase came out carefully, like she was testing a blade. Dumbledore's portrait closed his eyes. The fragment of Voldemort's soul inside Harry must be destroyed if Voldemort is ever to be mortal. Voldemort himself must be the one to do it. It cannot be removed by ordinary magic. It cannot be cut away. Harry's survival was always uncertain. "Uncertain," Harry said. The portrait opened its eyes again. "There was a possibility," Hermione said. Her voice cracked on the word. Harry looked at her then and saw something he had been too numb to see before. Not just horror, not just fear for him, recognition, because Hermione understood ledgers. She understood the careful accounting of acceptable losses. She had been making those calculations all year. Food, injuries, protective charms, places they could risk, people they could not contact. She knew what it meant to reduce a person to a necessary number, and she knew, perhaps better than Harry, how often people had done it to her. The brightest witch of her age when they needed a plan, a muggle-born when they needed someone to doubt, a girl when they needed someone to dismiss, useful always, valuable sometimes, protected only when convenient. Harry saw the memory pass through her face. The Department of Mysteries, Malfoy Manor, the word carved into her arm, the way even the good side had looked at her brilliance like a tool they were lucky to have found rather than a person who had bled to sharpen it. He wondered if Snape's memories had poisoned only him, or if truth had simply become contagious. "How long?" she asked. The portrait did not pretend not to understand. Since before Harry came to Hogwarts, I suspected the connection was more than a cursed scar. I confirmed the likelihood after his second year. Hermione inhaled sharply. Second year, the basilisk. The diary. Ginny nearly dead. Harry 12 years old, covered in blood and venom, already carrying the answer no one had given him. Harry laughed again. This time Hermione looked at him like the sound frightened her. Second year, Harry said. Brilliant! Harry, the portrait said, I cared for you. Harry turned on him so quickly Hermione took half a step forward. Don't! The word cracked through the office. Portraits froze in their frames. Harry's wand was in his hand, though he did not remember drawing it. Don't say that to me now. Dumbledore's painted mouth closed. Harry's vision blurred, not with tears, but with rage so fierce it made the edges of the room tremble. You cared, he said. You cared so much you left me there? You cared so much you gave me pieces of the truth when you thought I could carry them and kept the rest for yourself. You cared so much you made sure I'd become exactly the sort of person who would walk into the forest when you asked without asking. He stepped closer to the portrait. You didn't need to order me. That was the point, wasn't it? The portrait said nothing. That silence was answer enough. Harry lowered his wand. The battle sounded closer now. Somewhere below, stone collapsed with a thunderous roar. Hermione turned toward the sound instinctively, then back to Harry, torn between the war they were in and the war that had just opened under their feet. I'm coming with you, she said. No. Yes. Hermione, this isn't… Don't you dare! Her eyes flashed. Don't you dare make this another thing decided for me. That stopped him. She came closer, lowering her voice. You think I don't know what you're about to do? You think I haven't watched you do it for 7 years? You find out someone has to pay and you reach for your own life like it's spare change. Harry looked away. I have to. Why? He stared at her. Because if you don't, Voldemort stays alive. I know, I heard him. She swallowed hard and her voice softened, but only by a fraction. But walking to him alone doesn't make it noble. It makes it easier for everyone else to use you. Harry wanted to argue. He wanted to say she was wrong. He wanted to say Dumbledore was right, that there was no other way, that this was what he had been moving toward since the night in Godric's Hollow. But the words would not come, because beneath all the grief, beneath the terror, beneath the weight of every dead face pressing him onward, there was a question he had never allowed himself to ask. What if he did not what if he ran, not what if he hid? He knew himself too well for that. He could no more abandon the people in the castle than he could carve out his own heart. But what if dying was not the only shape sacrifice could take? What if Dumbledore had not found the only the way that required Harry to stop asking questions? The thought felt monstrous. It also felt alive. Hermione saw it. Of course she did. Harry, she whispered, we go together, we listen, we think, and if there is no other way, then… Her face tightened. Then I'll be there. But I will not let you be handed to him like an answer someone else wrote. He looked at the portrait one final time. Dumbledore seemed to understand then. Perhaps too late. Perhaps, Harry thought bitterly, just in time to be useless. Harry, Voldemort will try to twist this, he said. He will use your anger. Harry looked at him. You already did. Then he walked out. Hermione followed. The castle did not notice their leaving. That hurt more than Harry expected. Hogwarts had been the first place that ever felt like home, and now its corridors were filled with smoke, broken glass, and bodies covered by cloaks. The defenders moved around them in frantic currents. Someone called for Dittany. Someone shouted that the giants had been driven back from the east side. A 7th year Harry barely recognized stumbled past with half his sleeve burned away, laughing hysterically while another student held him upright. No one stopped Harry. No one knew. That was the final cruelty of it. He had imagined, in some childish corner of himself, that if he was walking to his death the world would pause. That the people he loved would somehow feel it. That the castle would groan differently under his feet. Instead, Neville was somewhere fighting. Luna was somewhere surviving. Ron… Harry stopped. Hermione nearly ran into him. At the end of the corridor, Ron Weasley stood with a wand in one hand and blood across his cheek that did not look like his. He was helping Seamus lift a fallen suit of armor off a first-year girl. His hair was bright even through the dust. For one suspended second, Harry almost called out. Ron looked up. Their eyes met. Ron's face changed with immediate relief. "Harry," he started forward. Harry's throat closed. Hermione's hand found his sleeve. Not pulling, not pushing, just there. Ron saw her. His relief widened, then faltered as he registered their faces. "What happened?" he asked. Harry could not do this. Not with Ron, not now. If Ron asked, Harry might answer. If he answered, Ron might try to stop him. If Ron tried to stop him, Harry did not know what he would do, and that ignorance frightened him more than the forest. "Stay here," Harry said. Ron frowned. "What? Stay with them?" Ron looked between him and Hermione. "No, what's going on?" "Ron," Hermione said. Her voice broke on his name. That did what Harry's face had not. Ron went very still. "Hermione," she opened her mouth. No words came. Harry hated Dumbledore then with a purity that almost steadied him. Hated him for making this moment necessary. Hated him for making Harry the keeper of a truth too large to give and too cruel to hide. "I'm sorry," Harry said. Then he turned. Ron shouted after them. Harry kept walking. Every step away from Ron felt like tearing something that had never fully healed. By the time they reached the grounds, dawn had begun to spread thin gray light across the world. The sky above Hogwarts was bruised purple at the edges, smoke rising in dark ribbons from broken towers. The grass was churned to mud. The air smelled of rain, ash, and blood. The forbidden forest waited beyond the slope. Harry had walked toward it before in nightmares. As a child, he had imagined monsters there. Wolves, spiders, things with teeth. Now the worst thing in it was waiting with a wand. Hermione walked beside him in silence for several minutes. Then she said, "Show me." Harry glanced at her. "The memory," she said. "As much as you can, quickly." "I can't just—" "Yes, you can." Her voice shook, but her mind was already moving. "You and Voldemort have shared visions for years. You've pushed things at each other without meaning to. Try." "Hermione, I need to know what he knows. I need to know exactly what Dumbledore said." Even now, Harry thought, even now she was building shelves in the burning house. He stopped at the edge of the trees and faced her. "I don't want you to see it." Something moved across her face. Anger, yes, but also tenderness. "That has never been a good enough reason to keep truth from me." Harry closed his eyes. He did not know how to do it properly. He had never learned occlumency, not really. Snape had hurled lessons at him like stones, and Harry had bled resentment all over them. Now he reached for the connection he had always hated and tried to turn it sideways. Not toward Voldemort, toward Hermione. He thought of the pensive. Thought of silver memory. Thought of Dumbledore's voice saying calm, impossible things. For one moment nothing happened. Then Hermione gasped. Harry opened his eyes. She had gone pale. He felt her hand clamp around his wrist. Images passed between them in broken flashes, incomplete and jagged, but enough. Snape's fury. Dumbledore's certainty, the sentence, the plan, the fragment, the years folded into strategy. Hermione let go as if burned. She turned away and pressed both hands over her mouth. Harry waited. When she faced him again, there were tears in her eyes, but they did not fall. "Okay," she said. The word was terrifying, not because she was fine, because she had decided she would not break yet. They entered the forest. The trees closed around them with the old, familiar hush. Behind them, Hogwarts became a wounded glow between trunks. Ahead, shadows gathered under branches, deep and watchful. The forest floor was damp. Twigs snapped underfoot like small bones. Harry's scar pulsed. Not pain exactly, awareness. The peace inside him, now named, seemed less like a wound and more like an eye opening in the dark. He wondered whether Voldemort could feel him coming. He wondered whether the thing in his scar wanted to return. The thought made him stumble. Hermione caught his arm. "You're all right," she whispered. "No, I'm not." "I know." That answer nearly undid him. They walked on. Figures appeared between the trees before the clearing. Masked Death Eaters, wands raised, pale faces beneath hoods. Some shifted at the sight of Harry, more shifted at the sight of Hermione. One of them laughed. "Well," a woman's voice purred from the darkness, "look what crawled out of the castle." Bellatrix Lestrange stepped into view like a blade drawn from silk. Her hair was wild. Her eyes glittered. There was dried blood on one sleeve and joy in every line of her face. She looked from Harry to Hermione, and her smile widened. "The little hero," she said. "And the mud-blood." Hermione went rigid, Harry's wand twitched, Bellatrix noticed and laughed again. "Oh, do try, Potter. Enough." The clearing changed, not physically. The trees did not bend. The air did not darken. No thunder answered, but every Death Eater straightened. Voldemort stood at the center of the clearing, white and thin and terrible, his red eyes fixed on Harry with an expression almost like satisfaction. Nagini coiled near his feet inside a shimmering protective sphere, her great head lifted. Around him stood the inner circle, masked and unmasked, hungry for victory. Lucius Malfoy looked like a man who had misplaced his own soul. Narcissa stood beside him, unreadable. Greyback grinned from the edge of the firelight. Hagrid was there too, bound, bruised, alive. Harry's breath caught. "Harry," Hagrid roared, struggling against the ropes that held him. "No, no, what are ye doing? Get back!" The sound hit Harry harder than Bellatrix's insult. Voldemort raised one long-fingered hand, and Hagrid's voice cut off with a strangled grunt. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said. His gaze slid to Hermione, and Miss Granger. How touching. Bellatrix spat the name like a curse. "My lord, allow me." "I said enough." Bellatrix went silent. Harry had seen Voldemort angry. He had seen him triumphant, cold, amused. He had never seen him like this, curious. That frightened him more than rage would have. "You came," Voldemort said. Harry stepped forward. Hermione stayed half a pace behind and to his left, not hiding, positioning herself where she could see more of the clearing. "I heard you wanted me," Harry said. Voldemort smiled. "And did the old man's last secret send you obediently to slaughter?" Harry said nothing. Voldemort's smile sharpened. "Ah!" The clearing seemed to lean in. Harry felt the brush of legilimency like cold fingers at his temples. He tried to block it instinctively, but his mind was raw, torn open by the pensive, by anger, by grief. Images flashed before he could stop them. Dumbledore, Snape, the office, the fragment, Hermione's hand on his wrist. Harry shoved back with everything he had. Voldemort did not force deeper. He froze. For the first time Harry could remember, Lord Voldemort looked genuinely still, not calm, not composed, still. His red eyes narrowed. The silence stretched. "My lord," Lucius whispered. Voldemort ignored him. His gaze moved to Harry's scar. Harry felt it then. Something inside him answering, not with words, with recognition. The clearing tilted. Voldemort took one step closer. Harry raised his wand. Every Death Eater raised theirs. Hermione's wand came up too, but Harry felt rather than saw the movement of her other hand, slipping into the pocket where she kept the tiny beaded bag that had carried their lives for months. Always planning, always reaching for one more option. Voldemort stared at Harry with an expression that had lost all theatrical victory. "You know," he said softly. Harry's mouth was dry. "Yes, you know what you carry." Harry did not answer. Bellatrix looked between them, confusion flashing into anger. "My lord, what is this?" Voldemort lifted a hand without looking at her. She fell silent again, but her eyes burned. For one terrible second, Harry thought Voldemort would kill him anyway. That the wand would rise, green light would fill the clearing, and Dumbledore's plan would close around him like a trap sprung perfectly. But Voldemort did not raise his wand. Instead, he laughed, quietly at first, then with wonder. "Oh, Dumbledore," he murmured, "you sentimental, arrogant fool." Harry's grip tightened. "Don't talk about him." Voldemort's eyes returned to him. How loyal, even now. Harry hated that the word struck. Voldemort saw it. Of course he did. "You came here to die," he said. "Not because I commanded it, not because I defeated you. Because he arranged your life so that when the hour came, you would mistake obedience for courage." Hermione made a small sound behind Harry. Voldemort's gaze flicked to her, and she knows it too. "Don't speak to her," Harry said. Voldemort smiled, still protecting everyone. How exhausting it must be. Harry's scar throbbed. "You don't know anything about it." "Do I not?" Voldemort asked. "I know what it is to be shaped by those who claim authority over your life. I know what it is to be told what you are before you are old enough to choose. I know what it is to discover that the world's rules are merely the preferences of those strong enough to enforce them. You murder people." "Yes," Voldemort said, without shame. "I do not hide what I am behind lemon drops and fatherly smiles." Harry flinched. He hated himself for it. Voldemort saw that too. "You expected a curse," Voldemort said. "A noble death, a clean ending. How badly they must have wanted that from you." Harry's anger surged. "Shut up!" No, the word was soft, but the clearing obeyed it. Voldemort moved closer, slow and deliberate. "You came here because they taught you that your life was worth less than their victory. Tell me, Harry Potter, did any of them ask whether you wished to live?" Harry could hear his own breathing. The answer should have been easy. Ron would have. Hermione had Sirius would have. His parents would have. But the side, the war, the leaders, the portraits and plans and prophecies, no one had asked. Behind him, Hermione whispered, "Harry, it was not a warning, it was an anchor." Voldemort's eyes gleamed. "There it is." Harry wanted to curse him. Wanted to throw every spell he knew until the clearing burned white. But his wand felt useless in his hand, not because he lacked power, but because Voldemort had stepped around the duel entirely. That was the true horror. Voldemort was not lying, not completely. A lie could be rejected. A truth, twisted, had hooks. "You think I'd join you?" Harry asked. The Death Eater stirred. Bellatrix laughed, sharp and disbelieving. "My lord, surely." Voldemort turned his head slightly. Bellatrix stopped breathing. "I think," Voldemort said, eyes still on Harry, "that Dumbledore has spent years teaching you to die for people who never trusted you with the truth. I think you have been the weapon of men who smiled while placing you on the altar. I think Miss Granger has been clever enough to win them half their war and still not valued enough for them to tell her what price they expected you to pay." Hermione's face had gone white in Harry's peripheral vision. Voldemort continued, each word precise. "And I think neither of you came here because you were finished living." Harry's scar burned. The soul piece inside him seemed to pulse with something like hunger or fear or recognition. He could not tell where Voldemort ended and the fragment began. "What do you want?" Harry asked. The question made several Death Eaters shift uneasily. Voldemort smiled. At last, a living question. The clearing held its breath. "I want what I have always wanted," Voldemort said. "Victory, order, a world remade by those with the will to remake it." Hermione's voice cut through the air before Harry could respond. "A world where people like me are tortured for existing." Bellatrix's face lit with fury. "You filthy!" Voldemort's wand moved. Bellatrix's voice vanished, not her breath, not her life, only her voice. The clearing went colder than before. Hermione stared at Voldemort with naked disgust, but also calculation. Harry knew that look. She had just learned something and hated the lesson. Voldemort faced her fully. "The doctrine of blood is useful," he said. Several Death Eaters went very still. Lucius looked as if he wished to disappear. "It gives fools a banner," Voldemort continued. "It gives old families a memory of greatness to chase. It gives the frightened someone to stand above. But power has never cared for birth certificates, Miss Granger. Only people do." Hermione's jaw tightened. "That doesn't make it less monstrous." "No," Voldemort said. "It makes it honest." Harry felt sick, not because Voldemort sounded good, because he sounded clear. The Order had spoken of love and sacrifice and the greater good until the words became fog. Voldemort spoke of cruelty like a blade laid openly on a table. A blade was not better than fog, but at least you could see where it was pointed. "You expect us to believe you'd accept her?" Harry asked. "I expect nothing," Voldemort said. "Belief is for children and martyrs. I am offering survival, knowledge, and a place in the world that comes after this night. The world you build." "Yes, no," the word came from Harry automatically. Voldemort inclined his head. "No," Harry's wand trembled. "You killed my parents." "Yes." "You killed Cedric." "Yes." "Sirius died because of you?" "Partly." Harry's vision flashed red. Voldemort's smile thinned. "Do not mistake me for a penitent man. I am not asking for forgiveness. I am asking whether you would prefer to die for Dumbledore's design or live long enough to choose your own." The clearing spun around that word, choose. Harry thought of Ron's face in the corridor. He thought of Fred under a cloak. He thought of Dumbledore saying calmly that Harry had to die. He thought of Hermione standing in the office, wand lifted toward a portrait, refusing to let truth be buried under wisdom. He thought of being 15 and possessed in the ministry, begging Dumbledore to look at him. He thought of every adult who had loved him too late, too vaguely, too wrapped in secrets. No, that was unfair. Wasn't it Mrs. Weasley had loved him? Hagrid loved him. Ron loved him. Hermione was here. That mattered more than anything Voldemort had said. Harry turned his head slightly. Their eyes met. In hers he saw horror, grief, rage, but not command, not expectation. She was not telling him to die. She was not telling him to join. She was asking him silently to think. And Harry realized with a terrible, dizzying shock that this was the first time all night anyone had left the answer in his hands. Voldemort seemed to feel the shift. He stepped back, giving Harry space with the precision of a man setting bait. "Return to the castle if you wish," he said. "Tell them you refused me. Tell them I offered. Watch what they do with that knowledge. Watch how quickly love becomes fear when their weapon questions its wielder." Harry's stomach twisted. "Or," Voldemort said, "come with me, not as servants, not yet, as witnesses. Learn what Dumbledore hid. Learn what I know of the soul you carry. Learn whether the life they spent so freely can belong to you at last." Bellatrix's eyes bulged with silent outrage. Hermione noticed, so did Harry. Voldemort had silenced his most faithful servant to speak to a half-blood he had failed to kill, and a Muggle-born girl his followers despised. It was not mercy, it was strategy, but it was also real. That was the ugliest part. Hagrid struggled against his bonds again, eyes wet and desperate. Harry could not look at him for long. "Harry," Hagrid rasped through whatever remained of the silencing charm. "Don!" The word broke. Harry's heart broke with it. He wanted to run to him, cut the ropes, apologize, say he had only come to end it. Say he was still Harry, still the boy Hagrid had carried from the ruins, still the boy who had eaten his first birthday cake on a hut floor while the sea battered the rocks outside. But was he, or had he been something else all along, a container, a sacrifice, a symbol, a weapon? Voldemort's voice softened. "3 options were placed before you, Harry Potter. Kill me, though you cannot. Die for them, as they intended, or live, and make every liar who shaped you fear what you might become when unwatched." Harry closed his eyes. In the dark behind his lids, Dumbledore said, "The boy must die." Snape said, "You have used me." Ron shouted his name. Hermione said, "I will not let you be handed to him like an answer someone else wrote." Harry opened his eyes. The forest waited. The war waited. The dead did not speak. The living, he thought, were always the ones left choosing what to do with the bodies. His wand lowered by an inch, only an inch. But in the clearing it sounded like a gate opening. Hermione inhaled beside him. Voldemort smiled. Not triumphantly, patiently. He extended one pale hand. "Choose," he said. Harry stared at the hand, then at Hermione, then at the distant glow of Hogwarts, half hidden between the trees, where everyone he loved was still fighting for a plan that had already spent him. For the first time since Snape's memories had entered him, Harry did not move because someone expected it. He stood still, and the offer hung in the dawn, unanswered. Hermione Granger had survived 7 years by counting, not numbers, though numbers helped. She counted exits, counted wand hands, counted breaths between footsteps outside a locked door, counted how many seconds it took an angry wizard to raise his wand after deciding words were no longer enough. At 11, she had counted pages because books were safer than people. At 12, she had counted rules and exceptions. At 13, she had counted hours backward with a time-turner hidden beneath her robes. At 17, she had counted tins of food in a beaded bag while 2 boys pretended not to be frightened. Now she counted Death Eaters, 14 visible in the clearing, 2 near Hagrid. 3 behind Harry and her, positioned badly if they expected a fight, well if they expected surrender. Bellatrix Lestrange at Voldemort's right, silenced but shaking with fury. Lucius Malfoy pale enough to look already dead. Narcissa Malfoy watching Harry with an expression Hermione could not read. Nagini inside a shimmering protective field, Voldemort with his hand extended. And Harry stood very still, wand lowered by less than an inch, and Hermione understood with sick certainty that everyone in the clearing had seen it. Not surrender, not agreement. Just the smallest falter in a boy who had walked here expecting to die and had been offered something far more dangerous. A choice. Voldemort's hand remained open. Harry did not take it. Hermione noticed that first. She held onto it with both hands inside her mind. He did not take it. Whatever came next, whatever anyone said later, whatever the history books might one day carve into something cleaner and crueler. Harry Potter did not take Voldemort's hand in the Forbidden Forest. He also did not raise his wand again. That was the problem. Voldemort smiled as if the difference was not important. Hermione knew better. Differences were everything. "You hesitate," Voldemort said. Harry's jaw tightened. "I think." A murmur ran through the Death Eaters. Bellatrix's eyes bulged with silent rage. Voldemort looked pleased. "Then you have already done more than Dumbledore required of you." Hermione hated him for that, not because it was false, because it was aimed perfectly. Harry flinched as if the sentence had found a bruise. Hermione stepped closer to him. "You said witnesses," she said. Voldemort's red eyes moved to her. The effect was physical, like cold water poured down the back of her neck. "And so she speaks," he said softly. Hermione kept her wand raised, though she knew exactly how useless that was. She had seen Voldemort duel. She had seen grown, brilliant, experienced witches and wizards panic at the sound of his name alone. She had watched him move through a battlefield like a certainty. She was not arrogant enough to think she could outcast him. She was arrogant enough to keep talking. "You said we could come as witnesses," she said. "Witnesses to what? Truth." Hermione almost laughed. It would have been an ugly sound. Everyone says that when they want someone else to stop asking questions. A few Death Eaters hissed. One lifted his wand. Voldemort did not look away from her. "You are afraid," he said. "Yes." The answer surprised the clearing. It did not surprise Hermione. Fear was not a weakness if it was accurate. Voldemort tilted his head. "And yet you continue." "Yes. Why?" Hermione thought of Dumbledore's portrait, saying uncertain, as if Harry's survival had been a variable in a calculation, not the life of a boy he had held while he cried. Thought of Ron in the corridor, his face changing when he understood something had gone wrong. Thought of Fred on the floor. Thought of Harry beside her, hollowed out by a truth he should never have had to learn from a dead man's memories. "Because someone has to ask the next question," she said. Voldemort watched her for a long moment. Then his smile returned, thin and sharp. "Indeed." Bellatrix made a strangled sound from behind her sealed lips. Hermione did not look at her. Bellatrix wanted to be looked at, wanted fear fed to her in little pieces. Hermione had learned that in Malfoy Manor, on a drawing-room floor under a chandelier, with pain tearing through her and a lie clutched between her teeth. She would not give the woman anything willingly. Voldemort lowered his hand. Not withdrawn, only postponed. "The castle believes this night ends in one of two ways," he said. "My death or yours. Let us deny them both certainties." His wand moved. Hermione braced for green light. Instead, darkness folded around the clearing, not darkness like night, something heavier, a pressure over the eyes and ears. Hermione reached instinctively for Harry, found his sleeve, and gripped it hard enough to wrinkle the fabric. Someone shouted. Hagrid, perhaps. Then the forest vanished. For one impossible second, Hermione was nowhere, no ground. No air, no up or down. Only Harry's sleeve beneath her fingers and the violent squeeze of apparition handled by someone else. Then the world returned as marble, smoke, and the smell of old roses. Hermione staggered. Harry caught her. They were inside a room she knew. Her body recognized it before her mind accepted it. High ceiling, long windows, heavy curtains, silver-framed portraits. The cold, polished elegance of old money wrapped around rot. Malfoy Manor. Hermione's breath stopped, not because of the Death Eaters appearing around them, not because Voldemort stood near the fireplace as if he owned the air. Because her left arm remembered before she told it not to. The scar under her sleeve seemed to burn, mudblood. Harry felt her stiffen, his face changed. For the first time since the forest, his anger sharpened into something outward. "No," he said. Voldemort turned from the fireplace. "No, not here." The room became dangerous. Death Eaters shifted, delighted by the foolishness of it. Hermione wanted to tell Harry to stop, wanted to remind him that they were outnumbered, disoriented, and surrounded by people who would enjoy teaching him the difference between courage and power. But she also knew why he had said it. He knew what this room had been for her. That mattered. Voldemort looked from Harry to Hermione, then around the drawing room as if seeing it newly. "Ah," he said, one soft syllable. Lucius Malfoy's expression collapsed inward. Bellatrix's silencing charm had ended with the apparition. Her voice returned in a furious whisper. "My lord, this house is secure." "It is also sentimental," Voldemort said. Bellatrix froze as if accused of treason. Voldemort lifted his wand again. The room changed, not moved, changed. The walls stretched farther apart. The long windows narrowed to slits and vanished behind dark paneling. The chandelier melted into a ring of cold blue flame. The family portraits turned to blank canvas one by one, their painted faces smothered under gray. Hermione stared despite herself. Transfiguration at that scale should have required preparation, runic anchoring, or at least visible strain. Voldemort did it like correcting a spelling error. A table appeared at the center of the room, 3 chairs, only 3. "Better?" Voldemort asked. Harry said nothing. Hermione forced herself to breathe. No, not better, different. Different was not safety. Different was information. She began counting again. The new room had no windows. 1 door. 4 visible wards layered into the threshold. Anti-apparition, anti-portkey, wand suppression keyed to unknown signatures, and a 4th she could not identify but felt as a faint pressure behind her teeth. Their wands had not been taken. That was deliberate. Either Voldemort was arrogant enough not to care, or the room itself made the gesture meaningless, probably both. "Sit," Voldemort said. Harry did not. Hermione did. Harry looked at her sharply. She looked back. "Think," she tried to say without words. "Standing is not victory. Sitting is not surrender. Count first. Fight later." Harry understood enough to lower himself into the chair beside her. Voldemort took the chair opposite them. The Death Eaters remained standing along the walls. No one spoke. Hermione hated the silence more than shouting. Shouting revealed needs. Silence made room for interpretation. Voldemort studied them both up close. He was worse. Not because he looked less human. Hermione had seen monsters wearing ordinary faces and ordinary people do monstrous things. It was his stillness, his complete absence of wasted motion. He did not fidget, did not blink often, did not look away unless he chose to. He seemed built out of intention. "You have questions," he said. Hermione nearly said hundreds. Instead, she said, "What happened to Hagrid?" Harry turned toward Voldemort with sudden, desperate focus. Voldemort looked faintly amused, alive. Unharmed beyond what was already necessary. "He will be found at the forest's edge with a confused memory and enough truth to torment your friends, but not enough to guide them." Harry's hands curled into fists on the table. Hermione filed it away, alive. Memory interference. Witness denied reliability. That explained the first part of Voldemort's plan. The Order would not know. Uncertainty would eat them from the inside. "What happened to the battle?" she asked. "Still burning when we left." Harry stood so fast his chair scraped backward. Hermione grabbed his wrist under the table. Voldemort's red eyes lowered to the movement. Harry did not sit. "You said witnesses," he said. "Not prisoners." Voldemort smiled. "You are both." A Death Eater laughed. Harry's wand was in his hand instantly. Every wand along the wall rose. Voldemort did not move. Hermione's grip tightened on Harry's wrist until she felt his pulse under her thumb, fast and furious. "Harry," she said quietly. He did not look at her. "They're still fighting." "Yes," Voldemort said, "and we're here." "Yes." Harry's face twisted. The guilt hit him so visibly Hermione wanted to stand between him and the room. There it was. The lever everyone always found in him. Tell Harry someone was suffering elsewhere and his own life became negotiable. Dumbledore had known it. Voldemort had learned it. The order relied on it without naming it. Hermione felt something cold settle behind her ribs, not hatred, accounting. Every side had a ledger. She had simply spent too long refusing to read the one kept by her own. "Sit down," she told Harry. He turned on her, betrayed. She held his gaze. "Please?" That reached him, not enough to calm him, enough to make him sit. Voldemort watched the exchange with interest. Hermione hated that too. "You control him well," Bellatrix said from the wall, voice sweet with venom. Hermione did not turn. "No, I know him well. There's a difference." Bellatrix's smile sharpened. Voldemort gave a quiet sound that might have been amusement. "Miss Granger," he said, "you are less disappointing than most of your teachers." The insult hidden inside the compliment landed exactly where he meant it to. Hermione kept her face still. Teachers? McGonagall, who had taught her precision and discipline, but had never once asked why a 12-year-old girl felt the need to be perfect or be nothing. Flitwick, who praised her wand work but looked surprised every year she exceeded the last. Slughorn, who collected brilliance like decorative glass but had needed Harry's fame to make a chair worth offering. Dumbledore, who had known she was clever enough to help Harry hunt pieces of Voldemort's soul, but not worthy of the whole truth behind Harry's fate. Useful. Always useful. She hated herself for how much the thought hurt. "They were fighting you," she said. "That was their priority." "No," Voldemort said. "Their priority was winning. They confused the two often enough to become predictable." Hermione's fingers tightened around her wand. "And yours?" "My priority is also winning." At least he did not dress it up. That should not have felt like a relief. It did. Harry's voice was rough. "What do you want from us?" "Clarity first," Voldemort said. "Then usefulness." Harry laughed once, bitterly. "That sounds familiar." Voldemort's eyes gleamed. "Yes, but I will not call it love." Hermione saw the blow land. She intervened before Harry could. "You said you know about the soul fragment." Voldemort's gaze moved back to her. "Yes." "How?" "Because I made it." "You didn't know before the forest." "No, then you don't fully understand it." The room went dangerously still. Lucius closed his eyes. Bellatrix smiled as if she had just been handed a gift. Harry turned his head slowly toward Hermione with an expression that said he admired her and wished she had chosen a less suicidal moment to be herself. Voldemort leaned back. "Explain." Hermione's heartbeat hammered against her ribs. She forced herself to keep speaking. "You know your own magic. You know Horcruxes. You know what you intended to do with them, but Harry was not intentional. The fragment in him was created by a rebounding killing curse under sacrificial protection no one has replicated, during the collapse of a body you lost, attached to a living soul that kept developing around it for 17 years. You know the origin. You don't know the current behavior." Silence. Then Voldemort smiled, not with warmth, with recognition. For one terrible moment, Hermione understood why people followed him. Not the frightened ones, not the cruel ones. The clever ones. It was intoxicating to be seen clearly by someone powerful enough that his attention changed the room. That, she decided, was another kind of trap. "Continue," Voldemort said. "No," Bellatrix laughed. "Oh, she thinks she can bargain." Hermione finally looked at her. Bellatrix's face was alight with contempt. The same contempt she had worn in this house before, when Hermione had been beneath her and pain had been the language of the room. Hermione's stomach turned. She did not look away. "Yes," Hermione said, "I do." Bellatrix's expression darkened. Voldemort lifted one finger and she stayed where she was. "What do you ask?" he said. Hermione had not planned to bargain with Lord Voldemort. That was the sort of sentence that would have sounded mad yesterday. Yesterday. Was it still the same day? Dawn had come in the forest. Hogwarts might still be fighting. Ron might still be searching corridors. Mrs. Weasley might be crying over Fred. The world she had belonged to was only a few hours behind her, and already it felt like a room whose door had locked from the other side. Hermione breathed in. "Information," she said. "Not speeches, not half-truths arranged to make you look better than Dumbledore. Information, what you know about the soul fragment, what you intend to do with it, what you intend to do with us." "And in return," she looked at Harry. His eyes were still too bright, his face still too pale. He looked 17 and ancient and seconds away from either collapse or violence. He could not close this deal, not because he was weak, because Voldemort had made him the subject of it. Hermione looked back at Voldemort. In return, we listen. Bellatrix scoffed. Listen! Hermione ignored her. We do not fight you tonight unless you force us. We do not attempt escape tonight unless you force us. We hear what you have to say. That is all you get before we know more. Several Death Eaters began speaking at once. Insolence, my lord. The mudblood dares. Voldemort raised his hand. Silence dropped. He looked at Hermione for a long time. You presume equality? No, Hermione said. I presume value. Harry stared at her. She kept her eyes on Voldemort because if she looked at Harry now, she might lose the thread. I know we are not free, she said. I know you can kill us, imprison us, or let them try to break us until we say whatever you want. But if that was useful, you would have done it already. You didn't bring us here for obedience. You have plenty of that. Her eyes flicked briefly to the wall of Death Eaters. You brought us here because Harry changes the conditions of your immortality, and because I understand things your followers are too proud or too frightened to ask properly. The room went cold enough to bite. Voldemort's smile widened. Harry whispered, Hermione. She wished he would not say her name like that, like she was standing at the edge of something and he was too far away to catch her. Maybe she was. Voldemort rose. Every instinct screamed at Hermione to stand too. She did not. Standing would admit fear he already knew existed. He walked around the table until he stood beside her chair. Harry rose this time. Voldemort glanced at him. Harry did not sit back down. For the first time, Hermione felt a flicker of something almost steady in her chest. Not safety. Never that. But proof. Whatever else had cracked tonight, Harry was still Harry. Voldemort bent slightly, close enough that Hermione could see the faint, unnatural smoothness of his skin. You are correct, he said. About your value, about their obedience, about my reasons. Hermione's mouth went dry. But understand this, he continued. Value is not protection, not here, not with me. It is only currency. Currency can be spent. I know, she said. Do you? She thought of brewing polyjuice potion in a girl's bathroom while boys received the adventure. Thought of using a time-turner until exhaustion blurred the walls. Thought of being called brilliant when brilliance saved them, bossy when it made them uncomfortable, ruthless when she did what the boys could not. She thought of modifying her parents' memories and sending them across the world alone because the war had come for everyone near Harry and no adult had been going to protect them for her. She thought of Malfoy Manor, the chandelier, the knife, Ron screaming from the cellar, Harry helpless. Her own voice breaking around a lie that had saved the sword and changed nothing about how little the world had cared that she had been asked to pay in pain. Yes, Hermione said. I do. Voldemort studied her, then he moved away. Take them to the West Wing, he said. Bellatrix exploded. My lord? The words came out half plea, half outrage. Voldemort turned his head. Bellatrix bowed instantly, but her hands shook. My lord, she said more carefully. Potter is dangerous, and the girl is valuable, Voldemort said. Bellatrix looked as if the word had struck her across the face. Hermione learned something then. Bellatrix could bear Voldemort's cruelty. She could bear his coldness. She could bear punishment. She could probably bear death if he named it service. But she could not bear Hermione being named valuable. That was not emotional information. That was tactical information. Hermione stored it. Harry noticed her noticing for half a second. Amid terror and betrayal and the wreckage of the night, they were themselves again. Harry seeing the shape of her thought, Hermione seeing that he saw. Then the guards moved. They were not touched. That was deliberate too. They were escorted through corridors Hermione half recognized and half did not, because the manor seemed to have shifted around Voldemort's presence. Doors stood where there had been walls. Portraits turned away as they passed. The carpets muffled footsteps too well. Harry walked at her side. Neither of them spoke until they were placed inside a large room with 2 beds, a table, a fireplace without flame and no visible windows. The door shut. Locks clicked, wards hummed. Hermione waited. Harry waited with her. A full minute passed, then another. Only when the silence settled into something stable did Hermione lift her wand and cast the smallest diagnostic charm she dared. It fizzled 2 inches from the tip. "Wand suppression," she said. Harry's laugh was hollow. "Brilliant, not complete." She tried another charm, softer and less structured. A faint blue spark appeared, then died. "Weak magic may work. Anything aggressive will trigger the room." Harry sank onto the edge of one bed and put his face in his hands. For one terrifying second, Hermione thought he was crying. Then she saw his shoulders, not grief, rage. She sat beside him, leaving space between them because some kinds of hurt could not bear immediate comfort. "I didn't agree," he said. "I know. I didn't take his hand. I know. They'll think." His voice stopped. Ron's name sat between them, unspoken and enormous. Hermione closed her eyes. Ron in the corridor. Ron looking at her like she was leaving him somewhere he could not follow. Ron screaming her name from the cellar months ago. Ron returning to them in the snow, soaked and ashamed, pulling Harry from icy water. Ron making tea badly because it was the only useful thing he could think to do. Ron laughing with Fred. Hermione pressed her knuckles to her mouth. Harry looked up. "I'm sorry," he said. It was such a Harry thing to say that she almost hated him for it. "Don't. I dragged you." "No." She turned on him. "No, you don't get to make this another thing that happened because of you." He stared at her. "I chose to come," she said. "I chose to stay. I chose to speak. Those choices are mine." His face crumpled just for a moment, then he looked away. "He's right about some of it," Harry whispered. Hermione's heart clenched. "Yes." Harry flinched. She forced herself to continue because truth had become too expensive to ration. "That doesn't make him right. It doesn't make this right. It doesn't make what he's done anything other than monstrous." "I know." "But yes," she said. "Dumbledore used you." Harry's eyes shut there, spoken plainly, no prophecy voice, no portrait softness, no greater good, just the wound named. Hermione wished someone had said it earlier. Wished she had said it earlier. Wished knowing had not required Snape dying on a floor, memories leaking silver into a vial while the battle ate children outside. "Did he use you too?" Harry asked. Hermione looked down at her hands. Her fingernails were rimmed with dirt and dried blood. "Not the same way." "That's not what I asked." She almost smiled. Harry, even shattered, could still find the heart of a thing. Hermione leaned back against the wall. "Yes," she said. The word felt like opening a locked cupboard inside herself. "Yes, they all did. Sometimes kindly, sometimes without meaning to, sometimes because there wasn't time to do anything else. But yes." Harry listened. So she kept going? Because if they were prisoners, if Hogwarts was burning without them, if Ron might already hate them or fear them or mourn them, then the least she could do was stop lying inside her own head. "I was useful when I knew the answer," she said. "Useful when I packed the bag. Useful when I found the spells. Useful when I remembered laws no one else bothered to read. Useful when I could be sent into danger because I was clever enough to make it less dangerous for everyone else." Her throat tightened. "But valuable, protected, trusted with the whole truth." She shook her head. "No, not really." Harry's voice was quiet. "Ron valued you. I know. It hurt worse because it was true. Mrs. Weasley did too." "Yes, McGonagall, maybe." Hermione looked at him. "But people can love you and still use you. That's what makes it difficult." Harry absorbed that like another curse. Hermione hated herself for adding weight to him. But no, that was old thinking. That was the thinking that had kept them alive and half destroyed them. Hide the truth because Harry had enough to carry. Hide fear because Ron felt guilty. Hide pain because the mission mattered more. No more, at least not here. A sound came from the corridor. Both of them straightened. The door opened without visible unlocking. Narcissa Malfoy stood outside. No guards, no Bellatrix. Only Narcissa, pale and composed, carrying a tray. Hermione rose. Harry did too. Narcissa looked at Harry first. "Draco is alive," she said. Harry blinked. Hermione understood before he did. Narcissa was not answering a question. She was paying a debt. Harry had saved Draco more than once. From the room of requirement. From himself, perhaps, though none of them knew how to name that. "I'm glad," Harry said, and sounded surprised to mean it. Something moved in Narcissa's face and vanished. She set the tray on the table, bread, cheese, water, a small pot of something steaming. Hermione did not touch any of it. Narcissa noticed. It is not poisoned. Hermione said nothing. Narcissa almost smiled. I would not believe me either. Harry took a step forward. What do you want? Narcissa looked at him, and for the first time Hermione saw the exhaustion beneath the mask. Not redemption, not kindness. Fear polished until it looked like manners. My son alive at dawn, she said. I have that for now. For now, Hermione repeated. Narcissa's gaze shifted to her. Yes, Miss Granger, for now, that is the only currency in this house that spends reliably. Then she turned to leave. Why bring food yourself? Hermione asked. Narcissa paused at the threshold. Her eyes moved to Hermione's left arm. Hermione went cold. Because some members of this house mistake cruelty for devotion, Narcissa said. And because the Dark Lord has named you useful. That will protect you from foolish hands tonight, but not from foolish mouths. Does that bother you? Hermione asked. A Muggle-born being useful to him. Narcissa's face emptied. What bothers me, she said, is anything that endangers my family. The door closed. Locks returned. Hermione stared at the tray. Can we trust it? Harry asked. No, he gave a weak, humorless smile. Can we eat it? Hermione picked up the water, performed 3 small testing charms that barely worked, then sniffed it. Probably. Probably. I'm doing my best with a room that doesn't like magic. Harry actually laughed, once. It saved something tiny and fragile between them. They ate because bodies were inconveniently alive and insisted on being maintained even during moral collapse. The food tasted like ash. Hours passed, or perhaps only one. Without windows, time became theoretical. Hermione counted heartbeats until it made her anxious, then counted cracks in the table instead. There were 7. She disliked that. Eventually, the door opened again. This time, Voldemort entered alone. Harry stood immediately. Hermione rose more slowly. Voldemort looked at the tray, at the uneaten half of the bread, then at Hermione, still cautious, still alive. His mouth curved. He lifted his wand, and the room's suppression changed. Hermione felt at ease, not vanish, but loosen, as if a hand had moved from her throat to her shoulder. Enough for conversation, he said. Not enough for stupidity. Harry's wand was already in his hand. Then talk. Voldemort regarded him. The battle has ceased. Harry went very still. Hermione's stomach dropped. Who won? She asked. Voldemort looked amused by the question. No one. Harry's face twisted. That's not an answer. It is the only accurate one. I withdrew my forces from Hogwarts before the castle could become more costly than useful. Your friends hold the ruins, I hold the future. Hermione let out a breath she had not known she was holding. Hogwarts still stood. People were alive. Ron might be alive. The relief was so sharp it almost doubled her over. Voldemort watched them both feel it. Harry noticed and tried to hide it too late. There, Voldemort said. You see, I am capable of giving truths that comfort. You withdrew because of us, Hermione said. Partly. Because Harry's soul fragment matters. Yes, Harry's face hardened. I'm not yours. No, Voldemort said. You are partially mine. The room seemed to tilt. Harry looked sick. Hermione stepped forward before she could stop herself. Don't. Voldemort's eyes moved to her. Careful. No. Her voice shook. She steadied it by force. You don't get to say that like ownership. The fragment is yours. Harry is not. Harry looked at her. Voldemort did too. The silence stretched. Then Voldemort said, a distinction Dumbledore failed to honor in his own way. Hermione had no answer to that. Not because there was none, because she could not bear that he had found it. Voldemort began pacing slowly, not like a restless man, but like a lecturer arranging a room around his argument. The soul fragment inside Harry is not merely attached to him. It is integrated enough that killing him would likely destroy it, yes, but not cleanly. Dumbledore assumed I must strike the blow. He may have been right, he may not. Love magic, sacrificial protection, accidental Horcrux creation, these are unstable intersections. I do not gamble with pieces of my soul when better experiments are possible. Harry's voice was low. Experiments! Hermione's skin crawled. Voldemort turned back. You dislike the word, fine, call it study, call it preservation. Call it refusing Dumbledore the satisfaction of arranging both our fates. Harry stared at him. You think that will work on me forever? No, Voldemort said. Only tonight. The honesty was worse than manipulation. Voldemort looked at Hermione. You understand that? Yes, she said. Harry turned sharply. Hermione, he's using the truth tactically, she said, still looking at Voldemort. That doesn't make the truth false. It means we have to separate the fact from the purpose. Voldemort's expression sharpened with approval. Harry looked as if approval from Voldemort made him want to burn the room down. Hermione did not blame him. Voldemort moved to the door. You will be given a choice tomorrow. Harry laughed harshly. Will we? Yes. You said we're prisoners. You are. Then it's not a choice. Voldemort paused. Choices made under constraint are still choices, Harry. Most choices are. Dumbledore understood that well. Harry's face went white with fury. Hermione spoke before he could. What choice? Voldemort looked at her. To return to a side that will never again trust you cleanly, or remain where your value is acknowledged without apology. Hermione's hand tightened around her wand. And the cost? Voldemort's smile was small. At last, the only question that matters. He opened the door. Beyond it stood two masked Death Eaters. Sleep, Voldemort said, or fail to. I care only that you think. Then he left. The door locked. Harry threw his wand at the wall. It bounced off the wards and clattered to the floor. For a second, neither of them moved. Then Harry sat down on the floor beside it, as if his legs had simply stopped agreeing to hold him. Hermione sat opposite him, not on the bed, on the floor. Their knees almost touched. I'm scared of how much I want to hear the rest, Harry said. Hermione closed her eyes. There it was. The confession no one on the other side would forgive because they would hear only betrayal in it, not the wound beneath. So am I, she said. Harry looked up. She forced herself to meet his eyes. Not because he's right. Because he's saying things no one else said when saying them might have saved us from this room. Harry swallowed. For a long time they sat without speaking. Eventually he said, What happens if we say no? Hermione's mind moved, grateful for a question with structure. He may let us go if letting us go hurts the order more. He may keep us anyway. He may threaten someone. He may separate us. He may try to use the soul fragment. He may kill me to control you. Harry's face changed. He won't. You don't know that. I won't let him. Hermione's smile was small and sad. That isn't the same thing. Harry looked down. What happens if we say yes? He asked. The word yes sat between them like something contaminated. Hermione wanted to reject it. Wanted to say they would never, could never, that some lines were made of stone and soul and could not be crossed without becoming someone else entirely. But she had just watched the line between sacrifice and murder blur in Dumbledore's painted mouth. She had just watched Voldemort spare a battlefield because Harry alive had become more useful than Harry dead. Lines existed, but people lied about where they were. If we say yes, Hermione said slowly, we gain time. Harry looked at her. We learn what he knows. We keep you alive. We keep the fragment unresolved instead of letting everyone decide the only solution is your death. We find out how much of his command structure is actually loyal and how much is afraid. We survive long enough to find another way. Harry stared at her. That sounds like joining him. Her throat tightened. It might become that. No, I know. No, Hermione, I know. But she did not take the words back, because truth mattered now, even when it made them monstrous to themselves. Harry leaned his head back against the bed frame and shut his eyes. Ron will hate us. Hermione's vision blurred. Yes, he won't understand. Maybe not. Would you, if it were him? That one struck deep. Hermione saw Ron standing beside Death Eaters, wand lowered, alive and unreachable. Her answer came out barely above a whisper. No. Harry covered his face. Hermione let herself cry silently for exactly 10 breaths. Then she wiped her face. Counting again, morning arrived without light. The door opened after a long stretch of sleepless quiet, and they were escorted, not dragged, to another room. This one was larger. Circular. Windowless. Its floor was black stone veined with silver. Voldemort stood at the far side beside a shallow basin filled with something that looked like smoke trapped under glass. Around the circle stood the inner circle. Bellatrix was there, smiling again, though fury still lived under her skin. Narcissa stood near Lucius, Dolohov, Yaxley, Rookwood. Others Hermione knew by face or file or nightmare. Every eye turned to her first, not Harry. Her, the muggle-born in the room, the insult their entire doctrine could not digest. Hermione straightened her spine. Let them choke on it. Voldemort's voice filled the chamber. You were offered death by your enemies and obedience by your friends. Harry went rigid beside her. Hermione hated the sentence because it was too neat. Voldemort always made cruelty elegant. I offer neither, he said. Not yet. I offer entry into the only war being fought honestly. Hermione's eyes flicked over the room, honestly, as if masked men and blood doctrine and terror were honesty. No, but the room did not pretend to be anything else. That was the trap, not goodness. Clarity, Harry spoke first. What happens if we refuse? Bellatrix's smile widened. Voldemort looked almost bored. You will remain alive while I determine whether the soul fragment can be extracted without your cooperation. Miss Granger will remain alive while she continues to be useful or becomes persuasive in other ways. Harry's wand hand twitched. Hermione felt the room savor it. Don't, she whispered. Harry's breathing shook. Voldemort watched him with clinical interest. And if we accept? Hermione asked. A murmur moved around the circle. Voldemort looked at her. You learn, you serve when service is required. You are protected from lesser hands by my command. You are watched. You are tested. You are never lied to for the sake of your innocence. Hermione's mouth twisted. How generous, compared to dying in the forest? Voldemort asked. Yes. Harry flinched again. Hermione wanted to scream. Instead, she thought of the room. The wards, the Death Eaters, Voldemort's priorities, Harry's soul, the Order's likely response, the impossibility of returning cleanly. The certainty that if they went back now, every conversation would become a trial. Is Harry compromised? Is Hermione coerced? Did Voldemort touch his mind? Did she bargain? Could they trust them? Could they risk not trusting them? And under it all, the old terrible fact, if the Order still believed Harry had to die, then returning did not save him. It only returned him to a kinder executioner. Hermione felt something inside herself go very cold and very clear. What are your terms? She asked. Harry turned to her. The entire circle seemed to inhale. Voldemort's eyes brightened. The mark. No, Harry said instantly. Hermione's own stomach lurched, but she did not speak yet. Bellatrix laughed softly. Afraid of a little ink, Potter? Harry rounded on her. Say one more word. Bellatrix's smile became ecstatic. Voldemort did not silence her this time. He was watching Hermione. Of course he was. The mark is not ink, Hermione said. No, Voldemort replied. It's a tether. Yes, a summons. Yes, a declaration. Yes, a warning to everyone who sees it that the person wearing it belongs to you. Harry's voice was sharp. Hermione, she looked at Voldemort, and if we refuse the mark but agree to remain, then you misunderstand the offer. There it was, the cost, not hidden, not softened, not called destiny or necessity or love, just cost. Hermione looked down at her left forearm. The sleeve covered Bellatrix's scar. For months, she had hated the word carved there because it had been meant to reduce her to birth, to dirt, to something outside worth. Now another mark was being offered by the same world from another angle, not birth this time, allegiance, ownership disguised as protection. Usefulness burned into skin, different knife, same arm. Harry stepped in front of her. No, the word shook. Voldemort's expression did not change. Hermione looked at Harry's back. He had done this before too. Stepped between her and danger, between everyone and danger. So many times that the movement had become instinct, and that was the problem. If he refused for her, if he decided for her, even out of love, then they had learned nothing. Hermione touched his sleeve. He looked back. Her voice barely worked. Move. He stared at her. No, Harry, they don't get to put that on you. Her eyes burned. No one gets to decide what I survive except me. The sentence broke something in him. She saw it happen. Slowly, as if every inch cost him, Harry stepped aside. Bellatrix's smile faltered. Maybe she had expected Potter's weakness. Maybe she did not understand consent when it did not look like obedience. Hermione faced Voldemort. I have conditions." The chamber erupted. This time Voldemort let it run for 3 seconds before raising his hand. Silence. Hermione's pulse hammered. "1," she said. "No one touches us except by your direct order." Bellatrix snarled. "2, we keep our wands." A few Death Eaters laughed. 3, we are taught what you claim to know about souls, horcruxes, occlumency, and magical bindings, not slogans, not rituals stripped of theory. Actual instruction. Voldemort watched her like a man discovering an unexpected door in a familiar room. 4, Hermione said, and her voice shook now despite every effort to control it. "No one uses that word for me in your presence again." The room went still. Everyone knew which word. Bellatrix's eyes gleamed with hatred. Voldemort's smile was almost imperceptible. "Pride, Miss Granger." "No," Hermione said. "Efficiency. If you want my mind, you do not allow your followers to waste my attention on proving I am a person every time I enter a room." For 1 second, something like genuine amusement touched Voldemort's face. "Granted." Bellatrix looked as if the floor had vanished under her. Hermione felt no victory, only the next line of the ledger. Voldemort turned to Harry. "And you?" Harry looked at Hermione. Then at the gathered Death Eaters. Then, finally, at Voldemort. "If anyone hurts her," Harry said, "I don't care what's in my scar, I don't care what you know, I will make myself useless to you." Voldemort's eyes narrowed. It was not a threat of victory, it was a threat of self-destruction. Harry had always understood those too well. For the first time, Voldemort looked faintly displeased. Then he nodded, accepted. Hermione's breath caught. Harry looked almost surprised. Voldemort extended his wand, left arm. The chamber seemed to recede. Hermione heard her heartbeat. Harry's breathing. Bellatrix's quiet, hungry anticipation. She rolled up her sleeve. The scar was visible. The carved word sat pale against her skin. The room noticed, some with satisfaction, some with disgust. Voldemort's gaze passed over it without apology and without interest. That indifference might have hurt more than mockery. Harry made a sound beside her. Hermione did not look at him. If she did, she might stop. And if she stopped, what then? Return to Hogwarts and ask whether they still needed Harry to die, trust a portrait? Hope the adults who had spent him would suddenly stop counting? No. This was not belief. This was not conversion. This was not forgiveness for the dead at Voldemort's feet. This was survival sharpened into a decision ugly enough to keep breathing. Voldemort placed the tip of his wand against her forearm. The magic entered like ice. Hermione locked her knees. Pain came, not like Bellatrix's knife, not wild and personal, but precise. Structured. A signature pressing itself beneath the skin. A tether finding purchase. A spell older than ink, younger than slavery, dressed in ritual and command. She did not scream, not because it did not hurt, because Bellatrix was watching. The shape formed slowly, skull, serpent, dark against the old scar. A mark over a wound, over a history no one had asked her permission to carry. When Voldemort lifted his wand, Hermione swayed. Harry caught her immediately. The chamber watched. Voldemort turned to him. Harry's face was colorless. For one moment, Hermione thought he would refuse. Thought he would burn the room down trying. Then Harry pushed up his sleeve, his hand shook. Voldemort marked him too. Harry did not scream either. But when the magic took hold, the scar on his forehead flashed red, and every flame in the chamber bent toward him. Voldemort went utterly still. Hermione saw it. Harry saw it. The soul fragment had answered the mark. No one understood how, not fully, not even Voldemort. That was the first useful thing the mark gave them, information. Harry's knees nearly buckled when it ended. Hermione held him this time. The dark mark burned on both their arms. Around them, the inner circle stared with triumph, fury, disgust, hunger, and fear. Voldemort looked at the two of them for a long, unreadable moment. Then he smiled. "Welcome," he said. Hermione looked down at the mark on her skin. The ledger added one more line, alive, cost, everything. The mark hurt less after the first hour. That was not mercy. It was simply the body's oldest betrayal. Pain becoming familiar enough to be carried. Harry sat on the edge of a narrow bed in the west wing of Malfoy Manor and stared at his left forearm until the black shape blurred. Skull, serpent, Proof. Punishment. He had tried 3 times to roll his sleeve down, and 3 times stopped before the fabric touched the fresh magic burned into his skin. It felt wrong to cover it. It felt worse to see it. The dark mark did not throb like an ordinary wound. It listened. That was the only word Harry could find for it. The magic under his skin rested with a terrible patience, as if some part of it had curled around a hook buried deeper than flesh. And beneath that, under scar and bone and soul, the fragment in Harry answered, not with words, with recognition. That was the part that kept him from sleeping. Across the room, Hermione sat at the table with her sleeve buttoned over her own mark, and 7 separate sheets of parchment arranged before her in precise columns. She had found the parchment in a drawer, tested it for curses, tested it again when Harry pointed out she was testing paper in a Death Eater house, then written for nearly 2 hours with a quill that scratched softly in the silence. "What are you doing?" Harry had asked at first, making a list. Of what? Everything. He had not asked again. Now she wrote with her jaw clenched and her shoulders too straight. Harry knew that posture. It meant she was holding herself together with structure, because if she stopped organizing the world might finally become unbearable. He should have said something. He did not know what. Sorry was useless. So was we had no choice because they had. That was the horror of it. They had been given a choice and made it. Ugly, constrained, poisoned by fear and betrayal, but still theirs. No one would care. Ron would not care. Harry closed his eyes. Ron's face appeared at once. The corridor, the dust, the instant relief turning to confusion as Harry and Hermione walked away. Ron had thought they were going somewhere dangerous. He had not known they were going somewhere unforgivable. Harry pressed his thumb into the center of his palm until pain sharpened there instead. The door opened. Harry's wand was in his hand before he stood. Hermione's quill stopped. Narcissa Malfoy stood in the doorway, pale and polished, with 2 masked Death Eaters behind her. "The Dark Lord requests your presence." Requests. Harry almost laughed. Hermione gathered her parchment without rushing. "Where?" she asked. Narcissa's eyes flicked to the sheets, then away. "The old ballroom." "Why?" One of the masked men made a sound of contempt. Narcissa did not react. "Because you are to be introduced." Harry's fingers tightened around his wand. Hermione folded her notes and slipped them into the beaded bag, which she still somehow had. Harry did not know whether Voldemort had allowed her to keep it because he had not noticed, because he did not care, or because he wanted her to know he could allow things. All 3 possibilities were bad, they followed. Malfoy Manor had changed again overnight. Harry hated that he noticed. The corridors were still grand, still cold, still lined with portraits whose eyes moved too quickly. But everything felt rearranged around Voldemort's will. Rooms that should have led to drawing rooms opened into stone passages. A staircase Harry was sure had not existed before curved down into a hall smelling of candle smoke and iron. Wards pressed against his skin at every threshold, tasting the mark and letting him pass. Letting him pass. That was worse than being blocked. At least a locked door admitted you were not supposed to be there. The ballroom waited behind double doors tall enough for giants. When the doors opened, sound struck Harry first. Voices, laughter, glass. The low, restless energy of people celebrating before victory had fully arrived, because believing it had become part of the victory itself. Then they saw him. Silence spread across the ballroom like ink dropped in water. Harry stopped just inside the doors. He had been stared at his whole life. At the Dursleys' school because his clothes were too large and his glasses were taped. At Hogwarts because he was famous before he knew why. In the ministry because he was inconvenient. In the Great Hall because his name had come out of a goblet it had never entered. This was different. There was hatred here, yes, but also hunger. Dozens of Death Eaters stood beneath chandeliers burning with greenish flame. Some wore masks pushed up over their foreheads. Some had removed them entirely. Old families, Voldemort soldiers, cowards who had returned when it was safe, fanatics who had never left. Harry recognized faces from wanted posters, trials, nightmares, and school corridors. Yaxley stood near the center with a goblet in hand. Dolohov watched from beside a pillar, expression unreadable. Avery and Mulciber whispered together and stopped when Hermione entered. Draco Malfoy stood near his mother, gray-faced, alive, and visibly trying not to look at either of them. Lucius looked worse than his son. Bellatrix Lestrange stood on the dais beside Voldemort. Her smile was a wound. Voldemort sat in a high-backed chair at the head of the room, not quite a throne, because calling it that would have made the theater too obvious. Nagini coiled behind him, slow and gleaming. His red eyes fixed on Harry and Hermione with calm ownership. Harry's mark burned, not painfully, in answer. Hermione stopped half a pace beside him. Harry felt rather than saw her spine straighten. The whispers began. Potter, impossible. Traitor, the girl too. Her? She should be kneeling. Harry looked at the nearest speaker. A wizard with a narrow face and expensive robes smiled as if hoping Harry would react. Harry did not because he felt calm. Because Hermione's voice from years ago rose in his head with perfect clarity. Don't give them the satisfaction. Voldemort lifted one hand. The ballroom went silent again. Last night, he said, many believed the war would be decided by a corpse. His voice did not need to be loud. It carried anyway. Dumbledore believed it. The Order believed it. Some among you believed it. Several Death Eaters lowered their eyes. Harry remained still. Beside him, Hermione's hand had curled around her wand, but she kept it pointed down. They were wrong, Voldemort continued. Harry Potter lives. A stir moved through the room. And because he lives, Voldemort said, the war changes shape. Bellatrix's fingers tightened on the arm of her chair. Harry noticed because Hermione had taught him to notice hands before faces. Voldemort's gaze moved across the ballroom. You will not harm him without my command. You will not test him without my command. You will not speak of him as though he were a trophy dragged from the forest. He is not. Harry's stomach turned. Protection as display, ownership as mercy. Then Voldemort looked at Hermione. And Hermione Granger is under the same command. This time the silence broke, not into words, into outrage too deep for immediate speech. A witch near the back actually recoiled. A man Harry did not recognize laughed once, as if expecting others to join him. No one did. Lucius looked at the floor. Draco's face went blank. Bellatrix rose, my lord. The words were respectful. The voice was not. Voldemort turned to her with mild interest. Bellatrix bowed her head, but not enough. Surely the girl's presence would be better managed privately, for the morale of those who have served you faithfully. Hermione did not move. Harry did, only one step. Bellatrix's eyes flicked to him, delighted. Voldemort noticed both things. My faithful servants, he said softly, will learn the difference between doctrine and command. The room chilled. Bellatrix went very still. Voldemort's eyes traveled over the assembled Death Eaters. Blood purity has its uses. It sorts the frightened from the ambitious. It gives the weak a reason to call themselves strong. It reminds old houses that their comfort exists at my pleasure. No one breathed loudly. But magic, Voldemort said, does not ask permission from a family tree. His gaze returned to Hermione. If any of you find Miss Granger's presence offensive, become more useful than she is. There were many ways silence could sound. This one sounded like hatred being swallowed whole. Hermione's face gave away nothing. Harry knew her well enough to know what it cost. Voldemort smiled slightly. Now, a demonstration of usefulness is required. There it was. Harry had known it was coming. He had still hoped, stupidly, for more time. Bellatrix smiled again. Voldemort lifted his wand, and the air above the ballroom floor shimmered. A map appeared, suspended in pale lines of light. Not Britain as Muggles drew it. This map was magical. Wards marked as halos, flew routes as faint veins, ministry checkpoints as sharp red sparks, hidden safe houses as blank spaces where the map refused to show detail. Hermione inhaled. Harry glanced at her. She had gone pale. He understood a second later. Some of those blank spaces were familiar, not by sight, by absence. The Order had taught them what not to notice as much as what to see. Safe houses were not named aloud. Routes were changed. Messages were coded. but patterns existed. Hermione saw them the way she saw everything. And Harry knew enough of the Order's habits to feel the shape of the map like a hand closing around his throat. Voldemort stood. Following my withdrawal from Hogwarts, the Order has scattered its wounded and surviving non-combatants through emergency channels. Most are hidden, some are moving. They believe confusion protects them. His eyes found Harry. It does not. Harry's mouth went dry. You want me to tell you where they are? No, Voldemort said. If I wanted names tortured out of you, this would be a less tedious morning. A few Death Eaters laughed. Harry did not. Voldemort gestured to the map. I want prediction, not memory, the Order's immediate fallback structure, where they go when the castle is no longer safe, which routes they trust, which people they will risk moving first, which decoys they believe clever. Harry stared at the map. His mind refused. Then it began working anyway. That was the worst part. He saw Aberforth's pub. Not marked, but suggested by the bend of routes through Hogsmeade. He saw the old safe house near Ottery St. Catchpole they would not use because it was too obvious after the Burrow burned. He saw why they might move younger students through connections to former DA members rather than Order households. He saw Kingsley's likely ministry contacts, McGonagall's preference for defensible stone structures, Daedalus Diggle's useless enthusiasm. He saw Ron. Would Ron go with his family? Would he search? Would he assume Harry had been captured? Would he tear the castle apart? Harry shoved the thoughts down. No, Voldemort watched him. No, I'm not helping you capture them. The room stirred. Bellatrix looked almost grateful. Voldemort did not seem surprised. You misunderstand the exercise, he said. No, I don't. I am not asking you to kill them. That makes it better. It makes it different. Harry laughed, harsh and ugly. That's what everyone says when they want blood without holding the knife. Hermione looked at him quickly. Voldemort smiled. An excellent lesson. Recent? Harry's anger flared. Don't. Voldemort moved closer to the floating map. You believe refusing preserves innocence. I know what refusing preserves. Do you? Voldemort asked. Because your refusal will not prevent my forces from finding someone. It will only make them choose clumsier targets. A frightened soldier with a wand and insufficient information is a dangerous creature. You know this. Harry did. He hated that he did. He had seen fear make good people stupid and bad people eager. Voldemort pointed to one glowing red spark near the southern coast. Yaxley believes survivors are being moved through a coastal route here. He intends to strike within the hour. Harry looked. Wrong. He knew it instantly. Not because the Order could not use the coast, but because it was too exposed after the Ministry fell. Kingsley would never risk wounded students near a known patrol pattern unless he wanted attention drawn there. It's a decoy, Harry said before he could stop himself. Yaxley's face darkened. Voldemort's eyes gleamed. Harry's stomach dropped. Hermione went completely still. There it was, the first answer, small, reflexive, useful. Voldemort turned back to Yaxley. Cancel your strike. Yaxley bowed stiffly. Harry's throat closed. Had he saved someone, condemned someone else? Both. Neither. The map did not care. Voldemort gestured again. Then where? Harry stepped back. No, Bellatrix laughed. The little hero has limits. Harry rounded on her. You don't want my limits tested. Bellatrix's smile widened. Oh, I do. Enough, Voldemort said. Bellatrix's smile remained, but she lowered her eyes. Harry's pulse hammered. His wand felt slick in his hand. Hermione spoke. Show us the reports. Every face turned to her. Harry stared. What? She did not look at him. You're asking for prediction based on incomplete data. She said to Voldemort. If you want accuracy, show us the reports your scouts brought in. Locations, times, magical residue, witness statements. Hermione, Harry said, her voice tightened. Bad predictions kill more people. The room was silent. Voldemort watched her with that terrible, bright interest. Indeed, he said. He flicked his wand. Parchments appeared in the air beside the map. Reports unfolded, written in different hands. Harry saw times, names, ward signatures, glimpses of movements from the last 6 hours. Hermione read them fast. Too fast for most people. Harry read what he could and felt the Order appear out of fragments, a false trail near the coast. A burst of Patronus traffic in the Midlands, a broken portkey near an abandoned church. A sighting of someone who might have been Lee Jordan near a wireless relay. A report from Hogsmeade. Goat tracks in mud, blood on a fence, one large set of footprints heading away from the forest. Hagrid, alive, as Voldemort had promised. Harry held on to that. Hermione pointed to the Midlands signal. "That's too loud," she said. "They want you to notice it." Yaxley sneered. "And you know this how?" Hermione looked at him. "Because I've made better decoys while concussed." A few Death Eaters reacted before they could stop themselves, not laughter. Recognition. Yaxley flushed. Harry almost smiled, almost. Voldemort looked amused. "Continue." Hermione's finger moved. "This abandoned church. Broken portkey. That is real, but not the main movement. Someone panicked or was injured. The Order won't use the same channel twice after a failed portkey." Harry saw it then. "The church connects to old Order routes from the First War," he said quietly. "Moody mentioned once that they used places nobody cared about. Churches, closed shops, empty farms, but Kingsley would change it after the Ministry fell." Hermione nodded. "They won't centralize." She said, "Not yet. Families," Harry said, hating every word. "They'll divide by who trusts who, Weasleys with Weasleys if they can. Students through DA contacts, senior order separate because they'll expect tracking." Voldemort's eyes moved between them. There was approval there. Harry wanted to spit at him. Instead, he looked at the map because if he looked at Hermione, he might see his own horror mirrored too clearly. A cluster of faint, almost invisible movement lines shimmered near the Welsh border. Harry froze. He knew that kind of place, not the exact house. The habit. Remote, defensible, not too close to known Order families, good for wounded, good for hiding people who could not travel far. "Not there," he said. Hermione had seen it too. Her face changed, just slightly. Voldemort noticed. Of course he did. "There," he said. "No," Harry said. Voldemort's gaze sharpened. "Explain." Harry's mind raced. If he refused now, Voldemort would know. If he lied badly, Hermione would know, and Voldemort would probably know from her knowing. If he gave too much, people would be taken. Preparation. Information. Leverage, they had none. Not none, Harry realized. Voldemort had told the room this was a demonstration. That meant the Death Eaters were watching him too. Voldemort wanted Harry useful, wanted Hermione useful, but he also wanted control over the way that usefulness appeared. Harry could use that. A strike there fails. Harry said. Yaxley snorted. Harry ignored him and looked at Voldemort. "You want people captured, not scattered. If that's a medical fallback, it'll have emergency portkeys layered around it. Probably house elf routes too, if anyone had time to contact Hogwarts elves before the retreat. You send a raiding party, they trigger everything and vanish." Hermione's eyes flicked to him, not contradiction, assessment. Voldemort said, "Then what would you suggest?" The room leaned in. Harry felt the trap. He could still say nothing. He could let Yaxley strike the wrong place, maybe get people killed, maybe get Death Eaters killed, maybe scatter the wounded. Refusal felt cleaner only if he refused to imagine the consequences. He thought of Dumbledore. There was no other way. Harry's anger steadied him. No. He would not hide inside clean words. "Pressure, not strike," Harry said. Hermione went very still. Voldemort smiled faintly. "Continue. Do not attack the house. Close the routes around it. Make them think the wards are being mapped. Let them choose evacuation." Yaxley frowned. "Then they escape." "Where?" Harry asked. Yaxley opened his mouth. Harry pointed to the map before he could lose nerve. "If they're wounded, they can't go far. If they think the house is compromised but not breached, they'll avoid obvious Order sites and move to the nearest place that feels unofficial. Not safe house. Friend of a friend, somewhere not in your files." Hermione's face was pale, but she followed. "Which means they use personal trust instead of formal routes," she said quietly. "Less warded, less prepared, easier to identify without a fight." Harry felt sick. Voldemort looked between them. "And where would such a place be?" Harry stared at the map. He did not know the exact answer. He could guess. That was worse. He knew how Neville thought, how Seamus thought, how Lee Jordan might move. He knew that the DA trusted not structures but people. That after the Room of Requirement, after Dumbledore's army had become real, they would reach sideways rather than upward. Harry looked at a small, unmarked village east of the cluster. "Not there," he said, pointing near but not at it. Hermione's eyes snapped to him. Harry kept his face blank. "Why not?" Voldemort asked softly. "Too neat. If they're panicked enough to evacuate, they'll choose badly, but emotionally, that village has too many roads, too much visibility." He moved his finger north. "There, smaller, better cover, less obvious from the main route." It was a plausible lie. Not perfect, but plausible. Hermione's mouth tightened almost imperceptibly. She knew. Voldemort studied the point Harry had chosen. For a heartbeat, Harry thought he had failed. Then Voldemort turned. "Dolohov, take 6, quietly, no killing unless necessary. Capture who you can, mark the rest." Dolohov bowed. Harry's stomach dropped. No, he had not meant, but he had given them somewhere. Not the place he thought the order would go. Not the most likely place. A less likely one. A village that might be empty. A village that might not. Hermione's face was unreadable. That frightened him. Voldemort looked at Yaxley. "You will implement Potter's first suggestion. Pressure the Welsh site. Do not enter unless I command it." Yaxley bowed, humiliated. Bellatrix watched Harry with narrowed eyes. The meeting did not end. That was another cruelty. They were made to stay while orders moved outward through the room. Names were assigned. Patrols redirected. Flu relays monitored. Harry stood beside the map and learned how war looked from the side that gave commands without apology. It did not look like madness. That was what made it unbearable. It looked like parchment, timing, terrain, and people reduced to expected movement. It looked like what Hermione did, stripped of compassion. Harry realized then that he had always imagined Voldemort's side as chaos held together by fear. There was fear. There was cruelty. There was the smug stupidity of blood purists who thought inherited names made them clever. But beneath it was structure. And Voldemort sat above that structure like a spider who understood every vibration in the web. Harry and Hermione were not powerful here. Not really. The thought came with humiliating clarity. Harry had survived Voldemort more than once, but survival was not mastery. In this room, he was not the chosen one. He was a recently acquired problem with useful instincts. Hermione was not the brightest witch of her age. She was a clever captive tolerated because Voldemort enjoyed useful contradictions. Bellatrix could kill them if given a clear opening. Dolohov could probably take either of them in a straight duel. Yaxley, stupid pride aside, had years of ministry combat and political cruelty behind him. Even Lucius, broken as he looked, understood rooms like this better than Harry did. Threat had tears, and Harry was learning brutally where he stood. When Voldemort finally dismissed the inner circle, he did not dismiss Harry and Hermione. The ballroom emptied slowly. Some Death Eaters stared. Some avoided looking at Hermione as if her presence had become dangerous by decree. Draco passed closest, eyes fixed on the floor. Harry spoke before thinking, "Malfoy." Draco stopped. His mother's hand twitched. Lucius looked terrified. Draco turned just enough to show one gray eye. Harry did not know what he wanted to say. "You're alive. I saved you. You watched them mark us. Did you know this was how it felt?" What came out was, "Your friend." Draco's face changed. Crabbe had died in the Room of Requirement, not by Harry's hand. Not exactly, but dead all the same. Draco swallowed. "Gone?" Harry nodded once. Draco's gaze flicked to the mark on Harry's arm, then to Hermione's sleeve. Something like horror passed over his face. Then he walked away. Bellatrix lingered. Of course she did. She approached like a cat approaching a tied bird, smiling at Harry first and Hermione second. "Well," she said, "the little hero gives orders now." Harry did not answer. Bellatrix circled them. Hermione stayed still, but Harry saw the minute shift of her weight, ready though not enough. Never enough against Bellatrix. "Did it feel good?" Bellatrix whispered. "Pointing at the map, knowing they would run because you know how they think." Harry looked at her. "It felt like listening to you talk. Unpleasant and likely to get worse if indulged." Hermione made a tiny sound that might, in another world, have been amusement. Bellatrix's eyes lit. "Oh, there he is! Such teeth for a boy on a leash." Harry stepped toward her. The mark burned, not summoning. Warning, Voldemort had not left. Harry remembered that an instant before Bellatrix's smile widened, she had wanted him to forget. "Bella," Voldemort said mildly from the dais. Bellatrix turned, radiant. "My lord, you mistake proximity for permission." Her face froze. Harry saw it then. Her devotion was not safety. It never had been. Voldemort's favor was weather. She had survived it longer than most, but even she could be struck. "My apologies," she said. Voldemort looked at her for a long moment. Then he said, "Leave us." Bellatrix bowed and went, but the look she gave Hermione on the way out promised future pain with such intimacy that Harry's hand closed around his wand. Hermione touched his wrist. Small, firm, "Do not." The doors closed. Only Voldemort remained with them. Nagini moved behind his chair, scales whispering against stone. "You lied," Voldemort said. Harry's blood chilled. Hermione did not move. Voldemort descended from the dais. "Not entirely. That would have been clumsy. You redirected Dolohov toward a lesser probability while preserving the stronger point from immediate action." Harry said nothing. Voldemort smiled. "Good." Harry blinked. Hermione's eyes narrowed. "Good?" she asked. "Yes," Voldemort said. "A loyal dog points where commanded. A useful strategist preserves what he values while appearing to serve a larger aim." Harry's stomach turned. "I wasn't serving you. No, you were surviving me." Voldemort looked almost pleased. "There is potential in that. You sent Dolohov anyway." "Of course." Harry's voice hardened. "There may be people there." "Yes." The simple agreement struck worse than mockery. "If they die, then your lie was costly." Harry's wand hand shook. Hermione stepped in before he broke. "You wanted to see whether he would lie." "I wanted to see how." Voldemort's eyes moved to her. "And whether you would understand it." Hermione's face did not change. Harry hated that Voldemort looked satisfied by her silence. "You are not trusted," Voldemort said. "Do not insult me by resenting the obvious. You are watched, tested, disposable if sentiment outweighs utility." Harry laughed coldly. "You really know how to welcome people." "I know how to keep power." Voldemort came closer. Harry forced himself not to step back. "You believe there remains a clean path behind you," Voldemort said. "There does not. By dawn, the Order will know you stood beside my command map. Soon after, they will know a strike occurred based on insight only you could provide." Harry's throat closed. "You'll make sure they know?" "Yes." Hermione's face went pale. There it was. "The second part of the task, not only to use them, to be seen being used. You said the war changes shape." Hermione said, "It has." "Because you want them afraid of Harry." Voldemort looked at her. Among other things, Harry's scar throbbed. "I won't be your weapon." Voldemort's smile vanished. The room darkened though the flames did not. "You have always been someone's weapon, Harry Potter." Harry felt the words hit and hated that they still could. "The question," Voldemort said, "is whether you remain one that fires only when others pull the trigger." He turned away. "You will return to your rooms. Rest if you can. Your next lesson begins tonight." "Lesson?" Harry asked. "Occlumency?" Harry stiffened. Snape's lessons rose in his mind. Cold dungeon, colder voice, memories ripped open and mocked. Voldemort watched him remember. "Yes," he said softly. "Severus failed you there, partly because you were arrogant, mostly because he hated you. We will correct both disadvantages." Harry almost said Snape had died for them. Then he stopped. For them, for Dumbledore, for Lily, for a plan Harry had not been allowed to understand. The answer was not clean enough to use as a shield. Voldemort seemed to enjoy the silence. "Go!" The doors opened behind them. Harry and Hermione walked out. Neither spoke until they were halfway through the corridor and alone, except for the portraits pretending not to listen. Then Harry stopped. His hands were shaking. Hermione stopped with him. "I gave them a village," he said. "You gave them a lower probability target." "That's not better." "No," she said. "It's more precise." He stared at her. She looked exhausted, not cold, not unfeeling, exhausted from refusing to let guilt blur facts. "I'm not defending it," she said. "I'm naming it." Harry turned away, pressing both hands against the corridor wall. "The marble was cold. I thought I could control it." Hermione's voice softened. "We controlled a fraction more than we would have by refusing blindly. People might still be captured." "Yes," the word nearly broke him. "Hermione, I know." He looked at her then. Her eyes were wet, but her voice held. "That is what this is," she said. "No clean options, no Dumbledore to say the ugly choice was noble, no Voldemort to say it is only power. We choose, and then we carry what it costs." Harry wanted to scream that he was tired of carrying. Instead, he slid down the wall until he sat on the floor of Malfoy Manor, beneath a portrait of some long-dead pureblood who refused to look at him. Hermione sat beside him. For several minutes, they said nothing. Then the mark on Harry's arm burned. He jerked. Hermione's hand flew to her own sleeve. "Yours too," she nodded, not the sharp agony of summoning. A pulse, a signal, then a voice spoke from the corridor behind them. "Report." A masked Death Eater approached, holding a small silver mirror darkened around the edges. He stopped several feet away, wary despite himself. The mirror cleared. Dolohov's face appeared. Harry's stomach dropped. Voldemort must have routed the report to them deliberately. Dolohov spoke without greeting. Village contained. 3 found. 1 order courier, 2 sympathizers, no children. No deaths. Captives secured. The mirror went dark. Harry's breath left him. No deaths. 3 captured, not clean, not innocent, not as bad as it could have been. That was the trap of this place. It made relief out of someone else's chains. Hermione closed her eyes. Harry stared at his mark. The proof was there, burned black under his skin. He had not killed anyone. He had helped capture 3 people. He had lied to Voldemort. Voldemort had praised him for it. The Order would learn. Ron would learn. Somewhere, 3 people were in cells because Harry knew enough to be useful and not enough to be clean. He thought of the prophecy line Dumbledore had loved and Voldemort had feared. The power the Dark Lord knows not. Harry had always thought it meant love. Maybe it did. Maybe love was why this hurt. Maybe love was also why he had chosen the lesser target, lied with just enough truth to save the stronger one, and damned strangers instead of friends. The thought made him sick. Hermione stood first. Harry looked up at her. Her face was pale but set. "Come on," she said. "Where? Our room. I can't sleep. I know." "Then why?" "Because if we fall apart in the corridor, Bellatrix wins something for free." Harry stared at her. Then, despite everything, he stood. They walked back through the manor side by side. No one stopped them. No one needed to. The wards opened for their marks. The portraits watched. The house accepted them. That was the worst part. In their room, Hermione returned to the table and unfolded her parchment with trembling hands. Harry stood near the cold fireplace. "What are you writing now?" he asked. She dipped the quill in ink. "The names," she said. "What names?" "The captured, if we can learn them, the targets, the lies, the orders, the costs." Harry's throat tightened. "A ledger?" Hermione looked at him. Her eyes were fierce through exhaustion. "Yes." Harry crossed the room and sat opposite her. "Add Dolohov," he said. She wrote. "Yaxley's failed assumption," she wrote. "The Welsh site, still protected for now," she wrote. "The village north of the real route." Her quill hesitated. Then she wrote that too. Harry stared at the parchment. Black ink, clean lines, ugly truth. For the first time since the forest, he understood why Hermione counted. Not to make the world bearable. Not exactly, to refuse the comfort of forgetting. Outside their locked room, somewhere in the manor, Death Eaters celebrated 3 captives as proof. Inside, Harry Potter watched Hermione Granger write down the cost of the first thing he had done for the enemy. Not forgiven, not justified, recorded. And when the mark burned again near evening, calling them to the first occlumency lesson, Harry stood with the ledger still open on the table behind him. He was not stronger than yesterday. He was not darker in some grand, dramatic way. He was only more awake. That, he suspected, was dangerous enough. Hermione learned 3 things during Harry's first occlumency lesson with Voldemort. The first was that Snape had been a terrible teacher for Harry, not entirely because he lacked skill. That would have been easier to hate. Severus Snape had known occlumency the way a knife knew flesh. Intimately, precisely, and without comfort. But he had taught Harry as though the purpose of a locked door was punishment. He had attacked, mocked, invaded, and expected discipline to grow in the same soil as humiliation. Harry had resisted him the only way Harry knew how, badly, loudly, honestly. That had been the second thing Hermione learned. Honesty in occlumency was not a virtue, it was an opening. Voldemort taught differently. That was the third and worst lesson. He did not shout. He did not sneer. He did not force Harry's memories open and then laugh at what fell out. He stood in the center of the black stone chamber beneath Malfoy Manor and explained mental defense with the cold clarity of someone describing wand maintenance. "Emotion is not weakness," he said, circling Harry slowly. "Unstructured emotion is weakness. Anger can be a wall if it is shaped. Grief can be a lock if it is named. Love can be hidden if one is not foolish enough to wear it like a banner." Harry stood with his wand lowered, jaw clenched, eyes fixed somewhere past Voldemort's shoulder. Hermione stood at the edge of the chamber beside two masked guards and hated every second of how much sense the lesson made. Voldemort stopped in front of Harry. Again. Harry closed his eyes. Hermione saw him try, saw the tension in his hands, saw the way his breathing changed as he reached inward, not for emptiness, but for order. Then Voldemort entered his mind. Harry staggered, not much. A half-step, a sharp inhale. His left hand twitched toward his scar. Hermione stepped forward before she could stop herself. One guard's wand lifted. Voldemort did not even look at her. "Better," he said to Harry. Harry opened his eyes, furious and pale. "I didn't stop you." "No," Voldemort said, "but you delayed me." Harry laughed bitterly. "Brilliant!" "It is," Hermione said before she could stop herself. Harry looked at her. The chamber went quiet. Voldemort turned his head. Hermione felt the guards watching, waiting to see whether her usefulness had made her careless. Perhaps it had. She forced herself to continue. "Last night you couldn't even identify the first push until it was already inside your memories. This time you slowed it. That means you created resistance." Harry's expression shifted, not comfort, recognition. Voldemort's gaze rested on her with faint approval. "You see structure quickly, Miss Granger." "I always have." The words were out before she decided whether they were wise. One of the guards made a small sound. Voldemort smiled. "Then watch closely," he turned back to Harry. Again. By the end of 2 hours, Harry could hold Voldemort at the outer edge of his thoughts for 3 breaths. Only 3. On the 4th, the wall broke, but 3 breaths mattered. Hermione knew that better than anyone. In a duel, 3 breaths could be distance. In a negotiation, 3 breaths could be the difference between reacting and choosing. In a war, 3 breaths could be the time needed to lie convincingly. Harry looked exhausted when Voldemort dismissed them. Not defeated, exhausted. That difference mattered too. They were walking back through the corridor when Harry said, "Don't." Hermione glanced at him. "Don't what?" "Say it." "I wasn't going to. You were." "I was going to say you improved." "Exactly." She almost smiled. Almost. Then his sleeve shifted and the edge of the dark mark showed black against his skin. The almost smile vanished. Reality had a cruel way of correcting small comforts. Their room had changed when they returned. Not dramatically, that would have been too obvious. The fireplace now held a low flame. The table had been replaced by a larger one. There were more books. That was the insult that nearly undid Hermione. Not chains, not threats. Books. A stack of them waited beside an inkstand, old and leather-bound, their titles moving in faint gold script across the spines. Mind and Mark. Binding structures in command magic. On soul adhesion and ritual failure, defensive warding in living bloodlines, the arithmancy of conditional loyalty. Hermione stood in the doorway and hated herself because her first instinct was hunger. A whole year in a tent with fragments of stolen knowledge, guessing at Horcrux theory from a book she had loathed touching, chasing pieces of Voldemort's immortality with incomplete instruction and mounting terror. Now the enemy gave her a library. Harry noticed. Of course he did. "Hermione?" "I know." She stepped inside anyway. The door closed behind them. Locks clicked, wards settled. She did not touch the books for nearly a minute. That was her rebellion. It was small and ridiculous and changed nothing. Then she reached for the top volume. Harry sat on the bed, watching her with an expression too tired to be accusation. "You don't have to pretend you don't want to read them," he said. Hermione's fingers tightened on the book's spine. "I don't want this to be how we learn." "I know." I don't want him to be the one giving us answers." "I know." She opened the book. The pages smelled of dust and dark magic, but also ink, vellum, and centuries of people writing down what they had discovered because knowledge, unlike morality, did not care who held the quill. That was the problem with books. They could be evil and still correct. Hermione read for 6 hours. Harry slept for one of them, badly, sitting upright against the wall with his wand in his hand. When he woke from a nightmare, he did not shout. His eyes snapped open, his wand lifted, and for one terrible second he looked like someone who had learned too quickly that every room could become an ambush. Then he saw her. He lowered the wand. "Sorry. Don't apologize for waking up scared in a Death Eater house." He gave a hollow little laugh. "That sentence is doing a lot of work." Hermione might have smiled on another day. Instead, she turned the page. The books did not give easy answers. That was almost comforting. Dark magic, when properly studied, was not simply curses and cruelty. It was intent made invasive. Magic that crossed boundaries and insisted on leaving marks. Command magic, blood magic, oath magic, sacrificial magic, soul magic. Each had rules, each had costs. Each was dangerous not because it was always powerful, but because it treated consent as a weakness to be overcome or a resource to be harvested. The Dark Mark was not just a brand. It was a layered binding, a summons, a location key, a loyalty tether, a pain conduit, a ritual signature connecting the marked witch or wizard to the caster's magical authority. It did not control thought, not directly. It did not force love or obedience. That would have been less efficient. One book said, better to create consequence. Hermione read the sentence 3 times and felt cold. Better to create consequence. Dumbledore had not put a mark on Harry. He had not needed to. He had created consequence too. A boy loved into martyrdom. A war arranged so that refusal would feel like murder. Different magic, similar shape. Hermione hated the thought. She wrote it down anyway. By the time Narcissa arrived with breakfast, Hermione had filled 12 inches of parchment with notes. Narcissa looked at the books, then at Hermione. "You have been busy." Hermione did not answer. Narcissa set down the tray. Harry looked at her. "Any news?" Narcissa's face did not change. "There is always news." "That's not what I asked." No, Hermione studied her. Narcissa Malfoy was not kind. Hermione would not insult either of them by pretending otherwise. But Narcissa understood survival with a clarity Hermione recognized. There were people who believed in causes. There were people who believed in victory. Narcissa believed in Draco breathing through the next hour. Hermione understood that too. Were there deaths in the village? Hermione asked. Narcissa's eyes moved to her. No. Harry's shoulders lowered by less than an inch. "Captives?" Hermione asked. "3 remain alive." Remain, the word was not accidental. Hermione stored it. Narcissa turned to leave at the door. She paused. "You are expected in the lower hall after you eat." "Why?" Harry asked. Narcissa looked at Hermione. "The Dark Lord has a problem." Hermione knew before Narcissa said anything more that the problem was meant for her. The lower hall was not a hall. It was a workroom. A long, underground chamber with stone walls, a vaulted ceiling, and work tables arranged beneath hanging globes of pale light. Shelves lined the walls. Glass jars held powders, bones, dried plants, stones, liquids that moved against gravity, and things Hermione deliberately chose not to identify on sight. At the far end of the room stood Voldemort, Rookwood, Yaxley, Dolohov, Bellatrix, and 3 other Death Eaters Hermione did not know. On the table between them lay a silver object the size of a dinner plate. No, not an object. A ward anchor. It looked like a thin disc, cracked through the middle, its surface engraved with overlapping circles and runes. The magic around it shimmered unsteadily, flickering gold, blue, then white. Hermione's attention sharpened despite herself. Ancient runes, layered arithmancy, defensive charm work, a living consent structure, beautiful, dangerous, damaged. "You recognize it," Voldemort said. Hermione realized she had stepped closer without permission. She stopped. "I recognize the structure." Rookwood gave a dry laugh. "Do you?" He was older than she expected, with a narrow, clever face and eyes that moved too quickly over her clothes, her hands, her wand, the covered place on her left arm. Hermione knew his name from files and whispers. Augustus Rookwood, unspeakable, spy. A man who had betrayed secrets from the Department of Mysteries before Hermione was born. That mattered. It also meant he was not stupid. "I said the structure," Hermione replied, "not the specific anchor." Rookwood's mouth tightened. Bellatrix smiled. "Careful, little girl. Rookwood was handling magic older than you before your parents learned to spell your name." Hermione did not look at her. Then he should have solved it. The room went silent. Harry made a small, strangled sound beside her that might have been fear or admiration. Voldemort's eyes gleamed. Bellatrix's smile vanished. Rookwood stepped closer. "My lord," Voldemort lifted a hand. "Let her continue." Hermione's pulse hammered. She had not meant to say it. No, that was a lie. She had meant it. That was becoming a problem. Voldemort gestured to the anchor. "This was recovered near one of the Order's emergency shelters. It was broken before my people arrived. It now resists all standard methods of interpretation." "Because you're treating it like a ward," Hermione said. Yaxley snorted. "It is a ward." "No," Hermione said, moving closer. "It's the remains of a decision." The words came out before she fully had the explanation, but as soon as she said them, the pattern clarified. She leaned over the table, careful not to touch. The anchor had 3 visible layers. The outermost was defensive, designed to repel hostile magical signatures. Standard enough, though elegant. The middle layer was keyed not to blood, not to wand, not even to spoken password, but to recognition between participants. A trust chain. That was rare, but not unheard of. The innermost layer was stranger. It had collapsed inward, not shattered, withdrawn like a door choosing not to be a door anymore. Hermione whispered, "They abandoned it voluntarily." Harry stepped beside her. Whoever held the shelter. Her mind accelerated. "This isn't a breached ward." It wasn't overcome. It was released from inside. Rookwood folded his arms. "Yes, we know that much." Hermione glanced at him. "Then why are you trying to reconstruct its destination pattern?" His eyes narrowed. She had guessed correctly. Good, dangerous. Voldemort watched silently. Hermione pointed to the cracked center. "Because you think the collapse preserved an imprint of where they went next." "It should have," Rookwood said coldly. "It would have if the ward had been built on location and bloodline." Hermione leaned closer. "But this is relational. It doesn't care where they went. It cares who chose to leave together." Bellatrix gave a sharp, contemptuous laugh. "Sentimental nonsense." Hermione finally looked at her. "No, advanced ward theory." Bellatrix's wand hand twitched. Harry shifted half a step closer to Hermione. Voldemort noticed. So did Bellatrix. Hermione forced herself back to the anchor. "The Order has always overused trust-based magic," she said. "It is one of their strengths and one of their weaknesses. Fidelius, secret keepers, Patronus messaging, personal loyalty as infrastructure." Voldemort's mouth curved faintly. "Go on." "This shelter was not protected by location alone. It was protected by a living agreement between the people inside. When they chose to dissolve the shelter, the ward did not record a route. It recorded consent breaking into smaller groups." Yaxley looked annoyed. "Meaning," Hermione exhaled. "Meaning if you keep trying to force a destination out of it, you'll keep damaging the only useful information left." Rookwood's face darkened. Harry murmured, "What information?" Hermione looked at the anchor. "Who left with whom?" The chamber changed. Not physically. Attention tightened. Voldemort stepped closer. "You can recover this." Hermione did not answer immediately. That was important. Agreeing too quickly made ability look cheap. Refusing too quickly invited force. "Truth, then, maybe," Rookwood scoffed. Hermione continued, "Not names, not directly, but magical groupings. Relative trust signatures. If one of them corresponds to someone already identified, the rest of the chain can be inferred." Voldemort's gaze sharpened. "Do it." Harry's head snapped toward him. Hermione did not move. "No." The word left her before fear could stop it. Bellatrix smiled slowly. Rookwood looked delighted, as if she had finally made a mistake he could use. Voldemort's expression did not change. "No," Hermione kept her voice steady. If I touch it now, it collapses completely. That was mostly true. Voldemort waited. She forced herself to continue. It has already been mishandled. Rookwood stiffened. Hermione did not look at him. I need tools, chalk, copper thread, a clean surface, 3 reference signatures from known order magic if you have them, and no one standing close enough to interfere. Bellatrix laughed. She gives orders now? Hermione looked at Voldemort. No, she said. I give conditions for the result you want. Voldemort's smile returned. Granted. Rookwood opened his mouth. Voldemort looked at him. Rookwood closed it. Hermione did not let herself enjoy that. Enjoying things here was dangerous. The tools arrived within minutes. That told her the lower hall was better stocked than the room wanted her to believe. Voldemort did not like waiting for equipment. The servants, human or otherwise, knew it. Hermione removed her outer robe and rolled up her sleeves before she remembered. The mark showed, so did the older scar. The chamber saw both. A whisper moved through the Death Eaters. Harry's face hardened. Hermione kept her eyes on the anchor. Do not give them the satisfaction. She drew the first circle in chalk. Then the second. Copper thread around the outer rim. Not silver, though Rookwood had offered it first. Silver would strengthen the defensive layer and destroy what she needed. Copper conducted relational magic better, especially when the original spell involved Patronus-compatible trust. Rookwood watched with growing irritation. Good. No, not good. Useful? Potter, Voldemort said. Harry looked at him. Assist her. Harry came to the table at once. Hermione almost told him she did not need help, then she stopped. That was old pride and old fear. She handed him the end of the copper thread. Hold this. Don't let it touch the inner circle. Harry nodded. His hand was steady now. Voldemort observed from several steps away. Bellatrix stood nearer than Hermione liked, but not close enough to interfere. Her eyes never left Hermione's hands. Hermione began the charm. It was not dark magic. That mattered. It was delicate magic, half diagnostic, half reconstruction. She used no invasive binding, no pain, no command. She coaxed the broken ward to show what shape it had once held. Her wand moved in slow arcs, tracing the points where the outer layer still remembered defense. At first, nothing happened. Rookwood smiled. Hermione ignored him. She adjusted the thread. Harry shifted with her without being told. A faint light appeared at the cracked center of the anchor, gold, then blue, then white. Hermione felt the magic reach outward, searching for the trust chain that had dissolved. The dark mark on her arm burned. She gasped. The light flickered. Harry's hand tightened on the thread. Hermione! I'm fine. She was not. The mark did not like this spell. No, more precisely, the mark did not like her doing magic that read loyalty without command. It reacted as if offended. As if the tether under her skin recognized a rival grammar and tried to drown it out. She gritted her teeth. Quiet, she whispered. Bellatrix laughed, but the spell steadied. Hermione changed the structure instinctively, adding a counterline with her wand to separate the mark's command signature from the ward's consent signature. Not blocking, filtering, the light brightened. Harry inhaled sharply. What? Hermione asked. My scar. She looked up. The scar on Harry's forehead had reddened. Not violently, not like in the marking chamber, but enough. The anchor pulsed. The copper thread warmed. Voldemort went still. Hermione understood with a shock that nearly broke her concentration. Harry was a living contradiction sitting inside the spell. He carried Voldemort's soul fragment. He carried Lily Potter's sacrificial protection. Now he carried the dark mark. Command, love, soul, choice, all fighting through the same person. The ward recognized part of that. The mark recognized another. The fragment answered a third. And Harry, stubborn, furious, alive Harry, held the line because she had asked him to. Hermione adjusted the spell again, not with a known charm, with logic. If the mark was command and the ward was consent, then forcing them apart would cause backlash. But if she created a temporary bridge, not allegiance, not surrender, simply translation, then the two systems might pass information without merging, a hybrid, small, defensive, temporary. She drew a final symbol in the air. Harry, on 3, let the thread go. What happens? I don't know. He looked at her. She almost smiled. Then why on 3? Because it's better than panic. His mouth twitched. 1, she said. Voldemort's attention sharpened. 2, Bellatrix raised her wand slightly. 3. Harry released the thread. The anchor flared white. For one instant, the room filled with silver shapes, not patronesses. Echoes, a stag of light, incomplete and flickering, a terrier-shaped blur, something tall and feline, a bird, a cluster of smaller lights, not names, groups, trust signatures. Hermione moved fast. 4 main groups, she said, voice shaking. One led by a stag-associated signature, no, not led, anchored, familiar connection to Harry, but not Harry, likely someone who carries memory of James Potter or uses a related Patronus structure. Impossible, Rookwood snapped. Not impossible. Inconvenient. She pointed to another cluster before the light faded. This group includes at least 2 injured, defensive signature older, disciplined, McGonagall or Kingsley possible, but the shape suggests transfiguration influence. This one, she swallowed. This one is family-based, strong emotional binding. Multiple related signatures, likely Weasley. Harry's face went white. The silver lights collapsed into the anchor. The room went silent. Hermione lowered her wand. Her arm hurt. Her head hurt. The mark burned like a reprimand, but the anchor remained intact, and the Death Eaters were staring. Not all with hatred now, some with calculation, some with unwilling respect. That was worse in its own way. Voldemort stepped toward the table. Rookwood! Rookwood's face was tight enough to crack. The method is unconventional. Voldemort's red eyes did not leave Hermione. Correct. Rookwood swallowed. Yes, my lord. The word settled over the chamber. Correct. Hermione had been right many times in her life. At Hogwarts, being right had earned points, irritation, reliance, sometimes admiration. In the tent, being right had kept them alive and made Ron feel useless, and Harry look guilty. In the Order's War, being right had been useful as long as it fit the plan. Here, being right changed the temperature of the room. It became currency, dangerous currency. Voldemort turned to the assembled Death Eaters. You see the distinction? No one answered. He smiled. Good, then learn it. Pride that interferes with results is sentiment wearing an old family name. Bellatrix looked as if she had been cut. Hermione felt no triumph, only the price rising. Voldemort dismissed the others with a gesture. Bellatrix did not move. My lord, she said softly, the girl has identified order groupings. Shall I take a party and retrieve one? Harry's wand hand moved. Hermione touched his wrist under the table, not because she was calm. Because Bellatrix wanted him to show exactly where to strike. Voldemort looked at Hermione. No. Bellatrix froze. No, my lord. No, Voldemort repeated. They will expect pursuit through the most emotional grouping. We will do nothing with this information yet. Hermione's stomach twisted. He had understood. Of course he had. The information was not wasted because he did not act. It was more dangerous stored. Bellatrix bowed. My lord. She left last. As she passed Hermione, she leaned close enough that only Hermione and Harry could hear. You think being clever will save you forever? Hermione looked at her. No. Bellatrix's smile sharpened. Hermione continued. I think it saves me today. Bellatrix's eyes flashed. Then she was gone. Harry exhaled. The door closed. Only Voldemort remained for a moment. No one spoke. Then Voldemort said, Show me the final adjustment. Hermione looked at him. What? The alteration you made when the mark interfered. Her mouth went dry. I improvised. I know. Harry stepped forward. She's tired. Voldemort did not look at him. She is also correct, and correctness fades if not recorded. Hermione hated that sentence because part of her agreed. She picked up the chalk with fingers that only trembled slightly and redrew the final symbol on the table. A bridging structure. Temporary. Reversible. Designed not to merge incompatible magic, but to let them acknowledge each other without immediate violence. Voldemort studied it. Rookwood would have pretended he understood before he did. Voldemort did not pretend, he examined. Then he smiled. Not elegant. Hermione bristled before she could stop herself. It worked. Yes, that matters more. To soldiers, Voldemort said. To scholars, why it worked matters more. Hermione went still. Scholars, not girl, not mudblood, not even servant, scholar. The word struck some shameful, starved part of her with awful precision. Voldemort saw it. Of course he did. "Walk with me," he said. Harry immediately moved with her. Voldemort finally looked at him. "Not you." "No," Harry said. The refusal was instant. The room cooled. Hermione turned to him. "Harry, I said no." Voldemort's eyes gleamed faintly. Hermione understood the trap. If Harry refused, Voldemort learned that separating them required only pressure. If Hermione let Harry decide, she gave away the ground she had fought for in the marking chamber. If she went, she was alone with Voldemort, no clean options. Again, "I'll go," she said. Harry stared at her. "Hermione, I'll be careful." "That doesn't mean safe." "I know." His eyes were furious, frightened, pleading. She hated this place for making his protection feel like something she had to resist. "I choose it," she said quietly. That reached him, not enough to ease him, enough to make him step back. Voldemort watched the exchange with unreadable interest. Hermione followed him out. The corridor beyond the lower hall was narrow and lined with black stone. No portraits here, no windows, only torches burning with blue flame that gave off no heat. Voldemort walked slowly, not because he needed to, but because pace was another form of control. Hermione kept half a step behind until she realized she was doing it, then drew level. His mouth curved. She hated him. She also hated that he noticed everything worth noticing. "You are angry," he said. "Yes." "At me?" "Yes." "At Dumbledore." Hermione's jaw tightened. Voldemort looked ahead. "Still reluctant to name it?" "No, just reluctant to discuss it with you." A distinction with little practical difference. "To you." That amused him. They walked past a sealed archway humming with wards. Hermione counted them automatically, 6 layers. "Possibly 7, Voldemort said." "Blood purity offends you." Hermione laughed once. The sound surprised even her. "Yes, because it is false. Because it is cruel. Cruelty can be useful. So can knives. That doesn't make stabbing people a society." Voldemort's eyes moved to her. For one instant, she wondered if she had gone too far. Then he said, "Lucius would disagree. Lucius would agree with whatever keeps him breathing." This time Voldemort laughed, quietly, truly. Hermione's skin crawled. "You see more clearly than many born into this world," he said. "I had to?" "Yes," Voldemort said. "That is often how clarity is made." They reached a circular room with shelves rising impossibly high into darkness. A private library, Hermione realized, not the manners, Voldemort's. The magic here felt different, colder, more focused, less decorative. Books shifted on the shelves as they entered. No chains, no dust, no visible titles unless Voldemort looked directly at them. "Blood purity," he said, "is an effective organizing myth." Hermione went still. Voldemort moved toward a table at the center of the room. "My followers require hierarchy." "All movements do. Birth is simple, visible, inherited. It gives mediocre men a reason to believe their mediocrity is nobility temporarily embarrassed by circumstance." Hermione stared at him. "You don't believe it?" "Of course not." The words were almost bored. Hermione felt cold spread through her. Not surprise, not exactly. She had suspected as much after the ballroom, after his comment before the mark. After the way he had silenced Bellatrix and named Hermione useful, but suspicion was different from confirmation. "Then all of it," she said quietly. "The laws, the trials, the registrations, the snatchers, the people tortured, imprisoned, killed, were tools." Her wand was in her hand before she knew she had drawn it. Voldemort looked at the wand, then at her. No fear, no anger, only interest. "You find that worse than belief?" "Yes." "Why?" "Because a fanatic is at least trapped in the lie with everyone else." Her voice shook. "You know it's a lie and still feed people to it." Voldemort's red eyes remained fixed on her. "Do not romanticize belief, Miss Granger. True believers burn the world with cleaner consciences than liars." "And what does that make you?" "Free." The word disgusted her. It also explained him. Voldemort moved past her wand as if it were not there. Hermione did not lower it. "You think this makes you better than them," she said. "No, I think it makes me less limited." "That's not the same thing." "Better is a child's word." "No," Hermione said. "It's a human one." For the first time, something in his expression cooled beyond amusement. Good, Hermione thought. Let that land. Voldemort turned to the shelves. You believe morality is what separates you from people like Bellatrix. It is one thing, one fragile thing, one necessary thing. He looked back at her. And yet you are here. The sentence struck exactly where he aimed. Hermione's wand dipped by an inch. Voldemort's eyes followed the movement. There were no accidents with him. You wear my mark, he said. You solved my problem. You protected Order lives by limiting the information you gave, yes, but you also placed knowledge in my hands that may be used later. Tell me, Miss Granger, is morality the line you do not cross, or the story you tell while crossing it carefully? Hermione's throat tightened. She thought of the anchor, the trust signatures, the Weasley grouping glowing silver on the table. She thought of Harry's face when she said it aloud. She thought of Ron, who would never ask the question this way. Ron would be angry, heartbroken, probably cruel with it because pain made him reckless. But beneath that, he would ask something simpler and worse. How could you? Hermione had no answer that would survive his face. Voldemort stepped closer. You are not Bellatrix, he said. I know. You are not Lucius. I know. You are not innocent either. The word was a blade. Hermione lifted her chin because lowering it would feel like agreement. No, the truth did not destroy her. It simply stood there. Voldemort watched with satisfaction. That is the beginning of useful thought. No, Hermione said. It's the beginning of accountability. Call it what helps you bear it. She hated him. She hated him most when he was close enough to truth to touch it with filthy hands. He drew a book from the shelf. It came willingly, pages opening midair as it descended to the table. This, he said, is a study of hybrid magical interactions, poorly written, occasionally brilliant. You will read chapters 4, 6, and 11. You will improve the bridging structure you use today. Hermione looked at the book, then at him. For you. For yourself, if you are wise. The mark and Potter's scar interacted when you cast. You felt it, he felt it, I felt it. Her mouth went dry. You don't know why. Voldemort's eyes flashed, not anger, hunger, not yet. There it was, the limit, small, hidden, precious. Voldemort did not understand the soul fragment fully. He did not understand Harry's protection fully. He did not understand the hybrid interaction Hermione had accidentally created. He was still more powerful than all of them, but power did not equal knowledge. Hermione held on to that. What happens if I refuse to improve it? She asked. You will not. You don't know that. I know curiosity. The answer landed too cleanly. He did know. Hermione could refuse him many things: comfort, admiration, forgiveness, belief. But a magical problem tied to Harry's survival, her own mark, and the possibility of understanding the structure trapping them, no, she would read. They both knew it. That was another tether. Voldemort placed the book in her hands. It was heavier than it looked. Your mind has been poorly purchased in the past, he said. Hermione froze. My what? Your mind. Hogwarts rewarded obedience and called it education. The Order used your preparation and called it loyalty. Dumbledore trusted your usefulness more than your agency and called it necessity. Stop. Voldemort smiled faintly. I call things what they are. No, Hermione said. You call things whatever makes them easier to own. That earned silence. Good may be foolish, but good. Voldemort's gaze sharpened. I do not need your affection, Miss Granger. I do not need your belief. I do not even need your loyalty yet. I need your accuracy. Accuracy can work against you. Yes, he said. That is why it is valuable. The library door opened behind her without a touch. The conversation was over because Voldemort had decided it was. Hermione hated how badly she wanted to stay and read every title on the shelves. She hated more that he knew that too. She walked back alone with the book clutched against her chest like contraband. Harry was waiting outside their room, not inside, outside, pacing the corridor like a caged thing. When he saw her, relief passed over his face so nakedly that it hurt to look at. You're okay. No, he stopped. She held up the book. But I'm alive. His face tightened. What happened? Hermione looked down the corridor. No visible guards. That meant nothing. Inside. Once the door closed behind them, Harry cast the weak diagnostic charm Hermione had taught him that morning. It fizzled at the edges, but showed no active listening spell inside the first ward layer. Hermione added 2 more checks. Not enough. The best they could do. She told him everything. Not quickly, not dramatically. She gave him the conversation as accurately as memory allowed. Voldemort's admission that blood purity was an organizing myth, his contempt for his own followers' doctrine, his interest in the hybrid adjustment, the book, the fact that he did not understand the interaction fully. Harry listened without interrupting. By the end, his face had gone still in the way Hermione hated, the way it did when he was putting pain somewhere he would deal with later and therefore never properly deal with at all. He said blood purity is a lie, Harry said. Yes. And they follow him anyway. They don't know he thinks that. Bellatrix would still follow him if she did. Hermione looked at him. Yes. That was the worst part. Bellatrix did not love purity more than Voldemort. She loved purity because Voldemort had given her a world where her cruelty could kneel and call itself devotion. Harry sat at the table. So he's not a hypocrite, Hermione frowned. What? He's worse. Harry looked at her. If he believed it, he'd be trapped by it too, but he doesn't. He just uses it. Yes, Harry laughed softly. There was no humor in it. Dumbledore believed in what he was doing. Hermione sat across from him. Yes, that doesn't make it better. No, but it makes it different. Yes. Harry rubbed both hands over his face. I hate that everything is different. Hermione wanted to say she did too. Instead, she opened the book because if she did not put her hands to work, they would start shaking again. Harry watched her. You're going to read it. Yes, because of the scar and the mark. And because you want to know. Hermione's fingers stilled. There was no accusation in his voice. That made it harder. Yes, she said. Harry nodded slowly. Good. She looked up. Good. If there's something there he doesn't understand, I want you to understand it first. Something in her chest tightened. There it was again. Harry, trusting her mind without needing it, softened, not using trusting. The difference mattered. Hermione, read until evening. Harry sat beside her and practiced the first occlumency exercise Voldemort had given him, though he muttered under his breath the entire time. Hermione pretended not to hear when the mutters turned into insults aimed equally at Voldemort, Snape, and Dumbledore's portrait. The book was dreadful. Voldemort had been right, poorly written, occasionally brilliant. Chapters 4 and 6 discussed magical systems that met without sharing origin. Blood wards intersecting with oaths, possession curses disrupted by sacrificial protections, command marks weakened by conflicting voluntary bonds. Chapter 11 contained the beginning of what Hermione needed, a theory of translation layers. Magic, the author argued, failed violently when one binding attempted to dominate another binding of equal or deeper claim. But if a temporary interpretive structure was created, short-lived, narrow, and anchored by conscious intent, the magics could interact without either yielding. A bridge, not a surrender. Hermione wrote that down, then underlined it. Harry opened one eye. That important? Yes. Good important or terrifying important? Both. Of course. She almost smiled again. Then the mark burned, both of them stiffened. This time it was not a summons, it was pain. Sharp, directed, a line of fire across Hermione's forearm. She gasped and grabbed the table. Harry swore, clutching his own arm. The room door opened. Bellatrix stood there, no mask, no permission visible, smiling. Up, she said. Harry had his wand out. Bellatrix's wand was already pointed at Hermione. Ah, she sang. You're learning, aren't you? Think before you play hero. Hermione forced herself upright. The mark still burned, not Voldemort's summons, something else. A pressure around the tether. Bellatrix could not command the mark, not fully, but she knew ways to make it hurt. That was important, terrifying, important. What do you want? Hermione asked. Bellatrix's smile widened. To congratulate you. Harry stepped between them. Bellatrix's eyes glittered, still hiding behind him. Hermione's fear became irritation so quickly it almost steadied her. Harry said, still hiding behind Voldemort. Bellatrix moved, not like a person. Like violence deciding to become visible. Harry raised a shield. Bellatrix's spell shattered it instantly, not with power alone. With angle, precision, experience. Harry fell back against the table. Hermione's wand came up. Bellatrix flicked her wrist, and Hermione's wand flew from her hand, striking the wall and clattering under the bed. Elite combat tier, Hermione thought wildly, not theory, reality. Bellatrix did not need permission to frighten them, only enough ambiguity to survive later. She crossed the room and grabbed Hermione's marked arm. Harry lunged. Bellatrix's wand snapped toward him. Move and she screams. Harry froze. Hermione hated how much Bellatrix enjoyed that. The woman leaned close. "I know what he sees in you," Bellatrix whispered. "A little mind with sharp edges. A toy that answers questions, but toys break." Hermione's arm burned. She did not make a sound. Bellatrix's grip tightened exactly over the place where the dark mark crossed the old scar. Pain flashed white. Hermione's knees almost buckled. Harry's voice came from far away. "Let her go." Bellatrix ignored him. "You think today means something," she said softly. "It doesn't. He praises usefulness. He discards it too." Hermione forced her eyes open. Bellatrix was close enough that Hermione could see the madness and intelligence tangled together in her face. People underestimated Bellatrix by calling her only insane. That was comforting and false. She was cruel, devoted, unstable, but she was also a brilliant duelist and a predator of weakness, so Hermione gave her something true. "You're afraid I'm right." Bellatrix's smile vanished. There. Hermione felt the shift, not victory, opening. "You're afraid he'll keep needing answers you don't have," Hermione said, voice shaking with pain. "You're afraid devotion won't be enough if usefulness becomes the language of the room." Bellatrix struck her, open hand. Hard enough to snap Hermione's head sideways. Harry moved. Hermione shouted, "No!" He stopped, breathing hard. Bellatrix was trembling. Good. Hermione thought through the pain. Bad. Both. Bellatrix leaned in again, voice low and poisonous. "You will learn your place." Hermione tasted blood. Then, before she could think better of it, she smiled. "I keep being told that." Bellatrix raised her wand. The room temperature dropped. Voldemort's voice spoke from the doorway. "Bellatrix!" One word. Bellatrix closed her eyes. For 1 second, naked fury crossed her face. Then it vanished beneath devotion. She released Hermione's arm and turned, bowing deeply. "My lord." Voldemort stood in the doorway, expression unreadable. Harry moved to Hermione's side immediately. She stayed upright, because leaning on him in front of Bellatrix felt like surrender, and she refused to give the woman anything more tonight. Voldemort looked at Hermione's face, then at her arm, then at Bellatrix. "I gave instructions." Bellatrix bowed lower. "I came only to test their readiness, my lord." "No," Voldemort said softly. "You came to reassure yourself." Bellatrix went very still. Hermione understood in that instant why Bellatrix feared her. Not because Hermione was stronger. She was not. Not because Voldemort cared. He did not. Because Hermione had become evidence of a truth Bellatrix could not bear. Voldemort's favor did not run on love. It never had. Voldemort stepped into the room. Bellatrix did not move. "Leave," he said. "My lord, leave." Bellatrix looked once at Hermione. The promise in her eyes was no longer playful. It was personal. Then she left. The door closed. The silence after her departure was almost worse. Harry found Hermione's wand and handed it back to her. His hands were shaking with rage. Voldemort observed this without apology. "You allowed her in?" Harry said, "Yes." Hermione looked at him sharply. Voldemort did not deny it. "Why?" Harry demanded. "To see what she would do, to see what you would do, to see what Miss Granger would notice." Harry looked ready to curse him. Hermione touched his arm. Not now. Her cheek throbbed. Her mark burned. Her old scar ached underneath it, but her mind was clear. "You wanted confirmation," she said. Voldemort's red eyes moved to her. "Of Bellatrix's fear," a faint smile. "And she's threatened by usefulness she can't imitate. She can tolerate cruelty, punishment, even your indifference. But not replacement." Harry stared at Hermione like he could not believe she was analyzing this now. Hermione could. Analysis was how she stayed standing. Voldemort inclined his head. "Correct," Hermione swallowed. "And you wanted her to know you let me see that?" "Yes." There it was. Layer under layer. Bellatrix had not acted outside the system. The system had opened a door just wide enough for her resentment to show its shape. Hermione hated this world. She also understood it better than she had yesterday. That frightened her more. Voldemort looked at the open book on the table. Chapter 11? Yes, Hermione said, and a bridge, not a surrender. His eyes gleamed. Harry looked between them. Hermione did not explain yet. She was too tired. Voldemort stepped back toward the door. Continue your work. Harry's voice was cold. That's it. Voldemort paused. Harry stepped forward. You let her hurt Hermione and now you're just leaving? Voldemort looked at him. Would you prefer I punish Bellatrix for a slap and wounded pride? Shall I perform justice for you, Harry? Harry's face twisted. Voldemort's voice lowered. Be careful what you ask of power when angry. It often says yes in ways you cannot bear. Harry went silent. Voldemort left. The door locked behind him. For several seconds, neither of them moved. Then Harry turned to Hermione. Sit down. I'm fine. You are bleeding. She touched her lip. Her fingers came away red. Oh, Harry made a sound that was half laugh, half despair. He guided her to the bed with a gentleness that nearly broke her. Don't be kind right now, she whispered. He froze. Hermione closed her eyes. I'm sorry. No, Harry said. Don't. She laughed once, and it hurt her cheek. I suppose we're both bad at that. He sat beside her. For a while they did nothing. Then Hermione held out her arm. Harry looked at it and went very still. The dark mark was angry red around the edges. Beneath it, the older scar showed pale and raised where Bellatrix's grip had pressed both wounds together. Two claims, neither true. Harry's voice was barely audible. I hate it. So do I. I hate that I couldn't stop her. Hermione turned to him. You did stop. He looked sick. Because she threatened you. Because I asked you to. His eyes lifted. That matters, she said. He swallowed. I wanted to kill her. I know. I still do. I know. Hermione leaned back against the wall and stared at the book on the table. Bellatrix had hurt her. Voldemort had allowed it. The Order would call her a traitor. Ron might never look at her the same way again. And still, in the middle of all of it, Chapter 11 sat open to a theory that might explain why Harry's scar answered the mark, why her spell had worked, why incompatible magic could be bridged without surrendering to either side. A bridge, not a surrender. Hermione reached for her notebook. Harry stared. You're joking. No, you need rest. I need to write it down before fear edits it. He looked at her for a long moment. Then he got up, brought her the notebook, and sat on the floor beside the bed like a guard dog with glasses and a dark mark. Hermione wrote, Bellatrix, resentment confirmed. Devotion tied to uniqueness of service. Fear trigger, replacement by utility. Mark pain can be externally aggravated by skilled inner circle. Confirm limits. Hybrid structure bridge model viable. Defensive use only so far. Requires conscious intent, compatible anchor, temporary separation of command/consent signatures. Voldemort does not understand interaction fully. Wants improvement. Allows controlled internal conflict to expose loyalties. She paused, then added one more line, being right is currency here. Spending it makes survival possible. Spending it also makes us more useful to him. Her hand shook after that. Harry read the sentence upside down. That's the chapter title, he muttered. Despite everything, Hermione laughed. It sounded awful. It sounded alive. Then the mark cooled by a fraction. The manor settled into its nighttime silence, and Hermione Granger understood with perfect clarity that her mind had bought them another day. She also understood that tomorrow the price would rise. Harry had never hated a lesson as much as he hated learning how predictable bravery could be. Voldemort taught it without calling it a lesson. That made it worse. 3 days after the mark, 2 days after Hermione solved the broken ward anchor, and 1 day after Bellatrix stopped looking at Hermione like a toy and started looking at her like a threat. Harry was brought again to the lower hall beneath Malfoy Manor. The command map waited there. So did Voldemort. Harry stopped just inside the doorway. Hermione stood beside him, sleeve buttoned tightly over her left forearm, face pale but composed. She had a bruise along one cheek from Bellatrix's hand, mostly faded under a careful glamour. Harry hated the glamour. He hated that it was necessary. He hated that he had watched her apply it with the same practical focus she used for brewing and research, as if covering evidence of pain was simply another task to be completed before breakfast. Around the map stood Dolohov, Yaxley, Rookwood, and 6 masked Death Eaters, not Bellatrix. Harry noticed that first. Hermione noticed too. Their eyes met for half a second. No, Bellatrix meant one of two things. Either Voldemort was withholding her because her resentment had become inconvenient, or he was using her elsewhere. Harry did not know which answer frightened him more. Voldemort looked up. "Harry, Miss Granger." Harry's mark warmed at the sound of his name. Not pain, recognition. He forced himself not to touch it. The map above the table showed a stretch of countryside in pale blue lines. Roads, hills, a broken church, a cluster of cottages, a river like a thin silver cut through the land. 2 red points pulsed near the church. Captives? Harry knew it before Voldemort spoke. "The 3 taken from the northern village remain alive," Voldemort said. Harry kept his face still. Alive was not safe. Alive was only unfinished. "One of them is an order courier," Voldemort continued. "He has not spoken. That makes him more useful as bait than as a source." Hermione's fingers tightened around her wand. Harry felt cold settle in his stomach. "Bait for who?" he asked. Voldemort's red eyes moved to him. "You tell me." Harry stared at the map. He did not want to. That had stopped meaning anything. The broken church sat too exposed for a permanent holding site, but not too exposed for a trap. The road nearby had no obvious cover except a low stone wall and a patch of trees to the south. A river on the east side would slow movement unless someone knew the narrow crossing half a mile north. A rescue party would avoid the main road. The Order would not send senior fighters unless the courier carried something vital. They were too stretched after Hogwarts, too many injured, too many dead, too many families hiding. So they would send people who could move quietly, who knew each other well, who had spent a year sneaking through a castle under occupation. Harry felt the answer forming and hated his own mind for being good at this. "The Da," he said. The title hurt. Dumbledore's army. The name had once felt like defiance. Like stolen hope in a classroom hidden behind a door only need could open. Now it sounded like another thing Dumbledore had left behind for children to bleed under. Voldemort's expression sharpened. "Who?" Harry swallowed. "If they know one of the captives is a courier, they'll send people who can move without formal order routes. Neville, maybe. Ginny, if no one stops her. Luna, if she's there. Seamus for distractions. Dean, if they need Muggle-side cover." His throat tightened. "Ron!" Hermione looked down. Voldemort watched Harry with quiet interest. "Ronald Weasley specifically?" Harry's jaw clenched. "If he knows I'm missing, he'll search. If he hears Hermione and I were seen near a Death Eater operation, he'll come faster." Yaxley laughed under his breath. "Sentiment makes them easy." Harry turned his head and looked at him. Yaxley's smile faded by a fraction. "No," Harry said, "it makes them come when others wouldn't." Voldemort smiled faintly. "An important distinction, yet both outcomes are useful." Harry looked back at the map. There it was again, truth with a hook. Voldemort gestured to the pulsing red points. "They will attempt rescue tonight." "You don't know that," Harry said. "I know grief," Voldemort replied, "and I know your friends." Harry hated that more than the insult would have hurt. Hermione spoke before he could. "What do you want from us?" "Participation." Harry's wand hand twitched. Voldemort's gaze dropped to it. "Not execution, not interrogation, prediction, positioning, and containment. You will accompany Dolohov's party." "No," Harry said. The word came out automatic. Dolohov smiled slightly. Voldemort did not. "Refusal is an answer," he said, "but not a useful one. I'm not fighting them." "Then stand aside while others do so less precisely." Harry's stomach turned. Hermione said nothing. That frightened him. He looked at her. She was staring at the map with the focused horror of someone already calculating casualty paths. Voldemort saw Harry looking and smiled. "Miss Granger understands." Harry's anger sparked. "Don't speak for her." "Then let her speak." Harry turned fully toward Hermione. She did not look at Voldemort. Only at Harry. "If we don't go," she said quietly, "Dolohov handles it alone." Harry's throat tightened. Dolohov had nearly killed Hermione at the Department of Mysteries. Harry remembered the purple flame, Hermione falling, the awful frozen second where he thought she was dead. Dolohov watched them both remember. Hermione continued, voice steady by force. If the DA come, they'll come as themselves, fast, brave, emotional. They'll expect Death Eaters, not us. That shock will make them reckless. You're saying we should use that? I'm saying someone will. Her face tightened. If it's us, we can shape the damage. Harry stepped back from the table, shape the damage. That was what their lives had become. Not stopping harm, not doing good. Shaping damage and writing down costs afterward, because someone had to remember that less terrible was not the same as right. Voldemort's voice was soft. There is your third option again. Harry looked at him sharply. Voldemort's expression was unreadable. Refuse and allow the field to belong to men with simpler instincts. Obey clumsily and become what they will already call you, or act with enough precision that the outcome, while ugly, remains yours. Harry hated him. He hated that the words worked. Terms, Hermione said. Several Death Eaters bristled. Harry turned to her, Voldemort's mouth curved. Speak. No killing unless directly necessary to prevent immediate death, Hermione said. No cruciatus, no baiting us with hostages once we are in the field. Harry and I keep independent movement within the operation zone. Yaxley scoffed. My lord, this is absurd. Voldemort looked at him. Yaxley fell silent. And, Voldemort asked Hermione, Hermione's voice lowered, if Ron Weasley is present, he is not to be killed. The room stilled. Harry could not breathe. Voldemort looked from Hermione to Harry. There was no kindness in his gaze, only measurement. You presume much. Yes, Hermione said. Harry stared at her. She did not look away from Voldemort. You want Harry functional, she said. Killing Ron in front of him does not achieve that. Dolohov's smile sharpened. Perhaps breaking Potter is useful. No, Voldemort said. The single word froze the room. Harry felt something twist inside him. Relief, yes. Shame for feeling relief from Voldemort's protection. Rage that Ron's life had become a term in an enemy's strategy. Voldemort looked at Harry. Ronald Weasley is not to be killed unless his actions make his death unavoidable. That is the only guarantee you will receive. Harry's voice was rough. And the others? No one dies unnecessarily. Your idea of necessary is poison. Yes, Voldemort said, which is why you are going. The map folded in on itself. The decision had been made. They left at dusk, not by broom, not by portkey. Voldemort did not give them anything so easily studied. A masked Death Eater opened a transit gate inside a warded cellar beneath the manor. It looked like a vertical slit of dark water, rimmed with runes that shifted too quickly for Harry to follow. Hermione looked at it with open hunger and suspicion. Temporary vanishing cabinet principle? She murmured. Rookwood, standing near the gate, sniffed. Crude comparison. Hermione glanced at him, then explained the stabilizing frame. Rookwood's mouth closed. Harry almost smiled. Then Dolohov said, move. The smile died. They stepped through. The world twisted sideways. Harry landed in wet grass beneath a moonless sky. The air smelled of rain and soil. Far ahead, the broken church rose from a low hill, its tower shattered, its windows empty. No lights showed. To the east, the river murmured beyond the dark. 6 Death Eaters spread out immediately, competent. Silent. Harry hated that too. Dolohov stood at the center of the group, wand loose in his hand. Potter, Granger, predictions. Harry looked at the field. He tried not to see the room of requirement. He saw it anyway. Neville teaching first years how to dodge curses under broken portraits. Ginny leaning against a wall with her arms folded, looking unimpressed by fear. Luna speaking calmly about things that made no sense until they suddenly did. Seamus grinning before blowing something up. Ron rolling his eyes and going along anyway because once Ron decided he was yours, he came even when afraid. Harry closed his eyes. Voldemort had told him emotion could be shaped. Harry hated using the lesson. He did it anyway. He took the grief and put walls around it, not to remove it. To keep it from flooding the room in his head where decisions had to be made. Then he opened his eyes. They won't come from the south trees, he said. Dolohov turned. Why? Too obvious. That's where you'd expect students to hide because students think cover is the same as advantage. They learned better. Hermione pointed toward the river. They'll use the crossing northeast. It lets them approach below the hill's line of sight. Harry nodded. But that's only the first group. Dolohov's eyes narrowed. Harry pointed to the broken wall near the road. Second group creates noise there, not a full attack. Sparks, maybe shield flares, something to draw attention. Seamus, Hermione said softly. Harry's chest tightened. Yes, Dolohov looked interested. And Weasley? Harry did not answer immediately. He imagined Ron trying to think like him. That almost broke him, because Ron would ask. Where would Harry hide the real entrance? What would Hermione ward? Where would Death Eaters be arrogant enough not to watch? Ron knew Harry too well, but Harry knew Ron too. He'll go for the captive, Harry said. Directly, not first. He'll wait until the distraction starts, then take the shortest path from the riverbank to the church door. Hermione's face tightened. That path is exposed. Ron won't care if he thinks someone is being tortured. Dolohov smiled. Harry wanted to curse him. Instead, he said, if you put your men there, he'll blast through or get himself killed. Put them here. He pointed to a dip in the field between the church and river. Let him think he cleared the worst of it, then close behind. Dolohov studied him. You are comfortable with betrayal. Harry's wand was half-raised before Hermione caught his sleeve. Dolohov's smile widened. I am comfortable with not letting your lot kill them because you're too stupid to read a field, Harry said. One Death Eater hissed. Dolohov laughed, not kindly, but genuinely. Perhaps the Dark Lord was right. Don't sound so disappointed. Hermione stepped between the words before they became spells. If the goal is capture, not bodies, use containment charms here and here. No cutting curses, no wide-area hexes. If you fire into the dip, you hit your own flank. Dolohov looked at the terrain, then nodded once to his men. They obeyed. Harry watched the trap form around the place where Ron would run. Every instruction felt like laying stones on his own chest. Half an hour passed. Rain began as a fine mist. Harry crouched behind the broken base of an old statue near the church wall. Hermione was beside him, wand ready, lips moving silently as she tracked timings. Dolohov waited inside the church with 2 guards and the captives. The others had taken Harry's suggested positions, his suggested positions. The phrase would not leave him. Then a light flashed near the road, gold, too bright to be accidental. A second later, something exploded in a shower of sparks that lit the field blue. Seamus. Harry's heart slammed against his ribs. A Death Eater to the west began to move. Harry hissed, "Wait!" The man paused, resentful. Another flash, then shouting. "Now!" the Death Eater whispered. Harry shook his head. Not yet. From the northeast, shadows moved low across the ground. Harry saw them because he knew where to look. 3 figures, no 4. One taller, one broad-shouldered, one slight, one moving with strange, drifting steadiness that could only be Luna. Harry's throat closed. Hermione saw them too. Her face went white. The distraction at the road intensified. Red sparks, then a shield flare, then a bang so loud one Death Eater actually ducked. That was definitely Seamus, Hermione whispered. Harry almost laughed. Then the broad-shouldered figure broke from the river path toward the church. Ron. Even in darkness, even through rain, Harry knew him instantly, not because of hair. Not because of height, because of the way he ran, all heart first, body following, fear shoved behind stubbornness. Ron sprinted across the exposed ground exactly as Harry had said he would. The containment wards rose. Pale ropes of light snapped upward from the grass, forming a half-ring around him. Ron reacted faster than Harry expected. Reducto! The first rope shattered. Good, Harry thought wildly. Then a second charm caught Ron around the legs. He fell hard. Harry moved before he decided to. Hermione? I know. They ran, not toward Ron openly, around the outer edge using the old wall. Harry threw a shield charm left as a Death Eater fired too close. Hermione snapped a counter-jinx that redirected the second spell into the mud. Alive! Harry shouted. Voldemort said alive. The Death Eater hesitated. That was all Harry needed. He reached the dip as Ron rolled onto his back, wand up, face twisted with fury. Stupefy. Harry had known the spell before Ron said it. He dropped. The red light passed over his head and struck the wall behind him. Ron froze. Rain ran down his face. For 1 second, neither of them moved. "Harry," Ron whispered. Harry could not speak. Ron's eyes moved to Hermione as she came up beside him. "Hermione!" The relief that crossed his face was so bright it almost destroyed Harry. Then Ron saw the Death Eaters behind them. He saw Harry's sleeve pushed back by the run. He saw the mark. The relief died. No dramatic shout, no immediate curse, just death, quiet and complete, moving through Ron's face. "No," he said. Harry took a step forward. Ron fired. Not at Harry's chest, at his feet. Harry jumped back as mud exploded where he had stood, of course. Ron knew him too. He knew Harry would step closer. Knew Harry would try to talk. Knew Hermione would be just behind his left shoulder. Knew, even shattered, how to avoid killing them while refusing to let them near. "Ron, listen," Hermione said. Ron's wand swung toward her. His hand shook. "You shut up." Hermione flinched. Harry felt it like a curse. Ron saw the flinch and looked sick for half a second. Then anger saved him from it. "You shut up," he said again, voice breaking. "Both of you, what is that? What is that on your arm?" Harry looked down. The mark was visible, black and wet with rain. There was no hiding it. "It's not what you think." Ron laughed. It was an awful sound. "Really?" "Because I think that's the dark mark, Harry." Behind Ron, one of the other shadows moved. Ginny. She came over the rise with her wand raised, hair plastered to her face by rain, eyes burning. Luna stood behind her, pale and watchful. Neville was there too, breathing hard, wand steady despite the shock on his face. Harry's chest clenched. Familiar enemies. The phrase tasted like blood. Ginny looked at Harry's arm, then Hermione's sleeve. "Show it," she said. Hermione went very still. Ginny's wand did not waver. "Show it?" Harry stepped slightly in front of Hermione. Ginny's eyes flashed. "Don't you dare!" Hermione touched Harry's arm and moved beside him. Slowly she unbuttoned her sleeve and pushed it back. The dark mark showed. So did the scar beneath it. Ron made a sound like something tearing. Neville lowered his wand by an inch, horror overtaking anger. Luna's eyes filled with tears, though her voice when she spoke was soft. "Oh, Hermione," that hurt most, not the accusation, the grief. Hermione rolled her sleeve down again with shaking fingers. Ginny looked ready to curse them both. Ron stared at Harry. "You were alive," he said. Harry swallowed. "Yes, and you didn't come back." "I couldn't." "Because they had you." Harry said nothing. Ron's eyes searched his face desperately. "Because they forced you." Harry still said nothing. The silence answered. Ron stepped back as if Harry had struck him. "No." Harry reached for words. "There were none that would survive this field. Dumbledore raised me to die. Voldemort offered answers. Hermione chose survival. We thought going back meant being spent again. We are trying to control damage from inside the enemy's house. We are not on their side. We are not on yours." Every sentence sounded like betrayal dressed in clever clothes. Ron's face hardened. "You chose it." Harry's voice came out raw. "Yes." Hermione closed her eyes. Ginny's curse came fast. "Bat bogey hex." Harry had been on the wrong end of Ginny's temper enough times to know her wrist before the spell left the wand. He shielded left, not center. The hex splashed against the shield and burst into sparks. Ginny was already moving into the second spell. Neville fired at the containment rope around Ron, trying to free him. Luna cast something silver and strange that made the rain thicken into a curtain between the DA and the Death Eaters. The field erupted. Harry did not think. Thinking would have made him stop. He moved, not power, memory. Ginny favored fast-chained hexes, anger-driven, brilliant at forcing reactions. Do not meet force with force. Step outside rhythm. Block the second, not the first. Neville had become stronger since the Department of Mysteries. Much stronger. His spells carried weight now, rooted by stubborn will. Do not try to frighten him. Fear made Neville braver. Remove his footing. Luna never cast where people expected. Do not predict her spell. Predict her purpose. She would protect lines of retreat, obscure vision, and create openings no one else saw. Harry's mind refused. Then Ron shouted. Harry turned. Ron had cut through one binding and was lifting his wand with both hands, face wet with rain and fury. "Expelliarmus!" Harry knew that spell from Ron, knew the angle, knew the little forward lean before the cast. Knew that Ron, even now, did not want to hurt him if he could disarm him instead. Harry twisted aside and let the spell pass, then flicked his wand low. Impedimenta? Ron blocked badly because he had expected Harry to answer high. The spell caught his shoulder and spun him half around. Harry hated how well it worked. A Death Eater behind Ron raised his wand. Harry saw the curse forming, not stunner, something sharper. No, Harry cast before the Death Eater could. His shield slammed between Ron and the curse, deflecting it into the grass. Ron stared, so did Ginny. The Death Eater rounded on Harry. "He is resisting!" "He is not to be killed," Harry shouted. The authority in his voice came from Voldemort's command, not Harry's goodness. Everyone heard it. Ron's face changed again. Now he understood the worst part. The Death Eaters listened to Harry. Maybe not gladly, but enough. Ginny whispered, "What have you done?" Harry could not answer. Dolohov emerged from the church then, dragging one of the captives by the collar with a wand at his throat. Everything stopped. The captive was Lee Jordan. His face was bruised, one eye swollen, but alive. Ron surged against the binding. "Lee," Dolohov smiled. "Touching." Harry's wand snapped toward him. "Let him go." Dolohov raised an eyebrow. "Your orders, Potter." Hermione moved closer to Harry. "Dolohov," she said, voice sharp. The terms were no hostage pressure once engaged. Dolohov looked amused. "Terms in the field change. Voldemort's terms?" Harry asked. That landed. Dolohov's smile faded, not because Harry frightened him, because Voldemort did. Harry stepped forward, wand still raised. "You want to explain why you made his test messier than instructed?" Dolohov's eyes went flat. For a moment, Harry saw the real tier difference between them. Dolohov could take him, not easily perhaps, not without risk. But in a straight fight, skill and experience favored the man who had survived wars before Harry was born. Harry did not lower his wand. The field held its breath. Then Dolohov shoved Lee forward. Lee fell to his knees in the mud. Ron moved again. Hermione snapped. "Harry left!" Harry turned just as Luna's silver charm slipped around the containment ward like moonlight. Clever, too clever. The ropes around Ron loosened. Ginny fired at Hermione. Harry blocked. Neville blasted the ground between the Death Eaters and Lee. Mud and stone exploded upward. The rescue had found its opening. For one wild second, Harry almost let it happen. Let them run. Let Ron take Lee. Let the Death Eaters blame chaos. Then he saw Dolohov's hand move, not toward Lee, toward Luna. A purple curse gathered at his wand tip. Harry did not have time to shout. He cast the only thing that came to mind, not a known shield, not exactly. The shape came from Hermione's notes. The bridge, not surrender. Command and consent. Mark and scar. Enemy magic and chosen protection. Harry drove his wand down and thought, not of obedience, not of Voldemort's command, but of the one thing the room at Malfoy Manor could not teach: do not touch them. White light snapped from his wand in a thin arc. Hermione gasped. The spell struck Dolohov's curse midair. For a second, the purple light hung suspended inside a pale shell. Then it collapsed harmlessly into rain. Harry staggered. His mark burned. His scar burned worse. Voldemort's soul fragment twisted inside him like something startled awake. Hermione grabbed his arm. Harry, Dolohov stared. So did everyone else. Harry did not have time to understand what he had done. The field was shifting again. Ron had Lee under one arm. Ginny covered them. Neville stood between Luna and Dolohov, face pale but determined. Seamus's distraction still flashed near the road, but fainter now. He was retreating or injured. Death Eaters were closing. If Harry did nothing, the DA would either be captured or someone would die. If he helped them escape, his usefulness to Voldemort would end, and Hermione would pay first. If he captured them, Ron would never forgive him. No clean options. Again, Harry raised his wand. Ron saw it. For 1 second their eyes met across the rain. Ron's face begged him, not for mercy, for Harry to still be Harry. Harry cast. Claudia Via. A barrier rose between Ron's group and the Death Eaters, not around Ron, behind him, cutting off pursuit. Then Harry turned his wand toward the path Ron had meant to use and blasted the ground open. The riverbank collapsed into a muddy trench. Ron's escape route vanished. Ron stared. He understood half of it. Hermione understood all of it. Harry had stopped the Death Eaters from striking directly. He had also stopped the DA from escaping with Lee. Dolohov barked orders. Death Eaters moved around the barrier's edges. Ron dragged Lee backward, trapped between trench, barrier, and open field. Ginny turned her wand on Harry with murder in her eyes. "You coward." Harry accepted that. It was easier than Ron's face. Hermione stepped forward and cast low, not at them, at the ground. A series of bright blue runes flared in the mud around Ron, Ginny, Neville, Luna, and Lee. Containment. Soft, Harry realized. Not crushing. Not binding arms. A holding circle keyed to movement speed. If they stood still, it did not hurt. If they tried to break through violently, it would tighten. Hermione had built it from the same theory as the broken ward anchor. Trust-based magic inverted into a temporary field. Brilliant. Horrible. Dolohov looked impressed despite himself. "Take them," he ordered. "No," Harry said. Dolohov turned slowly. Harry's wand was still raised. "They've stopped. That satisfies containment. We wait for Voldemort's instruction." Dolohov's eyes narrowed. "You delay." "I preserve value," Harry said. The words tasted like poison, but they worked. Dolohov hesitated. Hermione added coldly, "You already nearly violated the Dark Lord's stated terms once." "Would you like a second ambiguity on the report?" Dolohov looked at her with pure dislike. But he lowered his wand by an inch. Harry breathed. Then Ron spoke. "You sound like them." Harry closed his eyes. That one went deeper than any spell. When he opened them, Ron was staring at him from inside the circle. Lee leaned against Neville, barely conscious. Luna had one hand on Ginny's sleeve. Ginny's wand was still up, her whole body shaking with rage. Ron looked broken, not weak, broken. "I looked for you," Ron said. Rain ran down Harry's glasses. He did not wipe it away. "I know." "No, you don't," Ron's voice cracked. "I looked everywhere. Hagrid said he didn't know what he said. He kept saying Forest and gone and you know who, and then people started saying maybe you were dead and Hermione too, but I knew you weren't. I knew." Hermione made a quiet sound. Ron looked at her. "You let me think." His voice failed. Hermione looked as if she had been cursed. "Ron." She whispered. He shook his head. "No, don't say my name like you still get to." Harry stepped forward. Ron turned on him instantly. "And you," he laughed, a jagged thing, "you always do this. You run off because you think you have to carry everything, except this time you ran to him." Harry's throat closed. "I ran from dying for a plan I didn't choose." Ron flinched. The words shocked everyone. Ginny's anger faltered. Neville stared. Luna's eyes sharpened through tears. Harry had not meant to say it, but now that he had, he could not stop. "Dumbledore knew," Harry said. "About the scar. About the Horcrux inside me. He knew I had to let Voldemort kill me." The field went silent. Even Dolohov listened. Ron's face twisted in disbelief. "No," Harry laughed softly. "That's what I said." Hermione's voice was quiet. "It's true." Ron looked at her. He wanted her to be lying. Harry could see it. Hermione did not give him that comfort. Ginny's wand lowered slightly. Neville whispered. Harry shook his head. Don't look at me like that now." Ron's eyes flashed. "So this is what? Revenge? Dumbledore lied, so you joined the murderer?" "No." "You're wearing his mark?" "Yes," Harry shouted. The word cracked across the field. Harry's arm burned as if answering. "Yes, I am. I chose it. Hermione chose it. Not because he's right. Not because this is good. Because the side that loved me still expected me to die, and he was the first person to say out loud that I had been used." Ron looked as if every sentence was hitting him in a different place. Harry hated himself for saying it here. Like this. With Death Eaters listening and Lee bleeding and Hermione pale beside him. But truth had never arrived politely in Harry's life. "Why start now?" Ron's voice dropped. "You could have come to me." That broke him. Harry had no defense, no clever answer, no wound sharp enough to cut away the truth. "I know." Ron stared. Harry swallowed. "I know." For one moment there was only rain. Then Dolohov said, "Enough." The world returned. Death Eaters moved closer. Ginny raised her wand again. Hermione's containment runes brightened. Harry turned to Dolohov. "We have what we need." Dolohov's eyes narrowed. "Do we?" "Yes." The Dark Lord wanted capture. The Dark Lord wanted proof, Harry said. Dolohov paused. Harry forced himself to continue, every word chosen like stepping across knives. The Order now knows. Ron saw the marks. Ginny saw. Neville, Luna, Lee. If you take them all, the story dies in a cell until Voldemort chooses to release it. If some return, the Order tears itself apart tonight. Hermione went still. Dolohov looked toward her. She understood, and after one awful second nodded. He's right, she said. The psychological value of witnesses exceeds the value of additional prisoners. Keep Lee. Release the others. Ron surged forward. The circle tightened, and he gasped. No, Harry's stomach twisted. Lee was already a captive, alive but captive. Releasing him might collapse everything. Keeping him maintained Voldemort's bait and gave Harry a reason, however thin, for the operation not to escalate. Less terrible, not right, never right, Dolohov considered, then he smiled. Potter learns quickly. Harry looked away. Dolohov lifted his wand. The containment circle broke on one side, opening a path away from the church. Ron looked at it, then at Harry. You're letting us go? Harry's voice was hollow. I'm making sure you go back. With Lee, Harry said nothing. Ron's face hardened. With Lee, Harry, Hermione's eyes filled with tears. We can't, she said. Ginny spat at the ground near Hermione's feet. Harry flinched more than Hermione did. Luna spoke softly. Ronald. Ron did not move. Neville put a hand on his shoulder. Ron, we have to go. No, if we stay, Lee still doesn't get out and more of us get taken. Ron shook him off. Harry saw the moment forming. Ron would not leave. Of course he would not. Ron had left once in the tent, and the guilt had nearly eaten him alive. He would not walk away from another friend in chains, not even if staying meant death. Harry knew that, so he used it. He raised his wand toward Ginny. Ron reacted instantly, stepping between them. Harry cast at the ground near Ron's feet. Depulso. The spell blasted mud and water upward, forcing Ron backward through the opening in the containment circle. Neville grabbed him. Luna caught Ginny's sleeve. Hermione flicked her wand, and the runes collapsed behind them, sealing the path back. Run! Hermione shouted. Ginny stared at her, shocked. Then Neville dragged Ron. Ron fought him for 3 steps. Then Luna said something Harry could not hear. Whatever it was, Ron stopped fighting long enough for them to move. They vanished into the rain beyond the broken wall. Ginny looked back once. Her eyes promised no forgiveness. Then she was gone too. Harry stood in the field until the darkness swallowed them. Dolohov's men secured Lee again. The roadside distraction ceased. Somewhere far away, a final spark burst blue and faded. Harry lowered his wand. His whole body shook. Hermione came to stand beside him. Neither of them spoke. Dolohov approached, smiling faintly. You chose efficiently. Harry looked at him. I chose who left breathing. How noble. Harry's wand lifted before he realized. Dolohov's lifted too, faster. For half a second they stood almost chest to chest, wands angled, rain running between them. Harry felt the difference again. Dolohov was not afraid of him, not really. Harry was dangerous now, but dangerous like a blade still learning its own edge. Dolohov was a man who had cut before and would cut again without trembling. Hermione's voice came sharp. Harry, he lowered his wand. Dolohov smiled. Good boy. Harry said nothing. That restraint cost more than any spell. They returned through the transit gate with Lee Jordan still captive and 4 DA members released to carry the story. Malfoy Manor felt warmer than the field. That seemed obscene. Voldemort waited in the lower hall, not alone. Bellatrix had returned. She stood beside him with shining eyes, and Harry knew immediately that she had heard enough to want the rest from his face. Lee was taken away before Harry could speak to him. Harry watched until the door closed. Voldemort studied Harry. Report. Dolohov began. Harry barely listened. He heard words like engagement, containment, emotional grouping, Weasley, witnesses released, Lee retained. He heard Hermione's contribution named with irritation and reluctant respect. He heard Dolohov mention the white spell that had swallowed his curse. Voldemort's eyes sharpened at that. Hermione's hand brushed Harry's sleeve. Careful, Dolohov finished. The room waited. Voldemort looked at Harry. You let Ronald Weasley go? Yes. After ensuring he saw enough to condemn you. Harry's mouth was dry. Yes. Why? Harry wanted to say, because Ron is my friend. But in this room, that answer would become a handle, so he said the other truth. Because witnesses do more damage than corpses. Bellatrix smiled. Hermione looked down. Voldemort watched Harry for a long moment. Then he said, "Correct." The word landed like ash. Harry felt no pride, no relief. Only a deepening horror at how often being right now meant becoming harder to recognize. Voldemort dismissed Dolohov. Bellatrix stayed. Of course she did. Voldemort turned to Hermione. "You adapted the hybrid structure in the field." Hermione's face was pale. "Briefly. Defensively." "Yes." "Show me later." It was not a request. Hermione nodded once. Bellatrix's eyes flicked between them, resentment burning hot enough to feel. Voldemort looked back at Harry. "And Ronald?" Harry's chest tightened. "What about him? Did he hate you?" The question was clinical. Harry nearly laughed. "No." Voldemort tilted his head. Interesting. Harry looked at the floor. He wanted to. Hermione closed her eyes. Voldemort smiled faintly. "That is worse." Yes, Harry thought it was. They were dismissed. Back in their room, Hermione opened the ledger before removing her wet cloak. Harry stood by the fireplace, dripping water onto the rug. "Don't," he said. She paused. "We have to record it." "I know." But he did not move. Hermione sat slowly. "What do I write?" Harry stared at the fire. He saw Ron's face, relief dying, trust turning into something that had not yet decided whether it was hatred or grief. He saw Ginny's curse, Neville's hand on Ron's shoulder, Luna's tears, Lee being dragged away. He saw himself raising his wand at Ginny because he knew Ron would step between them. He closed his eyes. "Write that I used him." Hermione's quill hovered. "Harry, write it." The quill touched parchment. Harry heard each scratch. Ron Weasley present. Witnessed marks. Emotional confrontation confirmed. Harry used Ron's protective reflex to force retreat. Lee Jordan retained. DA witnesses released. No deaths in field. Hermione stopped writing. Harry turned. Her face was wet and not from rain. "I'm sorry," she whispered. He wanted to tell her not to be, but they had agreed, hadn't they? No more easy lies. "Me too." He sat across from her. For a long time they listened to the fire. Then Harry pushed up his left sleeve. The mark stared back. He remembered Ron's voice. "You sound like them." Harry traced the edge of the black skull without touching it. The worst part was not that Ron was wrong. The worst part was that, for one moment in the field, Harry had sounded exactly like the people he hated, because that was the language that had kept Ron alive. Familiar enemies. Not because Ron had become his enemy, because Harry had become familiar with the enemy's language. And somewhere beyond Malfoy Manor, Ron Weasley was carrying that truth back to the ruins of the only side Harry had ever known. The Order would stop hoping now. By morning, everyone would know Harry Potter and Hermione Granger were alive. By morning, everyone would know they wore the mark. And none of them would know how much of Harry had been left behind in a rain-soaked field, watching his best friend run because Harry had aimed a wand at someone Ron loved. Hermione turned the ledger toward him. At the bottom of the page, below the costs, she had written one more line. No unforgivables, no deaths, not clean. Harry read it twice. Then he picked up the quill and added beneath it, still ours. He stared at the words. He did not know if they were comfort or condemnation, maybe both. Maybe that was all they had left. Hermione understood something after the field mission with Ron. There were wounds that bled outward and wounds that bled inward. The outward ones were simpler. A cut could be cleaned. A bruise could be hidden. A curse burn could be treated if one had dittany, patience, and enough privacy to wince without audience. The inward wounds were worse because they learned your voice. Ron's face lived behind Hermione's eyes now, not constantly. That would have been easier to fight. It came in flashes, slipping between thoughts whenever she let structure loosen. Ron staring at her mark. Ron saying, "Don't say my name like you still get to." Ron looking at Harry as if the world had not ended but corrected itself into something crueler. Hermione could survive accusation. She had survived teachers doubting her, classmates mocking her, Death Eaters carving into her skin, newspapers lying about her, and a war that treated her cleverness as public property. But Ron's grief had not accused first, it had recognized. That was worse. Recognition implied there was still something left to lose, so Hermione counted. She counted pages, counted ingredients, counted the precise heat shift when command magic pressed against defensive intention, counted the seconds Harry could hold Voldemort outside his mind during a clumancy. 7 now on a good attempt. 4 when tired. Once nearly 12 before Voldemort said Ron's name and Harry's wall cracked so violently every candle in the room went out. Voldemort had looked pleased. Hermione had wanted to throw a chair at him. Instead, she wrote, "Emotional anchors strengthen defense when chosen. They weaken defense when triggered externally, need internal naming structure before exposure." Harry read it upside down later and said, "That means stop letting him use Ron as a battering ram." Yes. Could have written that. You'd have complained about my phrasing. I always complain about your phrasing. For 3 seconds, it almost felt like them. Then the mark on Harry's arm shifted under his sleeve, and the moment died. The mark was changing, not visibly. The skull and serpent remained the same black brand against skin, too dark to be ink, too smooth to be a scar. But Hermione felt differences in the magic. So did Harry, though his descriptions were less precise and more alarming. "It feels like someone keeps knocking from inside my bones," he said one morning. Hermione stopped writing. Harry looked up from the chair beside the fireplace, where he had been pretending to rest and actually watching the door. "That bad? That descriptive? Thought you liked descriptive, not when applied to your bones." The truth was that the mark had begun reacting to the hybrid spellwork. Hermione's first field adaptation had been instinctive. Command and consent, mark and protection, enemy curse and chosen shield. A bridge, not a surrender. It had stopped Dolohov's curse from hitting Luna, but it had also woken something in Harry's scar and made the dark mark flare like it had been insulted. Since then, Voldemort had ordered them to practice, not freely. Never freely, always under supervision. Always with limits designed to reveal more to him than they gained. A small shield first. A translation layer around a harmless binding charm. A diagnostic charm that could distinguish between voluntary oath magic and imposed command magic. That last one interested Hermione most. It also interested Voldemort, which meant she had to be careful how interested she seemed. "You are improving," Voldemort said on the 4th day after the field mission. Hermione stood in the Blackstone chamber with Harry beside her and a line of chalk circles at their feet. Across from them, a conjured chain of red light hung in the air, suspended between 2 silver posts. A simple command-binding simulation, Voldemort had called it. Hermione did not believe anything that resembled a chain was simple in that room. Harry wiped sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. The scar beneath his hairline was red again. "No," Hermione said. Voldemort's eyes moved to her. Harry looked at her too. She forced herself not to shift under their attention. "We're becoming more consistent," she said. "That isn't the same as improving," Voldemort's mouth curved. "Explain!" Hermione pointed her wand at the red chain but did not cast. "The bridge works when the hostile magic has a clear direction and the protective intent is narrow. Stop that curse. Separate this tether. Delay that signal. But the moment intent widens, the structure destabilizes." Harry frowned. "Like when I tried to shield the whole circle." "Yes." That attempt had thrown him backward hard enough to crack one of the chamber tiles. Hermione had nearly cursed Voldemort for not stopping it sooner. Voldemort had looked at the cracked tile, then at Harry, and said, "Again tomorrow." Hermione continued, "The spell cannot become a broad defense. Not yet, maybe not ever. It needs specificity." "Useful things often do," Voldemort said. Harry muttered. "So do traps." Voldemort smiled faintly. "Yes." Hermione looked at the red chain. Specificity. The word had stayed with her. Command magic relied on hierarchy, caster, subject, consequence. Oath magic relied on declared boundaries. I will not. If I break it, then. Consent magic relied on voluntary alignment. People choosing the same magical direction without being forced into it. The hybrid bridge did not overpower any of these. It translated. That meant, in theory, it could make one binding visible to another, not break it, not yet, but reveal it. Hermione had not written that down in the ledger. Some thoughts were too dangerous for parchment. Voldemort lifted his wand and the red chain vanished. Enough. Harry lowered his wand with obvious relief. Hermione did not. Again, Harry turned to her. What? We need one more attempt. You nearly fell over on the last one. I didn't. That's your standard now. Voldemort watched them with the expression of a man observing two moving parts in a machine he did not yet fully own. Hermione hated that enough to stop arguing. She lowered her wand. Voldemort's gaze lingered on her. You dislike stopping when the answer remains incomplete. Yes. Good. No, she said before caution could catch up. Not good, useful. Harry's eyes flicked toward her. Voldemort's smile sharpened. A distinction you cling to. A distinction that matters to morality, to accuracy. That pleased him more than morality would have. Hermione wished she had chosen another word. The lesson ended. They returned to their room under escort, but the escort remained outside the door rather than entering. A small change. Meaningful. Dangerous. Harry noticed too. Fewer guards. He said once the door closed. Not fewer, less visible. He gave her a tired look. You're really committed to ruining the optimistic version. The optimistic version gets people killed. Fair. He sat heavily on the bed and pushed a hand through his hair. His sleeve slipped down, exposing the mark. Hermione looked away, not because she could not bear seeing it, because Harry could not bear being seen with it all the time. He noticed anyway. We can't keep doing this, he said. Hermione laughed once, humorlessly. Which part? Any of it? She sat at the table. The ledger lay open where she had left it. Names and costs. Lee Jordan still held. Ron, Ginny, Neville, Luna released as witnesses. Dolohov's near violation. Hybrid spell used defensively in field. Voldemort interested. Bellatrix resentment escalating. Hermione had underlined Bellatrix's name twice. Harry followed her gaze. She'll try something soon. Yes, Voldemort knows. Yes, and he'll let her. Hermione did not answer. Harry's face darkened. He will, won't he? He'll let enough happen to learn something. Harry stood. Then we don't wait. For what? For her to pick the terms. Hermione looked up. This was the part of Harry that frightened people who only saw him as brave. He was brave, yes. Recklessly, painfully, stupidly brave. But underneath that was something sharper. Harry had spent his childhood learning the rhythms of people who meant him harm. He knew when cruelty was about to become action. He did not always plan well, but he felt danger before it spoke. What do you suggest? Hermione asked. We make Voldemort order her not to touch you again. Hermione almost smiled. That sounds lovely. Shall we ask politely? Hermione. Harry, he won't limit Bellatrix for our comfort. No, but he might for his project. She stopped. Harry saw the idea land and leaned forward. You said it yourself. He cares about the hybrid spell. He cares about the scar and the mark and whatever happens when we use them together. Bellatrix is a risk to that. Hermione's mind moved. A risk, not to them, to Voldemort's work. That was a language he respected. She's already interfered once, Hermione said slowly. Twice if we count the field. Dolohov nearly broke terms because everyone is watching how far they can push. Bellatrix is different. Exactly. Hermione tapped one finger against the ledger. Bellatrix's devotion was not ordinary loyalty. It was identity. Voldemort's favor defined her place in the world. If Voldemort restricted her publicly, she would obey on the surface and rot underneath. If he did it privately, she would test the edges, and if Hermione could make those edges visible, Harry frowned. That's your thinking too much face. It's my trying not to get a skilled face. Same face. This time she did smile, only faintly, only for a second. Then the door opened. Bellatrix Lestrange stood outside. Hermione's smile vanished. No guards accompanied her. That was the first warning. The second was the parchment in Bellatrix's hand. She did not look furious today. She looked calm. That was much worse. Miss Granger, Bellatrix said sweetly. The Dark Lord requires you. Harry was on his feet at once. Where? Bellatrix's eyes slid to him. Not you. No, the word landed between them. Bellatrix smiled. Always the same song. Does she ever tire of being dragged behind your heroics? Harry stepped forward. Hermione stood too. "Show the order," she said. Bellatrix's eyes gleamed. She held out the parchment. Hermione did not take it. She read from where she stood. The writing was not Voldemort's hand. But orders in the manor often arrived through intermediaries. The seal at the bottom shimmered with dark magic. Valid, maybe, not enough. Hermione lifted her wand. Bellatrix's smile widened. "Careful. Suspicion can look like disobedience. Then obedience should withstand verification." Harry moved beside Hermione. Bellatrix looked briefly irritated by that. Hermione cast a small authenticity charm. The parchment flared green, valid command channel, but not full command. Hermione's eyes narrowed. It was not forged. It was worse than forged. It was incomplete. A real instruction, stripped of context. The order stated that Hermione was to examine an intercepted message tied to order movements. It did not say alone. It did not say Bellatrix was authorized to escort her. It did not say Harry was forbidden. Hermione looked at Bellatrix. "I'll come." Harry comes too. Bellatrix's smile thinned. "The order names you. It does not exclude him." Bellatrix's wand appeared. Harry's did too. The room became still. Hermione felt the mark on her arm pulse once, not a summons, a warning. Bellatrix had found a narrow space in Voldemort's command structure and stepped into it with both feet. Good, Hermione thought. Terrible, but good, because narrow spaces could be measured. "Harry," Hermione said quietly, "stay." He looked at her like she had betrayed him. She kept her gaze steady. Bellatrix wanted conflict between them, wanted Harry's refusal, wanted either a fight she could punish or a disobedience she could report. Hermione could not give her that. "Stay," she repeated. Harry's jaw worked. Then he said very softly, "No." Bellatrix's eyes lit. Hermione's heart sank. But Harry was not looking at Bellatrix. He was looking at the parchment. "No," he said again. "I'm not staying, but I'm also not coming." Hermione blinked. Harry turned his wand and sliced the edge of his own sleeve open, exposing the mark. Bellatrix's smile faltered. Harry pressed 2 fingers against it. The mark darkened. Hermione realized what he was doing a second before Bellatrix did. Clumency, inverted, not blocking Voldemort, reaching toward the tether, not a summons. Not exactly. A disturbance, Bellatrix hissed. "Do not presume," Harry's scar flashed. He gasped but did not stop. The room temperature dropped. A voice spoke from the corridor behind Bellatrix. How resourceful. Bellatrix went white. Voldemort stood at the far end of the hallway. No dramatic entrance, no swirl of robes. He had simply arrived, as if the manor had decided he should be there and corrected itself. Harry lowered his hand from the mark, breathing hard. Hermione stared at him. He had called Voldemort, not fully, not with control, but enough. That was terrifying. That was useful. That was another line in the ledger. Bellatrix bowed deeply. "My lord." Voldemort walked closer, eyes on Harry first, then Hermione, then the parchment in Bellatrix's hand. "Explain." Bellatrix's head remained lowered. "The intercepted message, my lord. I thought to save time by bringing the girl directly." "The girl," Voldemort repeated. The words were soft. Bellatrix stilled. Hermione felt the entire corridor tighten. Voldemort took the parchment and read it. "An instruction to examine the message," he said. "Not a private summons." Bellatrix did not move. An efficient servant does not confuse opportunity with authorization. There, Hermione saw it, the tiny crack. Bellatrix could bear punishment, but being corrected for inefficiency in front of Hermione struck deeper than pain. Voldemort turned to Hermione. "You will examine the message. Harry will observe. Bellatrix will remain." Harry's face hardened. Hermione said, "Under what terms?" Bellatrix made a small sound of outrage. Voldemort's red eyes moved to Hermione. She felt fear crawl up her spine. Still, she continued. "If the message concerns order movement, there will be decisions made from my interpretation. I require clear terms before beginning." Voldemort looked amused. "You require?" "Yes." "Name them." Hermione did not glance at Harry. If she did, she might lose nerve. No physical coercion. No use of prisoners to force interpretation. No punishment for identifying uncertainty. No one acts on partial conclusions without your review. Bellatrix hissed. "You insolent little—" "Accepted," Voldemort said. Bellatrix went silent. Hermione's pulse hammered. "And," Voldemort added, turning slightly toward Bellatrix, "you will not move against either of them outside my explicit command again." Bellatrix bowed lower. "Of course, my lord." "No," Voldemort said. One syllable. Bellatrix froze, not courtesy. "Oath." The corridor seemed to inhale. Hermione's thoughts stopped. Bellatrix looked up. For the first time since Hermione had known her, Bellatrix Lestrange looked genuinely afraid only for a second. Then devotion covered it. "My lord," Voldemort's expression was mild. "You have allowed sentiment to interfere with precision. Swear." Harry's eyes snapped to Hermione. Hermione kept her face still while her mind blazed. Oath. Declared boundary. Consequence. Command magic and voluntary binding layered under Voldemort's authority. If Bellatrix swore, Hermione could read it later, maybe, if she survived. Bellatrix extended her left arm. Her dark mark was old, black, fully settled into the skin. She placed her wand against it. "I swear," she said, voice trembling only at the edges, "that I will not move against Harry Potter or Hermione Granger outside the Dark Lord's explicit command." Voldemort watched, nor engineer another to do so. Bellatrix's eyes flicked, just once toward Hermione. Hatred burned there. "I swear that I will not move against them, nor engineer another to do so, outside the Dark Lord's explicit command." The mark on her arm flared. The air snapped. Hermione felt the oath settle like a wire pulled tight. Voldemort smiled. "Good." Bellatrix lowered her arm. Her face was serene now. Too serene. Hermione knew then that Bellatrix would break it, not because she was stupid. Because she would convince herself that what she did next was not moving against them. Fanatics loved loopholes when they could call them faith. They were taken to a chamber Hermione had not seen before. It was smaller than the lower hall, lined with mirrors covered in black cloth. At the center stood a pensive-like basin filled not with silver memory, but with dark blue smoke. Lee Jordan sat in a chair beside it, bound but conscious. Harry stopped breathing for half a second. Lee looked up. His swollen eye had improved slightly. His lip was split. He was alive. When he saw Harry and Hermione, his face changed from exhaustion to hatred so quickly Hermione felt it physically. "Well," Lee said hoarsely. "There they are." Harry flinched. Hermione did not blame Lee. Voldemort stood behind the basin. Bellatrix moved to his right, silent and shining with contained fury. "The message," Voldemort said. Rookwood stepped from the shadows with a thin strip of parchment held in silver tongs. Hermione's attention fixed on it. The parchment was ordinary. The magic was not. Words appeared and disappeared across its surface, never staying long enough to read fully. A message charm layered with memory decay, probably designed to erase itself if taken by hostile hands. Clever. Order adjacent, but too complex for most DA members. Hermione leaned closer, not Kingsley. "Not McGonagall, maybe Luna?" "No, wrong structure. Who wrote it?" she asked. Bellatrix smiled. "That is what you are here to tell us." Hermione ignored her. The message flickered. She caught 3 words: Stag River Home. Her heart stumbled. Harry saw her face. "What?" She shook her head minutely. "Too many eyes." Voldemort noticed anyway. "Read it." "I can't yet." Lee laughed. "Nice to hear there are still things you can't do." Harry looked pained. Hermione accepted the hit. "I need to stabilize the text." Rookwood handed her a wand-length rod of black metal. Hermione did not take it. "What is that? A stabilizer?" "No." Rookwood's eyes narrowed. Hermione looked at Voldemort. "That will force the message open by attacking the decay charm. It may destroy the content." "It will reveal enough," Bellatrix said. "It will reveal what survives damage," Hermione replied. "That is not the same as truth." Voldemort's eyes moved to Rookwood. Rookwood looked irritated, then said, "The risk exists." Hermione filed away the admission. She cast her own charm instead, small, careful. A circle of blue-white light around the parchment, not breaking the decay. Slowing its need to decay, the words flickered less violently. Stag, river, home. When Bell, Harry inhaled. Lee's face went carefully blank. Hermione's mind raced. Stag, river, home, Bell. It could mean anything. It could mean everything. A rally point. A coded route. A trap. A false message designed to be taken. If the Order knew Harry and Hermione were now with Voldemort, they might build a message specifically to exploit what Harry recognized. Or Ron might. Ron had never loved codes, but he understood Harry's mind. Stag could mean James. Patronus. Harry. River could refer to the field mission. Or the crossing. Or something from their year on the run. Home when bell, the burrow had no bell. Hogwarts had bells. The church had a broken bell tower. Hermione realized too late that Voldemort was watching Harry, not the parchment. Harry's memories would do half the decoding if his face spoke first. She stepped in front of him as if adjusting her angle to the message. Voldemort smiled faintly. Damn, Bellatrix saw it too, damn again. The boy knows something, Bellatrix said softly. Harry's jaw clenched. Voldemort did not speak. Bellatrix drifted toward Lee. Perhaps the prisoner can clarify. Hermione's wand lifted immediately. The room went still. Bellatrix smiled. I haven't touched him. Not moving against Hermione or Harry, not directly, a loophole. Hermione felt the oath around Bellatrix like a thin vibration in the air. It had not tightened yet, because Bellatrix threatening Lee was not technically moving against them, unless the threat was designed to force Hermione's interpretation, which it was. But magic needed structure, so did traps. Hermione lowered her wand by an inch. Bellatrix looked disappointed. Voldemort watched, waiting, testing, always testing. Hermione turned back to the message. If you use pain, the message becomes useless. Bellatrix laughed softly. Pain makes people honest. No, Hermione said. Pain makes people urgent. Urgency creates answers whether or not they are true. Lee stared at her. For 1 second, something complicated flickered through his hatred. Then it vanished. Voldemort said, Proceed without pain. Bellatrix bowed, as you command. She stepped back. But Hermione saw the smile. The message flickered again. Stag, river, home when bell falls, red hand. Harry made a small sound. Hermione wanted to close her eyes. Red hand, Ron, not a code anyone else would use unless they wanted Harry and Hermione to think of him, or unless Ron had sent it. Hermione felt the room narrowing. Bellatrix said, It concerns Weasley. Harry's wand hand twitched. Voldemort's gaze sharpened. Hermione spoke before Harry could, possibly. Bellatrix moved closer. Possibly? Yes. Such caution. Bellatrix's voice turned sweet. One might almost think you are protecting him. There it was, the trap. Expose Hermione as unreliable. Force her to lie badly or tell the truth and harm Ron, or refuse and prove Bellatrix right. Hermione looked at the message. Specificity. A bridge, not a surrender. She needed a third option. The parchment flickered again. Stag River home when bell falls, red hand waits where first stone. First stone, Hermione's mind caught. Not the burrow, not Hogwarts. Shell Cottage, no. Bell falls. First stone, the first stone of the DA, the place where Harry had first taught them. The room of requirement had no bell, but Hogwarts did. The first stone of Dumbledore's army had been the Hog's head meeting. Aberforth, goats, Hogsmeade, bells from the village, but Ron would not call that home. Harry might. No, Harry's first real home was Hogwarts. The bell falls. When Hogwarts' bell tower collapses. Had it, maybe during the battle. Red hand waits where first stone, the first stone they had visited after leaving Privet Drive in the Horcrux hunt, Godric's Hollow. Stag. River. Home. First stone, James Potter's grave, no bell. Hermione hated codes. She had always preferred a puzzle that admitted it wanted solving. This message wanted to be half solved by the wrong person. So she stopped trying to solve it. She asked why it existed. Who benefits if we act on this? If Voldemort believes Ron is waiting somewhere tied to Harry's emotional history, he sends forces. If Harry reacts, the location becomes credible. If Hermione denies it, Bellatrix accuses her. If they capture Ron, Harry fractures. If they kill Ron, Harry becomes unstable and perhaps useless. Bellatrix benefits. Unless Voldemort wants exactly that. Hermione looked at Lee. He was watching her with fierce, desperate hatred, too fierce. Performative, Lee Jordan was a broadcaster, a performer. A brave one, but still, he knew how to use his face. Hermione's mind sharpened. This message was not for Voldemort. It was for Harry and Hermione, a warning. A lure. A test from the order Lee's hatred held too steady. Hermione cast a diagnostic charm over the parchment. The words flared. Then, beneath the visible text, a second layer surfaced for less than a second, not words. Rhythm, broadcast rhythm, Potter watch. Lee had encoded the message in timing, not text. Hermione nearly smiled, nearly. Instead, she frowned as if frustrated. "What is it?" Voldemort asked. "A layered charm." Rookwood scoffed. "Obviously." Hermione ignored him. "The visible message is unstable by design. It wants us to chase associations." "And the hidden layer?" Voldemort asked. Hermione hesitated exactly long enough for the room to believe the answer mattered. "It is incomplete." Bellatrix's eyes narrowed. "Lie carefully, not too much." "There's a timing pattern," Hermione said, "but without the original broadcast structure, it can't be resolved." Lee's shoulders loosened by a fraction, only a fraction. Bellatrix saw her smile widened. "The prisoner knows the structure." Lee went still. Hermione's heart sank. Bellatrix turned to Voldemort. "My lord, with permission." "No pain," Hermione said sharply. Bellatrix looked delighted. "Listen to her. So protective." Harry stepped forward. Voldemort gave terms. Bellatrix's eyes flashed. Voldemort remained silent. That was bad. Hermione understood a second later. He wanted to see which rule held more weight, his stated term or Bellatrix's ability to produce results. Bellatrix understood too, devotion and resentment twisted together in her smile. "I require no pain," she said. She lifted her wand, not at Lee, at the basin. The dark blue smoke rose. Lee's face changed. Fear, real fear. "What is that?" Harry asked. Rookwood answered, sounding bored. "A memory resonance basin. It draws surface associations when properly compelled." Hermione's blood went cold, not torture in the crude sense, but violation. A tool to pull memory-adjacent impressions without full legitimacy. Bellatrix had found a loophole. No pain, no touching, no direct move against Harry or Hermione, only Lee's mind used as a door to Ron. "Stop," Hermione said. Bellatrix smiled. "Why?" Hermione looked at Voldemort. "This risks contaminating the message interpretation." Voldemort's eyes were unreadable. "Does it?" "Yes," Bellatrix said, "or it reveals what she fears revealed." The room stilled. There it was. Hermione had to choose, protect Lee and look disloyal, allow Lee's mind to be scraped and remain useful. Attack Bellatrix and die, do nothing and become something she could not bear, Harry whispered. "Hermione!" She heard in his voice that he would move if she did. He would make it worse to keep her from being alone in it. No, not this time. Hermione lowered her wand. Harry stared at her. Bellatrix's smile became triumphant. Lee looked betrayed for one sharp second. Then Hermione said, "Use the basin." Harry went rigid. Bellatrix looked suspicious now. "Good. But," Hermione continued, "if you do, the result is yours, not mine. I will not certify contaminated interpretation." Voldemort's gaze sharpened. Bellatrix's smile thinned. "I don't need your certification." "No," Hermione said. "You need his." She looked at Voldemort, "and he needs to know whether the intelligence is clean enough to act on." Voldemort's mouth curved. Bellatrix went still. Hermione had shifted the question. Not mercy. Reliability. Bellatrix could violate Lee's mind if she wished, but then whatever she found would carry her fingerprints, and Voldemort had already begun doubting whether Bellatrix's resentment made her imprecise. Bellatrix realized it. Hatred flared in her eyes, then she smiled. "Very well, we will keep your precious standards intact." She lowered her wand from the basin. For 1 second, Hermione thought she had won. Then Bellatrix flicked her wand toward the covered mirrors. The black cloth fell away. All around the room, mirrors woke, not ordinary mirrors, communication mirrors, but warped. Each reflected not the room, but fragments of other spaces. A corridor, a cellar, a sliver of stone wall, a glimpse of red hair moving too fast. Harry made a strangled sound. One mirror showed Ron. Not clearly, not fully, just enough. He was alive, bruised, angry, moving through a narrow passage with Ginny behind him. Another mirror showed Neville. Another, Luna. The mirrors had been watching routes around the released DA members, tracking residue from the field. Hermione's stomach dropped. Bellatrix had not needed the message solved. The message was bait for Hermione. This was the actual trap. Bellatrix turned to Voldemort, radiant. "My lord, I suspected the released witnesses would seek contact with remaining Order cells. I arranged passive mirrors along probable emotional routes. No movement against Potter or the girl, no coercion, merely surveillance." Hermione's mouth went dry, clever, cruel, technically not oath-breaking, yet Voldemort looked interested. Without reporting the arrangement, Bellatrix's radiance faltered. "I intended to present results complete." "Did you?" A thread of danger entered his voice. Bellatrix bowed her head. "Always, my lord." Hermione watched. There, another crack, not enough. Bellatrix had withheld information to stage a triumph. Voldemort disliked being surprised by his own servants, but results could excuse much. The mirrors shifted. Ron stopped in one reflection. He turned as if he had heard something. Then Hermione saw why. A small charm, black and spider-like, crawled along the stone behind him, not passive. Active tracker. Bellatrix had lied, not passive mirrors. Tracking charms placed to follow them after release. That might still not be moving against Harry or Hermione, but if she used Ron to force Harry, Hermione's mind moved faster than fear. She needed Bellatrix to cross the oath boundary in a way magic could recognize. Not politically, magically. Declared intent mattered, so she gave Bellatrix the opening. "You used Harry's mercy as a tracking vector," Hermione said. Bellatrix's eyes snapped to her. Harry looked sick. Hermione pushed harder. "You let him release Ron because you knew grief would make Ron move. You turned Harry's choice into your leash." Bellatrix smiled. "Yes." Harry's face went white. Hermione felt the oath twitch, not tighten, not enough. She took a step toward Bellatrix. "And now you'll use Ron to move Harry." Bellatrix's smile widened. "If Potter remains sentimental enough to be moved, that is hardly my fault." Hermione's mark burned. The oath was listening. Bellatrix had not crossed, almost. Hermione looked at Ron's reflection. He was speaking to Ginny now, silent behind glass. He did not know something clung to the wall behind him. He did not know his grief had become a trail. Hermione thought of the ledger. She thought of Ron's face in the rain. She thought of being told, again and again, to choose the lesser horror. Then she set the trap with her own throat bare. "You're afraid," Hermione said softly. Bellatrix went still. Voldemort watched. Harry whispered, "Hermione, don't!" But she had to. Bellatrix would not break an oath because of strategy. She would break it because of pride. "You're afraid Harry will matter more to him because of the soul fragment?" Hermione said, "You're afraid my mind will matter more because I can solve what you can't. You're afraid the only thing you ever offered was devotion, and devotion is common here." Bellatrix's face emptied. The room became very cold. Hermione continued, though every instinct screamed at her to stop. "So you need Ron, not for the war, for Harry. You need to hurt what he loves until he becomes less useful than you." The oath around Bellatrix sang. A high, thin note Hermione felt in her teeth. Bellatrix raised her wand, not toward Lee, not toward Ron in the mirror, toward Hermione. Harry moved. Voldemort said nothing. Bellatrix's voice was soft and shaking. "I should have carved deeper." The oath tightened. Hermione's heart slammed against her ribs. Bellatrix smiled with all her teeth. "And when the Dark Lord no longer requires your clever little hands, I will." Still not enough. Threat, not action. Hermione needed action, but she did not need to be the target. She looked at the mirror showing Ron. "Then prove it," she whispered. Bellatrix's eyes flashed. Her wand turned from Hermione to the mirror. Harry shouted. The spell Bellatrix cast was small. That was what made it terrifying, not a killing curse. Not torture, not even a stunning spell, a signal. A command sent through the tracking charm toward Ron's corridor, not to kill him, to reveal his position to every hostile ward nearby. To move against Harry by moving against the person Bellatrix had just admitted she meant to use against him. The oath snapped tight. Hermione felt it. So did Bellatrix. Her eyes widened. The dark mark on Bellatrix's arm flared red-black. For the first time, Bellatrix Lestrange looked not afraid of Voldemort, but afraid of magic itself. The mirrors exploded. Glass shattered inward without touching anyone, stopped midair by Voldemort's lifted hand. Bellatrix dropped to one knee, clutching her mark. Hermione moved instantly. Not toward Bellatrix, toward the fading signal. She cast the hybrid spell, small, specific, defensive, not save Ron, too broad, not stop all trackers, too broad, only this, sever the command just sent. Harry's wand joined hers without instruction. White light bridged between them, mark to mark, scar to intent, consent against command. For 1 second, Hermione felt Harry's fear, bright and terrible. Ron, not as a weakness, as a direction. The spell struck the remaining shard of mirror showing the corridor. The black spider charm behind Ron froze, then it crumbled into dust. The reflection died. Hermione staggered. Harry caught her. Her mark burned cold. His scar shone red. Voldemort's eyes were fixed not on Bellatrix, but on the fading white light between Harry and Hermione's wands. Hunger. Calculation. Possession. Hermione forced herself upright. Bellatrix was still on one knee, not defeated, never that, but caught. The oath had punished her. Not severely enough to destroy. Enough to prove the break existed. Voldemort lowered his hand. Glass fell in a soft rain around the room, each piece landing without sound. Lee Jordan stared at Hermione as if he no longer knew which kind of fear to use. Harry's voice shook. "Ron," Hermione swallowed. "The signal broke. That doesn't answer me. It's the only answer I have." Voldemort finally looked at Bellatrix. "Rise." Bellatrix tried, failed, her face twisted with humiliation. Hermione understood then why this was not the end. Voldemort did not strike her down, did not rage, did not even raise his wand. That would have been simple. Instead, he looked thoughtful. Bellatrix had broken an oath, yes, but in a room where Hermione had provoked her, in a context where Bellatrix had also uncovered useful surveillance, in a moment where the hybrid spell had revealed far more than the oath itself. Voldemort was not sentimental enough to punish the betrayal before weighing its value. Hermione had the proof, but proof did not matter until placed at the right moment. Chapter 7, she thought wildly, though she did not know why the thought came in that shape. Not now, later. When Voldemort's paranoia was primed. When Bellatrix's usefulness no longer outweighed the risk. When Harry had his own field resolution. The trap was set. It had not closed. Voldemort turned to Hermione. "You knew the oath might catch." Hermione's mouth was dry. "I suspected." Harry looked at her sharply. Bellatrix, still on one knee, lifted her head. The hatred in her eyes was no longer hot. It was holy. Voldemort smiled faintly. "Good." Hermione felt sick, not because she had failed, because he admired the method. "You endangered Ronald Weasley to expose Bellatrix?" Voldemort said. Harry's grip tightened around her arm. Hermione looked at him. The hurt in his face was worse than Bellatrix's slap. "I endangered Bellatrix's plan to stop Ron being exposed," she said. Voldemort's smile widened. "Both are true." Harry released her arm, not angrily, not fully, but enough that Hermione felt the space. She deserved it. Voldemort looked to Rookwood. "Remove the prisoner." Lee was dragged upright. He looked at Hermione once before they took him. No forgiveness, but not only hatred now. That might have been worse. Bellatrix finally managed to stand. Voldemort approached her. "My lord," she whispered. Silence. She obeyed. Voldemort took her marked arm and examined it where the oath had burned through the old magic. Bellatrix trembled, not from pain alone, from being studied like a failed instrument. "Interesting," he said. That word seemed to wound her more than any curse. He released her arm. "You will remain available. Not forgiven, not punished, available." Bellatrix bowed. Hermione saw the destruction of that word inside her. Then Voldemort dismissed them. Harry and Hermione walked back to their room without speaking. The silence was not empty. It was crowded with Ron's vanished reflection, Lee's stare, Bellatrix's broken oath, Voldemort's approval, and the half-second when Harry had let go of Hermione's arm. Once inside, Harry cast the diagnostic charm. Hermione added 2 more. Then neither moved. Finally, Harry said, "You used Ron." Hermione closed her eyes. "Yes." The word stood between them. She could explain. She would explain, but not by starting with denial. Harry's voice was low. "You made her angry enough to target him." "I made her reveal that she already had." "You didn't know she would only send a signal." "No." He turned away. Hermione's throat tightened. No easy lies, she whispered. Harry laughed once, it sounded broken. I hate that agreement. So do I. He faced her again. His eyes were red, but not from the scar now. Is he alive? I think so. You think? Yes. Harry looked at the wall. I know why you did it. Hermione blinked. He continued. That's the worst part. I know Bellatrix had already put the tracker on him. Voldemort was watching. If you only warned me, she wins. If you attacked her, she wins. If you said nothing, Ron gets followed. So you made her cross the line where the oath could catch. Hermione's eyes burned. Yes. Harry looked at her. But you still used him. Yes. The tears came then, not dramatically, not loudly. They simply overflowed, hot and humiliating. Hermione wiped them away with the heel of her hand. Harry stepped forward, stopped, then stepped forward again. This time, when he touched her shoulder, she did not pull away. I'm angry, he said. I know. I'm not leaving. That broke her more than the anger. She covered her face. Harry stood there, hand on her shoulder, not forgiving, not condemning, simply refusing to vanish. After a while, Hermione lowered her hands. We need to write it down. Harry sighed. Of course we do. They sat at the table. The ledger opened. Hermione's hand shook too much to write, so Harry took the quill. Tell me, he said. She did. Bellatrix swore oath under Voldemort's command. Terms, no movement against Harry or Hermione, nor engineering another to do so outside explicit command. Bellatrix arranged surveillance through released DA witnesses. Withheld full method from Voldemort. Tracking charm attached to Ron Weasley's route. Hermione provoked Bellatrix into declared intent to hurt Harry by using Ron's slash to reduce Harry's usefulness. Bellatrix sent active reveal command through tracker. Oath reacted. Mark flare visible. Command severed by hybrid spell. Harry plus Hermione combined. Harry paused, then added Ron's status unknown. Signal broken before full reveal. Cost not clean. Hermione stared at the words. Not clean, nothing was. Harry put the quill down. What did we learn? The question was tired but real. Hermione wiped her face. Bellatrix's oath break can be surfaced, not just morally, magically. Will Voldemort care? Not while she's useful. Then when? Hermione looked at the ledger. Bellatrix's name sat there like a fuse waiting for flame. When she becomes more dangerous to his control than valuable to his war. Harry leaned back. And we make that happen? Hermione thought of Voldemort's eyes on the white bridge between their wands. I think he'll make part of it happen himself. That's not comforting. No, Harry looked toward the fireplace. The flame was low. I did something when we cast, he said. Hermione looked at him. What? I felt the mark pull one way, the scar another. You were not in my head exactly, but there. Like when I showed you Snape's memory, only cleaner, he swallowed. I thought of Ron and the spell knew where to go. Hermione's mind sharpened despite exhaustion. Chosen anchor. What? The spell needs specificity. Maybe it can use a person as an emotional coordinate if the intent is narrow enough. Harry looked horrified. Hermione. I know. I'm not suggesting we use people like map pins. I'm saying that may be why it worked. He accepted that after a moment, reluctantly. Then he said, Could it block the mark? Hermione went still. The question had been waiting between them for days. Could the bridge protect them from Voldemort's command? Could consent speak loudly enough inside a system built to punish disobedience? Could a mark crack? I don't know, she said. Harry nodded. But his eyes had changed. Hope was dangerous here. Not because it was weak, because it could make people reckless. Hermione reached for the notebook and wrote one final private line beneath the report, small enough that Harry had to lean closer to read it. Hybrid spell may reveal imposed bindings when voluntary intent is strong and narrow. Possible application, mark interference, extreme caution. Harry read it, then he looked at her. Power the Dark Lord knows not. Hermione's heart clenched. The prophecy line had become almost bitter between them. A phrase Dumbledore had used, Voldemort had feared, and Harry had carried like a sentence. I don't know, she said. Harry looked at the dark mark on his arm. Maybe it's not love. Hermione thought of Ron's tracker breaking because Harry's fear had become direction instead of weakness. Thought of her own choice to provoke Bellatrix, ugly and costly, because letting Ron be followed would have been worse. Thought of Harry stopping when she asked him to stop, moving when she needed him to move, and staying even when angry. "Maybe," she said slowly. "It's what love chooses when it stops being innocent." Harry looked at her. Neither of them liked the sentence. Neither could dismiss it. Outside their room, Malfoy Manor settled around them like a beast pretending to sleep. Bellatrix had been wounded, not defeated. Voldemort had learned more than Hermione wanted him to know. Ron might be alive because they had severed the signal, or in deeper danger because the game around him had sharpened. Lee was still captive. The Order now had witnesses. The Death Eaters now had doubts. And the Dark Mark, for one impossible second, had failed to carry command cleanly through a bridge Harry and Hermione had made together. A crack, not freedom, not yet, but a crack was where pressure entered. Hermione closed the ledger. "Tomorrow," Harry said quietly, "this gets worse." "Yes. You always agree with the cheerful things." "I'm known for optimism." He gave a tiny, exhausted laugh. It faded quickly. Hermione looked at the closed door. Somewhere beyond it, Bellatrix Lestrange was nursing humiliation like a sacred wound. Somewhere beyond that, Voldemort was thinking. That was worse than anger. Hermione placed her palm over the mark beneath her sleeve and felt it pulse faintly, a tether pretending to be permanent. For the first time since it had been burned into her skin, she did not feel only disgust. She felt a question. Not "how do I live with this?" Not "what have I become?" Something colder, something more dangerous. What happens if it breaks? Harry woke before the mark burned. That frightened him more than the pain when it came. For one suspended moment he lay in the gray half-light of the enchanted room at Malfoy Manor, staring at the ceiling, knowing with perfect certainty that Voldemort was about to summon them. Then the Dark Mark came alive, not like the first time, not like Bellatrix twisting pain through it, not even like the warning pulse from the corridor. This was command. Cold, absolute, and terribly patient. Harry sat up with a gasp, his left arm clamped against his chest as if pressure could stop magic from hearing him. Across the room, Hermione was already awake. Of course she was. She stood at the table in yesterday's clothes, hair tied back, wand in one hand, ledger open beneath the other. A candle burned beside her, though Harry did not remember lighting it. Her face looked pale and sharp in the flame. "You felt it before it happened," she said. Harry swallowed. "Yes." She wrote that down. He almost laughed. Then the mark burned harder, and the laugh turned into a hiss. The door opened. No guard stood outside, only the corridor. Waiting, Harry got to his feet. Hermione closed the ledger, slipped it into the beaded bag, and buttoned her sleeve over the mark. Neither of them spoke until they reached the lower hall. Voldemort stood alone beside the command map. No Bellatrix, no Rookwood, no Dolohov, no visible Death Eaters at all. That was worse. Harry stopped several paces from the table. Hermione stopped beside him. Voldemort looked up. "Harry," he said, "Miss Granger." The mark eased, not because it was kind, because it had been obeyed. Harry hated the relief in his own body. Voldemort noticed, "You are learning the difference between pain and instruction." Harry's voice was rough. "You're learning how far you can push before I stop being useful." Voldemort smiled. "Indeed." The command map brightened. This time it showed 3 locations at once. The broken church from the field mission, a stretch of road through a narrow valley, and a ruin near the edge of a forest Harry did not recognize. Lines connected them, routes, wards, patrol paths, probable movement. A red point pulsed near the road. "Lee Jordan." Harry's stomach tightened. "He's alive," Voldemort said. "Still useful?" Hermione asked coldly. "Yes." The answer was not apologetic. Harry stepped closer to the map. "What are you doing with him?" "Moving him." Hermione's eyes narrowed. "Why tell us?" "Because the Order already knows." The room changed, not physically. The meaning of the map shifted under Harry's eyes. If the Order knew Lee was being moved, then someone had leaked it. Or Voldemort had allowed it to leak. Or both. Harry studied the valley, too narrow for a large force. Good for ambush if one controlled the heights. Bad if one expected hidden portkeys or anti-apparition nets. The road curved sharply near a broken stone bridge, woods on both sides. A ruined watchtower on the western ridge. He felt the field before he understood it. "This is bait," Harry said. Voldemort's eyes gleamed. "Of course. For the Order. For whoever comes." Harry looked at the map again. A rescue attempt would not be led by children this time, not after Ron returned with news of the marks, not after Harry and Hermione had been seen directing Death Eaters. The Order would be frightened now, angry, divided. Some would want rescue. Some would want to kill the traitors before they did more damage. Some would insist Harry was under coercion. Some would say Hermione had been turned. Some would say it did not matter. Ron would come if he could. Harry knew that like he knew his own name. But this time others would come too. Kingsley, if able, McGonagall, if she could leave Hogwarts, maybe Neville again, maybe Ginny, maybe someone Harry had not yet heard enough to make cautious. Voldemort said, "Predict them." Harry's hands curled. No, Voldemort did not react. Hermione glanced at Harry but said nothing. Harry looked at her. She was watching the map, not Voldemort. Her face had the stillness it took on when she was holding several arguments in her head and waiting for the least terrible to survive. Harry's anger faltered. He knew that look. He hated that he knew what it meant. "You already have a plan," he said to Voldemort. "Yes, you want me to correct it. I want you to improve it. And if I refuse—" Voldemort's wand moved lazily toward the red point. Lee's marker pulsed once. Harry's scar burned. Hermione spoke before Harry could. "If you harm the prisoner to force compliance, any prediction becomes contaminated by panic." Voldemort's eyes moved to her. "You use that word often. Because it keeps being true." "Perhaps." Harry stared at the red point. The old Harry, the one Ron had begged to find in the rain, would have tried to save Lee now. Run in wand first. Refuse the game. Demand a duel. Throw his life into the machinery and hope the pieces jammed. But Harry had learned too much in a week. A machine did not stop because one person threw himself into it. Sometimes it simply used the body as another gear. "What are your current positions?" Harry asked. Hermione closed her eyes for half a second. Voldemort smiled. With a flick of his wand, the map changed. Death Eater placements appeared in black. 6 on the ridge, 4 hidden near the bridge, 2 with Lee, 3 held back behind the eastern wood, Dolohov leading the central escort. No Bellatrix marker, Harry noticed. Voldemort noticed him noticing. "Bellatrix is unavailable." Hermione's face did not move. Harry knew better. "She's not on the map," Harry said. "No." "Why?" Voldemort's smile thinned. "Because I did not place her there." That was not an answer. It was a warning. Harry looked at Hermione. Her right hand had drifted toward the beaded bag. Bellatrix. The broken oath. The signal sent toward Ron. The mirrors shattering. Hermione had said proof mattered only when placed at the right moment. Harry felt that moment moving toward them like weather. He focused on the map. If Bellatrix was acting outside position, Voldemort knew enough to suspect, but not enough to stop her yet. Or he wanted her to act. Or he wanted Harry and Hermione to reveal whether they knew more. Layers, always layers. Harry pointed to the western ridge. Too obvious. Dolohov would hold the road. The Order would expect that. The ridge positions were strong but predictable. Kingsley would notice them. McGonagall would transfigure cover or collapse the approach. Neville would try to break the bridge if desperate. Ginny would aim for the escort, not the ridge. Ron. Harry stopped thinking Ron's name. Too late. Voldemort's gaze sharpened. Harry breathed through it. Ron would look for the path Harry would use if he were saving someone from a convoy. That meant not the bridge, not the ridge, not the road, the riverbed under the broken stone bridge. Harry's eyes moved there. Voldemort followed. Damn, Hermione stepped closer to the map. "The valley is too clean," she said. "If the Order has this information, they will assume the leak was intentional." "Correct," Voldemort said, "so they won't commit fully. They'll send visible pressure and invisible verification." Harry understood. Visible team hits the ridge, loud enough to confirm Lee's location. Hermione nodded. Invisible team tries to verify whether the prisoner is real or decoy. Ron would insist Lee is real if he saw him at the church. "Yes," Hermione said softly, "but others may not trust Ron's judgment if they think grief is driving him." Harry looked at the map until the lines blurred. That sounded like the Order, not cruelly, Not entirely, but Harry could hear the meeting in his head. Ron angry, exhausted, trying to make them understand. Someone saying he had been too close to Harry. Someone saying Harry and Hermione might be bait. Someone else saying Lee could not be abandoned. McGonagall's voice cutting through emotion. Kingsley weighing risks. Ginny furious enough to volunteer before anyone asked. Harry's throat tightened. "They'll split," he said. Voldemort looked pleased. 3 groups. 1 visible rescue attempt, 1 verification team, 1 reserve to extract if things go wrong. Hermione pointed to the forest ruin on the 3rd part of the map. "This is not part of the convoy route." "No," Voldemort said. "It's where you think the reserve will gather." Voldemort inclined his head. Harry stared at the ruin. He did not recognize it. That might mean nothing or everything. "Who leaked the route?" Hermione asked. Voldemort smiled faintly. "Does it matter?" "Yes." "Why?" "Because if the source is someone the Order trusts, they will act differently than if the route came through a channel they suspect." Harry looked at Voldemort. Voldemort looked back. For 1 second, Harry saw it. Not certainty, paranoia. Voldemort did not fully know. Bellatrix had moved pieces somewhere beyond his direct command. Maybe not the main leak, maybe a second leak, a personal flourish, something to make the trap hers. That was why he had summoned them alone. Not because he trusted them, because he trusted no one else. Harry felt the shape of the day settle. This was not only a test of Harry and Hermione, it was a test of Bellatrix. A test she did not know she was taking. "Hermione," Harry said quietly. She looked at him. He did not ask aloud. "Do we give him the proof now?" Her answer was almost invisible. "Not yet." Harry turned back to the map. "Move Lee." Voldemort's eyes narrowed. Harry pointed to the red marker. "Not far, 30 yards off the road before the ambush starts. Put a decoy in the escort." Dolohov's absence pressed against the room. Harry wished the man were there to object. It was easier to argue with someone less terrifying. Voldemort said, "Why?" "Because the visible rescue will strike the escort first. If Lee is in it, he gets hit by friendly spells or Death Eater shields. If he isn't, you control whether he lives." Voldemort's mouth curved. "And the verification team? They'll try the riverbed," Hermione added, "unless they know Harry predicted that." Harry looked at her. She was right. Ron knew Harry. If Ron believed Harry would be forced to predict them, he might avoid the path Harry would name. Or choose it, because he would know Harry might use the prediction to reduce harm. That was the awful thing about knowing someone deeply. It became impossible to tell whether you were protecting them or walking into their expectation. Harry closed his eyes. "Ron in the rain, you could have come to me." Harry opened his eyes. "Leave the riverbed open." Voldemort stilled. Hermione's face sharpened. Harry continued before either could speak. "Not unguarded. Open, visible enough to look like a mistake. If Ron is there, he'll see the opening. He'll know I saw it too." Voldemort's gaze grew intent. And he'll understand it means I want him there." Hermione whispered, "Harry?" He did not look away from the map. If the verification team reaches Lee's real position before the visible attack escalates, they can confirm he's alive. Then both sides have a reason not to turn the valley into a graveyard. Voldemort smiled. "You are still attempting to save everyone." "No," Harry said. "I'm attempting to keep everyone useful enough to choose not to die." The words surprised him. Hermione looked at him then with something like pain and pride tangled together. Voldemort studied him for a long moment. "Very well." He flicked his wand. The map changed. Positions shifted. The riverbed remained open. A narrow chance built like a trap, or a trap built like a chance. Harry no longer knew the difference cleanly. The operation began at noon. Harry and Hermione did not go through a transit gate this time. Voldemort brought them himself. Side-along apparition with Voldemort felt like being folded into a page written in a language that hated breath. When the world returned, Harry stood beneath the shadow of the western ridge. The valley spread below him in cold daylight. The road curved through the pass exactly as the map had shown. The broken bridge arched over a shallow riverbed choked with stones. The forest ruin stood in the distance, half hidden by trees. Lee's real position had been moved to a hollow behind a fallen wall near the roadside. guarded by 2 Death Eaters under strict orders not to improvise. A decoy bundle rode in the escort cart. Dolohov led the visible escort, displeased by the changes but obedient. Yaxley held the ridge. Hermione stood beside Harry with her wand in hand and a small folded strip of parchment hidden between 2 fingers. The oath proof. Harry had seen her prepare it that morning in their room. Not words only. Magic caught in a thin recording structure built from the hybrid spell. Bellatrix's oath, her declared intent, the moment she sent the command toward Ron, the flare that proved the break. A bridge between event and evidence. Temporary, specific, dangerous. When? Harry had asked. When he needs to believe it more than he wants to dismiss it, Hermione had said. Now Voldemort stood a few paces away, watching the valley. No one mentioned Bellatrix. That made her presence feel larger. The first strike came as Harry predicted. A flare of gold light hit the ridge from the south, followed by a thunderous cracking sound as half a dozen boulders transfigured into charging stone beasts. McGonagall, Harry knew before he saw her. The ridge erupted. Yaxley shouted orders. Death Eaters fired down into the trees. Shields flashed. Stone beasts shattered into gravel and reformed, smaller but faster. Visible pressure, not the real rescue, Hermione whispered. Verification team! Harry looked toward the riverbed. For several seconds, nothing. Then a shimmer near the broken bridge. Disillusionment charm. Good one. Too good for Ron alone. A figure slipped under the bridge, then another. Then a third. Harry held his breath. The first figure's boots splashed in shallow water. The disillusionment flickered. Ron. Harry's chest tightened so hard it hurt. Ron looked thinner than he had days ago. His face was bruised. His red hair was tied back badly, likely by Ginny or no one. He moved with his wand up and his shoulders set, every line of him furious and afraid. Behind him came Luna, almost soundless. The third was Kingsley Shacklebolt. Harry's mouth went dry. Not a child team then. A serious verification group, Voldemort saw. Kingsley, he said softly, not surprise, interest. Harry forced himself to breathe. Ron reached the gap Harry had left. He stopped. For one long second, he stared straight toward the ridge where Harry stood. Too far to see his face clearly. But Ron knew. Harry knew he knew. Ron's wand lifted by a fraction, not attack. Question. Harry made the smallest motion with his wand down, left. Wait. Hermione's breath caught. Voldemort's eyes moved to Harry's hand. Harry stopped immediately, too late. Voldemort saw. The mark on Harry's arm warmed, warning. Careful, Voldemort said. Harry's voice was low. You wanted this. I wanted prediction, not communication. Same thing if the other person knows you. Voldemort's gaze sharpened, but he did not stop it, because Ron had understood. That was useful. Below, Ron held position instead of rushing. Kingsley moved past him, scanning for Lee's true location. The visible battle intensified. McGonagall appeared briefly between trees, silver hair coming loose, wand moving with terrifying precision. For one breath, Harry saw his old professor as the elite fighter she had always been beneath the tartan and stern looks. 2 Death Eaters were thrown from the ridge without visible injury, wrapped in ropes made from their own cloaks. Yaxley panicked, not visibly enough for most people, enough for Harry. He's going to overcommit, Harry said. Voldemort looked to the ridge. Yaxley had moved 3 reserve fighters toward McGonagall's pressure, weakening the eastern side. That opened a path from the forest ruin. Harry's scar prickled, not Voldemort, something else. A spell gathering. Hermione, he said, she had already seen it. The forest ruin pulsed faintly green. Not order magic, Death Eater magic. Harry's stomach dropped. Bellatrix, Voldemort's head turned slowly toward the ruin. His expression did not change, that made it worse. From the ruin, a second Death Eater force emerged, not marked on the command map. 6 figures in dark robes moving fast toward the valley floor. At their head, Bellatrix Lestrange. She was not attacking the Order, not directly. She was moving toward Lee's real position. Harry understood. If Bellatrix seized or killed Lee during the confusion, she could collapse the whole operation into blood and blame the chaos on the Order. If Ron rushed to stop her, Harry would move. If Hermione tried to expose her, Bellatrix would claim results. If Voldemort had not authorized her, she would present success after the fact, opportunity over command. The same disease Voldemort had encouraged in her until it turned toward his own control. Voldemort watched Bellatrix cross the field. His eyes were red slits. Hermione lifted the folded parchment. "Now," Harry whispered. She stepped forward, "My lord." Voldemort did not look at her. "Not yet." Hermione's voice sharpened. "Yes, now." The air became lethal. Harry moved beside her. Voldemort turned slowly. Hermione held out the parchment. "Bellatrix broke the oath you required." Voldemort's face was unreadable. "You believe this is the moment to mention yesterday's obvious event?" "No," Hermione said. "This is the moment to prove it was not yesterday's event. It is a pattern." The valley below flashed with spells. Ron, Kingsley, and Luna had reached Lee's Hollow. The guards, following Voldemort's orders, held position instead of killing. Good, Bellatrix was closing from the eastern side. Bad, very bad. Hermione flicked her wand against the parchment. White light unfolded above her palm. Not a memory exactly. Not a vision, a structure. Bellatrix's oath echoed first, her voice clear and trembling. "I swear that I will not move against them, nor engineer another to do so, outside the Dark Lord's explicit command." Then the second layer appeared. Bellatrix's voice again, no longer trembling. "You need to hurt what he loves until he becomes less useful than you." Hermione's voice provoking, Bellatrix's wand turning. The command sent toward Ron through the tracker. The oath flaring, the mark burning red-black, the hybrid spell severing the signal. The evidence collapsed into a single symbol. Oath, intent, action, breach. Voldemort watched. Harry watched Voldemort. That was the real battle, not Bellatrix in the valley, not McGonagall on the ridge. Voldemort's face did not twist with anger. He did not shout betrayal. He did not look wounded. He looked calculating. Bellatrix had broken a command-bound oath. She had hidden surveillance. She had now appeared with an unauthorized force during an operation Voldemort had personally adjusted. She was moving toward the one prisoner whose value depended on controlled use. Her resentment had become operational interference. Hermione had timed the proof perfectly, not when justice demanded it, when paranoia could use it. Voldemort's eyes moved from the evidence to Bellatrix. In the valley, she raised her wand. Ron saw her. Of course he did. He broke cover. Harry's heart stopped. Ron ran toward Lee's Hollow just as Bellatrix's spell lit green-white at the tip of her wand. Not killing curse, something binding and violent, wide enough to catch Ron, Lee, and the guards. Harry lifted his wand. Voldemort spoke one word. "Bellatrix!" The mark on Harry's arm went cold across the valley. Bellatrix froze mid-cast, not by choice. The dark mark on her arm flared so bright Harry saw it from the ridge. Her spell died. Ron stumbled, shocked, then kept moving. Bellatrix turned toward the ridge. Even at that distance, Harry could feel her disbelief. Voldemort did not raise his voice. "Kneel." Bellatrix dropped to her knees in the mud, not elegantly, not devotion made theatrical, hard, forced. The valley seemed to pause around the sight. Death Eaters faltered. Order fighters faltered too. Bellatrix Lestrange, Voldemort's most faithful servant, kneeling in the middle of the battlefield under her own mark. Harry felt no triumph, only horror at the system revealing its teeth. Bellatrix had believed in Voldemort's world more completely than anyone. Now that world had turned on her exactly as designed, not because she was cruel, not because she was wrong, because she had become inconvenient. Voldemort looked at Harry. "Resolve the field." Harry stared at him. "What?" "You predicted the pieces. Resolve them." Below, the pause was breaking. Yaxley's ridge line was unstable. McGonagall was pushing harder. Kingsley had reached Lee. Ron was helping him. Luna stood between them and the nearest Death Eater, casting a shimmering veil that bent spells sideways. Bellatrix's unauthorized force had stopped, uncertain whether to obey her, Voldemort, or survival. If the uncertainty lasted too long, someone would panic, people would die. Harry understood the task. This was Voldemort's proof, not whether Harry could curse. whether he could turn a breaking field into an outcome. Harry looked at Hermione. She nodded once, not permission, trust. Harry stepped to the edge of the ridge and lifted his wand to his throat. Sonorous. His voice struck the valley. "Yaxley, pull ridge 2 back to the road." Yaxley looked up, furious. Harry did not wait. "Dolohov, hold the escort at the bridge. Do not advance. If you move toward the hollow, Kingsley will collapse the road under you." Dolohov's head turned sharply toward the road. Harry had guessed. Kingsley's wand position confirmed it. McGonagall. Harry shouted. The name tore at him. The fighting slowed another fraction. Professor McGonagall looked up. Even from the ridge, Harry felt the force of her stare. He pushed through it. "Lee is alive. Kingsley has eyes on him. If you push the ridge, Yaxley panics and fires into the hollow." McGonagall's face was unreadable. "Ron!" Ron froze beside Lee. Harry's voice nearly broke. 2 steps left. Now. Ron stared at him. Harry shouted, "Now!" Ron moved. A curse from one of Bellatrix's confused followers struck the exact place Ron had been standing and shattered stone. Ron looked up again. His face was not forgiveness, but he was listening. That was enough. Harry saw the whole field, not because he was stronger, because he knew them. Because he knew Dolohov's pride, Yaxley's fear, McGonagall's discipline, Kingsley's patience, Ron's stubbornness, Hermione's timing, Bellatrix's humiliation, Voldemort's control. Not power as force, power as relation. Power as seeing what everyone loved, feared, served, and refused. Harry pointed his wand toward the broken bridge. "Hermione!" She understood before he finished. They cast together, not the broad shield that had failed, not a grand spell to save everyone, specific, narrow, a bridge, not surrender. Intent, keep the road from becoming a killing ground for 60 seconds. White light spread across the broken bridge in thin lines, connecting stone to stone, shield to ward, command to consent, battle to pause. It did not block every spell. It did not stop the war. It simply made hostile magic crossing the bridge slow, visible, and costly for 1 minute, a temporary rule, a breath. Kingsley saw it first. He moved. Lee was pulled from the hollow. Ron and Luna followed. McGonagall withdrew her stone beasts, not fully retreating but easing pressure before Yaxley's line collapsed. Dolohov held position because Voldemort was watching. Yaxley pulled back because Harry had named his fear aloud without calling it fear. Bellatrix remained kneeling in the mud. Her followers did nothing. 1 minute. That was all. When the white light faded, Lee Jordan was with the Order, alive. The Death Eaters still held the ridge and road, alive. No side had won. No side had been clean, but the valley had not become a graveyard. Harry lowered his wand. His scar burned. His mark burned. His whole body felt split between 2 magics and the stubborn, shaking thing that was still his own soul. Voldemort watched him. No praise came. That was better. Praise from Voldemort always felt like being dirtied. Below, Kingsley looked up toward the ridge. So did McGonagall. So did Ron. For 1 impossible second, the distance between them felt shorter than the space across a table. Ron raised his wand. Harry tensed. Ron did not fire. He touched the wand to his own chest, then pointed it toward Lee, then toward Harry, a message crude and clear. "He's alive because of you." Then Ron's face hardened. He pointed the wand at Harry's left arm. "But I saw." Harry nodded once. Ron could not possibly see the nod. Harry did it anyway. The Order withdrew. The Death Eaters did not pursue, because Voldemort did not command it. When the valley emptied of immediate battle, only Bellatrix remained kneeling. Voldemort descended from the ridge without apparating. Harry and Hermione followed because the mark pulled them after him. Every step through the muddy valley felt like walking through the consequences of every choice they had made. Bellatrix did not look up until Voldemort stood before her. "My lord," she whispered. Her voice was ruined, not by pain, by disbelief. Voldemort looked down at her. "You hid a force from me." Bellatrix shook her head violently. "I prepared success for you. You broke an oath made on my command. For you, you moved against assets I had claimed. For you, you mistook your desire for my will." That silenced her. The words landed like execution. Bellatrix lifted her face. There were tears in her eyes. Harry had seen Bellatrix laugh at pain, hunger for violence, glow under Voldemort's attention. He had never seen her like this, human, that made it worse, not better. "My lord," she whispered, "everything I am is yours." Voldemort's expression did not change. "Yes." For 1 second, Bellatrix looked relieved. Then Voldemort continued. "That is why your failure is complete." Bellatrix flinched. Harry looked away. Hermione did not. Not because she enjoyed it, because she had set this trap and would not pretend not to witness the closing. Voldemort lifted his wand. Harry's body tensed. He did not want to save Bellatrix. That realization came with sick clarity. He did not want her dead, perhaps. Not exactly. But the instinct that had driven him in the graveyard, the ministry, the tower, the forest, the instinct to throw himself between a wand and a body did not rise for her. Was that growth damaged truth? He did not know. Voldemort did not kill her. Instead, he touched his wand to her mark. Bellatrix screamed. It was brief. A flash of sound torn from a person who had thought herself beyond fear. The mark on her arm changed. The skull remained. The serpent twisted inward, biting its own tail. Bellatrix collapsed forward into the mud, shaking. "What did you do?" Harry asked before he could stop himself. Voldemort looked at him. "I corrected access." Hermione went pale. Harry understood from her face. Bellatrix had not been freed. She had been reduced, cut off from inner command, left marked but diminished, a servant without the intimacy of summons, a believer exiled inside the faith she had killed for. For Bellatrix, it might be worse than death. Voldemort turned to Dolohov, who had approached silently. "Remove her from field command. She is not to act without direct supervision." Dolohov bowed. Bellatrix made a broken sound. "My lord." Voldemort did not look back. That was the downfall. No duel. No heroic victory. No Harry overpowering her. No Hermione defeating her in combat. Bellatrix Lestrange fell because the system she worshipped had no loyalty in return. Harry thought that should feel just. It felt like watching a blade prove it could cut anyone. They returned to Malfoy Manor near dusk. The operation spread through the inner circle before anyone formally reported it. Harry saw it in the corridors. Death Eaters looking away too quickly, whispering behind masks, fear shifting shape. Bellatrix's fall did not make Hermione safer. Not truly. It made everyone understand that Voldemort's favor could turn on the most devoted among them. It made Harry and Hermione more valuable. It also made them more hated. In the lower hall, Voldemort accepted the formal report from Dolohov. Lee Jordan recovered by the order. No Death Eater deaths. 2 injuries. Order withdrawal controlled. Bellatrix removed. Unauthorized force identified. Hybrid spell used successfully to establish temporary field constraint. Rookwood stared at Hermione with open hunger now, not personal but intellectual. Yaxley looked at Harry as if resentment had learned caution. Narcissa, standing near the edge of the room, watched Bellatrix's absence with an expression Harry could not read. Draco was not there. Harry was glad. At the end of the report, Voldemort looked at Harry. The prisoner escaped. Harry said nothing. Voldemort's eyes gleamed. The field held. Harry still said nothing. "The order saw you preserve life while wearing my mark." Hermione's face tightened. There it was, the deeper outcome. Lee alive did not cleanse them. It complicated them. The order could no longer say simply that Harry and Hermione were mindless servants. They could not say they were dead. They could not say they had fully turned into monsters either. Uncertainty. Voldemort loved uncertainty when it belonged to others. Harry's voice was quiet. "You let Lee go because confusion helps you. I let you resolve the field because I wished to see what you would choose when every witness mattered. And," Voldemort smiled, "you chose exactly as yourself." That sentence hurt more than any accusation could have, because Harry did not know what self meant anymore. The meeting ended. Voldemort did not dismiss them with the others. When the hall emptied, only Harry, Hermione, and Voldemort remained. Nagini moved somewhere in the shadows. Hermione stood very still. Voldemort approached them. "You have both exceeded expectation." Harry said. "We saved Lee." "Yes, and exposed Bellatrix." "Yes, and kept your operation from becoming a disaster." "Yes. So what are we now?" Hermione looked at him sharply. Voldemort's smile faded into something more thoughtful, still becoming. Harry hated that answer because it was true enough to avoid. Voldemort looked at Hermione. The evidence structure you created was elegant. Hermione's mouth tightened. Earlier you said my work was not elegant. It improved. She did not glow under the praise. Harry was proud of her for that. He was also sad that pride had become a thing measured against Voldemort's attention. Voldemort looked between them. The spell you cast on the bridge, you understand what it is, Hermione answered carefully. A temporary interpretive constraint between hostile magical systems, anchored by shared intent. Harry blinked, Voldemort's mouth curved. And in less academic language, Harry said, a pause. Voldemort looked at him. Harry continued, surprising himself, not peace, not victory. Just a moment where everyone has to choose again. The hall went quiet. Hermione's eyes moved to him. Voldemort's expression became unreadable, interesting. Harry felt the prophecy line then, not as memory exactly, as something that had followed him since before he understood words. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Dumbledore had carried that prophecy like a map. Voldemort had feared it like a curse. Harry had hated it like a chain. Power the Dark Lord knows not. Love, Dumbledore had said, and maybe he had not been wrong. Maybe he had only made it too clean. Love was not always a mother dying with a choice clear before her. It was not always friends standing together in light. It was not always noble enough to fit on a headstone. Sometimes love was Hermione provoking Bellatrix because Ron was already being hunted. Sometimes it was Harry using Ron's instincts and hating himself afterward. Sometimes it was Ron listening in a valley to a boy wearing the enemy's mark because somewhere beneath betrayal, trust had not fully died. Sometimes it was refusing to let a battlefield choose only corpses or victory. The power Voldemort knew not was not that love made people pure. Voldemort understood purity well enough to use the hunger for it. The power he did not know was what the living chose after love had failed to keep them innocent. Harry looked at Voldemort. You still don't understand it. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. Hermione went very still. Harry knew he should stop. He did not, the prophecy, he said. The power you don't know, Dumbledore thought it was love. You think love is leverage. You're both wrong if you think it's only one thing. Voldemort's face cooled. Careful. No. The word left Harry softly, not shouted, not brave in the old way, just chosen. The power is choice after the leash, Harry said. After the plan, after the mark, after every side tells you what your love is supposed to make you do. His mark burned, his scar burned brighter. Hermione's hand found his sleeve, not stopping him, anchoring. Harry continued. You can command the mark, you can use fear, you can use truth. Dumbledore used sacrifice, the Order used hope. Bellatrix used devotion. But none of you can fully control what someone chooses when they see the whole cost and act anyway. Voldemort stared at him. For the first time in days, Harry saw nothing in his expression that could be called amusement. Only danger. Good, Harry thought distantly. Let that land too. Voldemort's wand was in his hand. Harry did not raise his, Hermione did, not against Voldemort, between them, angled down, not threatening, specific. Narrow, a bridge if needed, Voldemort saw. His gaze moved from Harry to Hermione's wand, then to the place where her covered mark lay beneath her sleeve. Do not mistake a crack for freedom, he said. Hermione's voice was steady. We don't. Do not mistake usefulness for safety. We don't. Do not mistake my patience for uncertainty. Harry met his eyes. We don't. Voldemort smiled, then small, unreadable. Good. He lowered his wand. Harry breathed. Only then did he realize he had expected to die again. Still, some habits were hard to kill. You will continue your work, Voldemort said. The war remains unsettled. The Order will fracture around what they saw today. My followers will adapt to Bellatrix's correction, and you, he looked at them both for a long moment, you will decide how much of yourselves you are willing to spend to remain alive. Then he left, no flourish, no final curse. Only the sound of his robes fading into the dark. Harry and Hermione stood in the lower hall until the silence became too heavy. Then Hermione said, We should go. Harry nodded. Their room looked exactly as they had left it. That felt impossible. The table, the books, the cold fireplace. The bed Harry barely slept in. The chair Hermione had claimed without ever saying so, the ledger waiting. Hermione placed it on the table. For once, she did not open it immediately. Harry sat beside her. Neither spoke for a long time. Finally, Hermione said, "Lee is free." "Yes, Ron is alive." "Yes, Bellatrix is removed from field command." "For now," Hermione nodded. "For now." Harry looked at his left arm. He rolled up his sleeve. The dark mark stared back. After the bridge spell in the valley, the edges looked different, not faded, not broken, but disturbed, as if something beneath the skin had shifted and not settled properly again. Hermione saw, her breath caught. "Harry," he held out his arm. She examined it without touching at first. Then, carefully, she placed 2 fingers near the edge of the mark. The magic pulsed. Harry felt the scar answer. Hermione withdrew her hand. "A crack," he said, "not freedom." "I know," she looked at him. "I need to write it down." "I know." This time he smiled faintly. She opened the ledger. The quill hovered. "What do we call today?" she asked. Harry thought of Bellatrix kneeling in the mud, Lee alive. Ron pointing at his own chest. McGonagall listening, Voldemort smiling as if uncertainty belonged to him, Hermione standing with evidence in hand, waiting for the exact moment truth would matter. "The Valley," Harry said. She wrote, "Valley operation." "Lee Jordan recovered by order." "No deaths confirmed in field. Bellatrix unauthorized force exposed." Broken oath surfaced through hybrid evidence structure. Voldemort removed Bellatrix from field command and altered her mark access. Hybrid bridge used successfully for temporary field constraint, 60 seconds. Result: Order witnessed Harry and Hermione preserving life while marked. Death Eaters witnessed Bellatrix corrected. War outcome unresolved. Harry watched the words appear, then he took the quill. Hermione let him. At the bottom of the page he wrote, "Power the Dark Lord knows not innocence. Not purity. Choice after truth." Hermione read it, her eyes shone. "That's not very academic. I'm improving." "It needs commas." "No," she laughed. It was small. It was tired. It was real. For a moment the room was not clean, not safe, not redeemed, but it was theirs. Then something tapped against the cold fireplace. Both of them froze. Harry's wand was in his hand. Hermione lifted hers. A small burst of silver light slipped through the grate and landed on the floor. A Patronus message, not fully formed, not strong enough for a true animal. Just a flicker of silver, battered by wards and distance. A voice spoke from it, Ron's, rough, furious, alive. "I don't forgive you." Harry stopped breathing. The silver light trembled. Ron's voice continued. "But Lee says he's alive because you left a gap. Luna says gaps matter. Kingsley says you're compromised. Ginny says if she sees you, she'll hex first and ask later. I think—" The voice broke. Harry gripped the edge of the table. "I think I don't know what you are now." Hermione covered her mouth. The silver light flickered. Ron's final words came softer. "But I know you heard me in the rain. So hear this. If there's still a way back that isn't another death sentence, find it yourselves. I'm done trusting old men with plans." The Patronus collapsed. Silence rushed in. Harry stared at the empty floor. Hermione was crying silently. Harry did not realize he was 2 until a tear hit the back of his hand. Ron had not forgiven them. Good. Forgiveness would have been too easy, too false. But he had sent a message. He had left a gap. Harry laughed once, broken and breathless. Hermione looked at him. "What?" "Luna says gaps matter." Hermione wiped her face. She would. Harry looked at the mark again, then at the ledger, then at the fireplace where Ron's voice had been. The war was not won. Voldemort still lived, apex and patient and more dangerous than ever because now he wanted to understand what Harry and Hermione had built. The Order would not welcome them with open arms. The Death Eaters would never truly accept them. Bellatrix had fallen but not vanished. The soul fragment inside Harry remained, awake and unresolved. The mark remained. Every path ahead was narrow, ugly, and full of cost. But for the first time since Snape's memories had poured into him, Harry did not feel like a boy walking toward someone else's ending. He felt like someone standing in the gap before the next choice. Hermione closed the ledger. "What now?" she asked. Harry looked toward the door. Somewhere beyond it, Voldemort was planning. Somewhere beyond the manor, Ron was angry and alive. Somewhere in the country, the war was changing shape around a truth no one could put neatly back into place. Harry rolled his sleeve down over the mark. "Now," he said, "we make sure no one gets to spend us without asking again." Hermione nodded, not happily, not cleanly, but by choice, and in the quiet that followed, the cracked mark beneath Harry's sleeve pulsed once. Not command, not pain, not obedience. A question. Harry did not answer it yet. The living, after all, were the ones who chose.